Good afternoon, everybody. Terusana Aranmahansa. Terusana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The Trutham Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 47, second paragraph. Aran Mahanse, good. Now doesn't the thought arise and then disappear immediately? A thought arises and ceases at every moment, doesn't it? Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, then is there a thought that exists at all? Mehenin Mahanse, no, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, now you said that it is the thought that dies, isn't it? Then isn't the body like a tree trunk? Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, then you realize that the body is used by the thought, isn't it? You can also say that the thought uses the body. Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, isn't it the thought that thinks that this is my body? Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, then isn't it only a thought that thinks that this body is me? We think that this body is me. Apart from a thought that thinks that this body is me, truly, is this body mine? Mehenin Mahase, no, this body is not me. Aryan Mahase, now let us see. We cut off a finger. Did I really cut off a finger of mine? After that, I cut off a leg of mine. After that, I cut off both my legs. Now, have I really cut off both legs that belong to me? After that, I cut off one of my arms. Have I cut off an arm that is mine? Next, I cut off both my arms. Have I really cut both arms that belong to me? I thought that this finger was mine, isn't it? Did I have fingers? Did I ever have legs? Did I own arms? Do I have a body? All this is what we think. It's a thought. That is why I ask you, is this body me? In that case, need we cry when a finger is cut off? Should we cry when a leg is chopped off? Should we cry if both legs are chopped off? If somebody chops off both our arms, should we cry? Why shouldn't we cry? Because I don't exist in any of those limbs or fingers. None of them is mine. Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, where am I? If we believe that I exist, I will exist. If you think that this body is me, that is you. All these are thoughts. These are only sparks from the sense consciousness. Nothing else. The book, the table, the bed, my body, these are all thoughts. It is our mind consciousness that interprets the sparks as a thing. The mind consciousness interprets the spark that comes from the sound stimulus and the image stimulus and interprets it as a table, a book, a bed, etc. The mind consciousness is also known as Manovinyana. It is considered as a memory, but the truth is a memory does not exist either. If we accept the things we experience as true, then the illusion of the self identity is also created along with that thing. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everybody.
Yes, Tirvan Sarma. She asked whether this body is me, or whether this I have a body, or is this body me? Is the self identity? She asked about self identity. So Aryanas explains step by step in order to understand that. But how do we know that this physical body is mine or not? So we have to go back to the process of mechanism of how a thought is generated, thought is created. So there we understand it is a manipulation, manifestation of vibration. So it is a spark, just the sparks, and you get a sense of something is there, then and there you feel your existence, and there it ceases. But we cling on to those thoughts, and we think that a person called I am here, that is me. It is this physical body. You see in a mirror that your image, you think that this is you. That is a wrong notion, wrong view. But this is how it starts. The thought says that this is you. So at the beginning, in the kindergarten, the child was introduced this concept. This I am the teacher, and you are just saying his name. Say you are Jagat or you are Nishan. So the mother also does the same thing. This is me, and this is mama, and this is baby. So that is how these thoughts were uh, inculcated into their brain. So, but whatever happens, so we know how the mind works now, how the mind, mechanism of mind. So the mind consciousness gives a sense of some kind of sensation that I am there. So there you feel this is me. So you cling on to your physical body and you think you are there. It is the mind says, it is your mind consciousness says that this is my body. You that is a wrong notion. So this is how the discussion goes on. The Aryanas asks if one part of our body is amputated or cut off, then where are you? Where is that? Where is that part? Then if your both legs are amputated, both legs are cut, so that is how it goes on. So still I am there. You feel I am there. When you touch, you feel only the solidity. So in order to understand this, we have to investigate how the mind consciousness works. It is the mind consciousness says that you are there. That is a spark. That is the charge. So there it starts our conversation. So I invite Sudharma Gamage. Would you like to contribute at the beginning?
Therwan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. First, all of us should pay our homage to Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse for sharing this beautiful message of true Dhamma with the world compassionately. Yes, Mr. Bernard, it's a very beautiful elaboration on the section read by Shani. So it is actually a continuation of yesterday's discussion because here also Aryan Wahanse analyzes how the self view is created from a different perspective. Because actually, if we take all 10,000 sermons or even more than that, if we focus on Gautama Buddha's sermons, we say there are 84,000 Dhamma discourses. So, however, all of them are to lead someone to understand that there is no so-called self. It is an illusion. The self is a myth, misconception, misbelief due to ignorance. And as you very well pointed out, Mr. Bernard, the mind consciousness, illusory mind consciousness is the very reason for us to get entangled in this unreal world. And actually, I would like to draw a few points from yesterday's discussion. It was also about mind consciousness and thought energy. And Dr. Kokila, actually being a great resource for all of us here, always reminds that we need to understand the although there is no person or nothing called Nibbana, if someone feels that somebody is progressing, the diminishing of the power of self-vibration is the only evidence that we can say, because when through this practical path also, what happens is not to do it as 4 segments, but to know within ourselves, it is to dilute or to get rid of this self-view. So as you pointed out, Mr. Bernard, today, what Aryan Mahanse focuses on is to the question of this nun. He says, okay, so let's try to analyze how this body has become our body or my body. So if we look at it from our own lives, when we were like at the age of just taking the first steps or standing, at that point, actually one common thing is there, that until now, no human can see their own face through their own eyes. No, whatever we believe as our image is just the reflection of that falls on the mirror or a camera or something. So at that age, our immediate family members, somebody gives us the name and then call us by that name, and also take us in front of the mirror and introduce us to us in a way. That's because in this analysis, what Aryan Hanse basically focuses on is to analyze the self view in relation to the body. This body made up of so-called PO8 elements or whatever, this Shuddhastaka or 4 great elements. So until somebody introduces our image, the shape to that child at that early childhood, we never knew that it is us or me or whatever. So from there onwards, gradually, our sensory bases perceive stuff. It is nature. It is nature. Whatever the vibrations, due to the phenomenon of this resonance, these sensory organs perceive stuff. So that is all fine. That is all fine. They happen. But the problem is, as we grow, as due to the certain environmental factors, also now the perception of self is getting stronger and stronger, and all these perceptions become our experiences. We add that possessive adjective, my. So when the figure of the image of this mother appears, that the person becomes my mother, and with that my vibration, self vibration gets stronger, and we attribute value to that, and that is how the defilements also begin to arise and grow gradually. So, but then again, what we perceive through ear also, they become sometimes the voice that we hear, the sounds made by us ourselves at that age becomes my voice. We always said my. So this is another way of like what is Aryan Hanse explaining in this extract is how we get attached to this body, actually body. How does it become my hand, my leg, my feet, so on and so forth. So here, so these actually we didn't have any body parts. I mean, we had certain things, but we didn't label them until somebody, now maybe we fell when we fall down, or at that age when we fell down, somebody came, oh Baba, your leg is hurt, your hand, your finger is cut. So, oh, you have like bumped your head, or things like that. So you are, then it is nothing but my again. So this way, gradually, the self-perception gets stronger, actually forgetting about this inner change or inner vibration. Now, what this is actually manifest level, the body, how the body becomes my body, I'm trying to elaborate on. And then what happens is, when there is something that happens to any of the body parts, this perceptions get even more powerful when we go to school. Actually, I have the personal experience labeling the body parts both in Sinhala and English. So they are in the picture, we see the body parts that label. So now that my finger, my hand, my hair all get strong. And so when Aryan Mahanse questions here from the Mehenin Mahanse, who thinks the body is me? That is his question. Who thinks the body is me? Actually, what he highlights is it's just a perception. It's just a perception, but ignorantly, we have gradually, I mean, over 10-15 years or whatever your age, we have grown up with that wrong understanding or the misconception that there is a person within. So when Aryan Mahanse explains how the thought is created, how this, due to this mechanism of 6 sensory organs, this mind power finally gets, I mean, runs through the nervous system and gets which has some impact on this inner vibration. So until this truth, I mean, was revealed to us, we never knew. Despite this Dhamma, despite he's sharing this beautiful message compassionately with us, we still live happily, kind of happily, in the sense, actually it's all suffering. Now, since we know the truth, we know that it's suffering. Otherwise, we didn't have time to understand that we are experiencing suffering when every moment the world becomes real to us. So I'll stop at that. And Dr. Kokila, and yes, Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Thiruvan Saranai, I joined a little bit later, I think, but we are just continuing with the talk of this.
Thiruvan Saranai. Yeah, is this is the wrong conception, wrong notion? Yeah, meaning on say and Aryan on say discusses about. Is this physical body me? is the me is there, is the thought, me and the physical body. Is there any relationship? That is the main point here.
All right, okay. Yeah, the physical body is something, if we actually focuses on that only, the actual because if we like imagine, we think about like one thought like tree or pineapple, same thing with the body. If we just think about leg, it becomes another thought. But when it becomes my leg, it becomes like a different thought, which has more value than just leg, because someone else's leg, my neighbor's leg, won't be my leg. That's how it like goes on and on, because the value is being added all the time when we keep thinking in this self-cornered way, like in that angle. So leg, hand, abdomen or tummy, whatever, head. So we keep thinking about these things, or when we focus on that, if it is my head, well, the value is so much higher. We all understand that. We all really understand that. If there is a tumor in someone else's head, we won't be much bothered, would we? But then if the tumor is in our head, we will be really worried about that. Oh my God, there is a tumor in my head. So the story begins. But this only, we can talk about this only when we focus on that, when we actually have that thought, because we never think about our head unless there's a headache, or unless there's some problem, or you hit the head somewhere, or you see something happening to someone, like someone else's head, or when you are treating someone else's head's wound, or anything like that. In particular, head is a thought, but a stimulus. But when it becomes my head, the whole story changes, the value changes, everything changes. And the burden is so high. Yeah, it is, that is actually the way that it becomes intensified. The burning will get intensified with the thought of me. Actually the sakkaya drushti, or the wrong thought. So we keep understanding it. It's just another thought, just another part of the thoughts that can happen. Because when you see the mirror, we can say this is me in the mirror, or this is my body in the mirror. That is another thought only. If there's no ability of seeing, you won't know what type of body you have. So you will feel it. So when you concentrate on that, imagine a blind person. Blind person can feel your leg. In a sense, blind person can feel that on person's leg. We'll think about that in that way as an example. That person thinks, this is my leg. That's okay, even though he hasn't seen it. So even one faculty is enough for this, to keep continuing feeling like that. Even without a great mind, even the worm has kind of like a feel like that. But in humans, it is much more than that, because we have the ability to think clearly with help of all the five senses. So in that sense, even though you can't see, if you're blind also, even if you can't see that whatever the thing, if you touch it and see this is my leg, then again it becomes, yeah, of course your leg, because it becomes your own way of thinking. But if you touch, where is my leg in touch. There's no my leg in touch. So you easily understand there can never be my leg in touch. But here it is. We have a pain when we think about a headache. But when we feel it as my headache or headache in my head or something like that, story is different. You attribute someone else's headache also to your, according to your understanding. Whatever the understanding you have, whatever the thoughts you have, that's all you can understand. If you tell like a 2-year-old child, my head hurts, they will be like looking at you and say, what does that mean? What does that mean? But they will later, when that child is about 5-year-old, if you say, my head hurts, they might actually give you some, like try to pat your head. Oh, mother, is your head hurting? Because they have an understanding now what head hurts mean. So we have like a thought already process about head and ache because we have made them together. So, and when the 5-year-old is trying to understand mother's headache, they will have an idea and they will just pat the mother's head. Oh, mother, do you want me to do something? What can I do for you? Something like that. And this will go on and on. So the main understanding here is that these are also thoughts, isn't it? Is there anyone else who can participate today? I think Surangika is also here.
Yes, Teruvan Sarnai, Dr. Pokila, Teruvan Sarnai, Dhamma Prince, worship Aryan Mahansa. Yes, I think from the two fundamental parts that one can very clearly show that what is here is only a system and a process, and that there is no such thing as I or no such entity as I, is by showing, as you quite rightly pointed out, Dr. Pokita, that this so-called body is also just a thought. The fact that there is a body and the fact that we call it by various names, the limbs, the legs, the arms, and so on, are all concepts again that have been created by just a thought. And the other aspect that through the Dhamma we enunciate is the fact that what Aryan Vansi often says is that if this body is so-called body is yours, then surely you should be able to control it. And can you control your own body? You can't. And if we think about it, there's so many aspects in the body, human body. If we just take the human body, there is the respiratory system, the blood circulation system, the digestive system, reproductive system, and things like that. So if you just take the blood circulation and the fact that we are breathing in and breathing out all the time, none of this is done with volition. It's an involuntary, automatic kind of system. As long as there is inhalation and exhalation, the other bodily functions, the digestive system and the blood circulation and all that, the nervous system, all that occurs. And yet, in our ignorance, mankind, what they do is they, for some reason, the internal workings, the circulation of the blood and the inhalation, exhalation, they leave that and they kind of accept that to be, yeah, they are just bodily functions. And they seem to accept that that can happen without anybody intervening in it. But then the external stuff, they want to attribute the I to it, as I think Sudharma mentioned earlier. There is always, it's like, my hands or my tummy or something, or my body is not fit enough or something, or I have this ailment, it's I have a headache, or as you said, it's the tumor, if it is the tumor that is growing in the brain, and then you say it's oh my God, I've got a tumor, and this and that, and get really worried about it. So this whole attribution of this, and I think one of the real deceiving points is this body consciousness that people don't understand, because they see this physical body and they think that, oh, how can you say that I can see this body? I have had this body from the day I was born, and it has grown in size and so on, and grown in stature, and I go to the gym, I keep myself fit and so on. So they've there's this entire volitional formation that has been created right from childhood days about it, right from the start. As Sudharma said, from the day the mother or the father took the child in front of the mirror and said, here you are, this is you. You are fair, you have dark hair, and you have brown eyes, and so on. There is this whole identifying with that so-called image. Of course, due to the ignorance, not knowing that the reflection in the mirror is not real, and therefore what is being created inside is the projection, even onto the mirror, is not real. This whole facade, or this whole belief that there is an I, just like the external world is true, this I and the concept of the I, not only that, the body and the image of it is also taken to be true. So that deception continues until one actually understands the true Dhamma, isn't it? So it is only through the true Dhamma that one can break down and realize that there is not just a mind, that there is no mind, and that this body, the so-called body that one has been believing to be oneself, is also a non-entity, and that itself is a concept of the whole mind creation, which accentuates the whole self-perception. It doesn't diminish it, it only accentuates the whole ego and the egoistic feeling by continuing to believe that there is a so-called body. And that's quite separate to the body consciousness. But unless one actually understands the process and how the basic consciousnesses form, will not understand and separate the body and the body consciousness. So it's, I think we are so lucky in that sense, people following the true Dhamma teachings of Aryan Mahanse, to be able to understand the system, understand the process, and not get deceived by this whole thing that the so-called society still continues to think that it's real, and then keep on going on in this believing in a fallacy and then deceiving themselves without seeing the truth. Yes, Dr. Bokila.
Yeah, actually, it's very important thing that you brought out. So the body consciousness, or the tongue, nose, and the skin, they are the beginning of the disease. The problem, because even the small baby, that there's no mind to say that this is my leg or nothing. They just feel something. It's just a feel, just a feel. But even in that, there's a slight glueness in there because of the self-vibration. But the problem is when it comes to the mind, when the mind is formed, when it becomes me, or when we understand that there is a person who feels something, even when it is not taught. Just imagine the person is in the jungle, the person is not taught anything, not even a mirror. Still, even without a mirror, even without someone telling that this is your body, this is your head, this is whatever, nothing, still this body consciousness actually deceives you, because the body consciousness, that thing that even the worm has, the body consciousness is felt there's a kind of a person who feels. It's kind of a feel, but it is at the same time there is this perception that someone feels. That's the most difficult part to understand. That is why the thought has intensified, that I feel the pain, I feel the warmth, I feel the cold, I feel the softness, I feel the hardness. That thought is intensified. Oh, actually, it becomes very evident by each and every sensory perception because of that feel that we have due to ignorance. So, if you stand near a waterfall, the mist of the waterfall will fall on your skin. And even these words carry a burden, because I already have said waterfall mist will touch your skin, and that actually is a fallacy again. That's the problem. We can't really talk anything here. So what actually happens is there is this body consciousness. What happens there is the fluidity or the wholeness arises. That's all what happens. Fluidity or the wholeness arises. That is what we call as skin or whatever. Just a vibration has arisen. What is that? That can be fluidity or that can be cold. That was only thing that was there. If you actually feel this is amazing to feel. If you actually, even understanding this is amazing, feeling this is more amazing. Because it's very important that it is just that. Just an isolated feel. That vibration is only a product of that skin, or skin, because the skin only has this ability of identifying the fluidity and the cold. But the story is the mist of the waterfall touching my body. That is a story. That story is in the mind. So mind is the film. Film has captions. Film has topics. But actual skin doesn't have any of that. But there is a feel which even worm has, which even, that 1 month old baby has, or even fetus has. So that is that vibration which is attributed to particular sensory organ. You will encounter the non-vibration, because each time the vibration is taken for granted, or vibration is taken as existing, self vibration comes. This comes means that, like Meatikal Himeve in Sinhala. I'm trying to say that in English, I don't know whether that is correct, but whatever that meaning is, this happens. So if something is felt as happening here, then definitely the self vibration would be there. But then the Dhamma friends who keep understanding this Dhamma, what happens is they clearly get this understanding or practice it beforehand, that it's only a vibration of skin. It's only a vibration of, there's nothing even vibration of skin, actually it's just a vibration. Just a vibration, because skin is something we have put there. But the field doesn't have any of these labels. Field has only the vibratory effect. And that, if that is attributed to the sensory organ, no problem. The self vibration has no place. Then what happens is you don't feel as existent, but the feel will be there. The cold feel will be there. But there's no one feeling it. Or the hardness of the flow would be there, but there would be no one feeling it. And it would be that even the hardness would be very subtle. That's where they talk about this experience. So it's beautiful and nice to feel. And then it confirms, because this confirmation should happen. Otherwise, this mind is not going to believe something which is said by someone or told by someone. You have to feel it. So when you feel it, you know, wow, this feeling, the existence feel is actually a construct. We need to feel that too. We know it now. We know that the feel of existence is a construct, but we have to feel that too, because when things are not taken for granted or not taken as real, feel of existence will be not there. Then that fraction of a second confirms you, okay, this is what happens. So when the things are real, you feel the feel of existence, and when the things are not really real, there's no feel of existence. That's it. Literally, it's like as you have died, because you are not in the mind anymore, because when you die also the mind is not there. So that vibration, actual vibration, that vibration will die slowly, because you keep attributing it to the sensory organs. There's no power. The power is dissipating, power is disappearing, because power is getting smaller and smaller. And one day you will feel that there is no power. And then you know, when you actually die, there won't be any power to have any rebirth. That's so important. That's so beautiful. Anyone else who want to add something or talk?
Dr. Kokila. So it's very beautiful when you see that original feel, and for that to experience that, one should have heard this true message of true Dhamma, isn't it? Actually, I need to clarify this from you. Otherwise, even if the person hasn't seen the waterfall or doesn't know missed is some feeling that something this comes from an external entity, that subtle feeling is there.
Perception, self-perception is there even for the worm.
Yes.
Even for the fetus, the perception is there in subtle ways. It's very subtle though. It's very subtle. Even though it is subtle, it is there. In the sense, subtle means it's very small. Even it's not like big as a 10-year-old. It's not. When it becomes like someone becomes 50-year-old, it is much worse because there's so many things in that I did this, I did that, I did that. So it's all complicated now. But even a child, the feel itself has that problem. Even so, but it is very subtle. It's very. That's where the importance is. Like the third, the program we have 4 steps. We don't have an experience of eyesight. That means the waterfall is in our mind. Actually, the perception of waterfall is the only thing that we have, and that is not true. That is made up of that temperature change and the fluidity that happen in the skin. That's just a skin vibration. The skin vibration has brought about waterfall. That skin vibration, this thought has every step in that. Do you get it, Sudama? Actually, that is how we catch this.
Doctor. Yes.
Yeah, otherwise we can't. The worm can't catch it. The baby can't catch it. Nothing. They can't do anything. They are helpless. But when it manifests in a thought, only we can catch this. That's why only humans can achieve Nibbana.
Yes. That's right. Yes.
Because the thought has all these sections. The feel, the form. So the formless is the feel, and the form, and the actual waterfall. Yeah. So the actual waterfall is in the sensual world. But when one understands that it's actually in the perception, then it is the form. But then even underneath that is the feel that is only a product of sensory organ. There's no anyone who is feeling this. This one thought with 3 layers is very important, because you don't have to think about anything else. You don't have to actually go back to the baby to get this. You are sorting out it now. Do you get the? Because one of your questions actually made me to think about that. Yes. It was asked in a different platform, but that question actually took my attention, because that question is like, do I have to go to the baby's mind to understand that? No, because all these layers are now here now in one thought. The sensual part and the form part and the formless part is all here now. So you resolve now the waterfall, it's all done. Do you get the point?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, very clear. And Dr. Kokila, another thought I have right now, that nowadays are in these Zoom discussions, when the practitioners come up with their experiences, Aryan always says, okay, now they give the experience and ask whether the self was there or soul was there. So the answer is, as long as you believe the self was there, it itself proves that it is the misconception, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah. But the thing is, that question itself is showing that person has more Satyajnana to understand. What is it?
Wisdom of truth.
Yeah, there's more things to understand, because that question shows that the experience is not there. If the experience is there, then it is very evident what will happen, because that it's very evident that what kind of vibration you have, because you just die for a moment, in the sense it's not actually dying. You shouldn't say that, but it's just, you feel it, and that particular vibration which we attributed to the skin or whatever the organ, after when you, in the last one, like we have eight chittas to go, and then that the realization would be there's no vibration. So it is it's an assumption, so but it is really beautiful to understand the beginning of this, because we need the beginning. The end part is not something I'm discussing today. I'm actually talking about the beginning part, because it is very beautiful to understand this Dhamma. That is the main part. Actually, if we resolve that part, there's nothing much we need to, we keep adding, we keep understanding that more and more. If you see a flashlight, it keeps becoming more and more. The whole world becomes like the light, and you become the light. That's where the actual enlightenment is, actually. So the flash of a torch, which happens in the beginning, is the beginning of the understanding that we have, that what is this beyond the mind, and what is the vibration we have as the sasa, the vibration effect. So yeah, it is. I don't know whether I answered your question. Actually, I think I got derailed. What was the question? Did I answer it?
No, I asked Dr. Kokila. Yeah, you answered, because what I asked was, even for a person who has no any idea whatsoever about a waterfall or any external perception.
Yes, 100%. Yeah. So because of the sasa, or even if it is astral, because astral is also, it is also subtle, not like gross thinking. Gross thinking, we know all about gross thinking. I went to see Dunhinda waterfall, and I was there. I was talking to my friends. I ate I can't even remember, something, and I stayed there for half an hour there, and we went to another place. That's the gross thinking pattern we have, isn't it?
Yeah. We used to be that.
Yeah, that's a gross thinking pattern we have with the self, with the thinking pattern. It's all good. We are there. We are like really in that film. It's okay, but it is what happened. But now at least we hear something like saying, yes, that dream is there, but it is actually another dream. Like we dream at night, but this is also another kind of a dream where it is not true. But the only problem is that this Surangika has asked this in a Sinhala forum, where she was asking why we feel so alive when the skin perception is there, yeah, because that's how it is. That's why everyone, even the, you know, even a child would be deceived, because perception always, when the perception, vinyane, that is consciousness, that's what Arenwansi was trying to tell in one of the English ones. When the consciousness comes, consciousness, the skin consciousness itself has the problem, because the consciousness has the feel that it is that's feel of existence. But that is where anidassana consciousness happen. I don't know what English word for that, but where the consciousness is there, but there's no person who is feeling it. It is really important to understand that, even as a theory part, because that's what happens. So the consciousness, skin consciousness is difficult to understand, but skin consciousness is very easy to feel, because if you are, because actual skin consciousness doesn't need the mind consciousness to feel. So skin consciousness is direct, and that direct effect, due to ignorance, it's taken as it's there. The consciousness word itself says that. But when it becomes, when someone knows Dhamma and they feel it, you have to feel this, but that when you feel it, you know, it is actually, if the consciousness is, value is not given, value is transferred to the skin only, then there's no feeling person. It's a very specific feel, because you have to feel it. We can't explain it. But it doesn't stay. That particular moment will not stay, but that will enlighten you about this actual thing that Dhamma says. What Dhamma says is, there is no doer, there is no person who perceives. There's only perceptions, but they are not also true. Even the the skin consciousness. Skin consciousness, there is a perception. Even though there is no mental construct, there is a construct. And that's the rapidity or the speed which brings about that feel. Nothing else. It's very important. Nothing else. If you actually slow down that speed, you won't be able to even feel light, like see. Because it's because of its speed that you see the light, even. Because of the speed of those cells in the eyes. The skin also the same. There are subtle differences. That's why fluidity and the thickness is there. That's that construct is due to the speed. This is very important. Very, very important. If the speed was not there, actually there's no problem of this self. But the speed is there already. So we just understand that. We just attribute that to the speed, and that's it. You know that it's not there. The perceiver will not be there. That's what the anidassana thing is. Anything to add?
Dr. Kokila, actually that must have been a very smart question, Ms. Suramika's question, body consciousness. It makes sense right now also. I was just contemplating on that. It's a very important explanation, even very good that you brought up it here also. And Dr. Kokila, when Ms. Surangika mentioned about all these body systems, Now, earlier we used to understand that the non-existence of the body through this the conventional mindfulness of body, like analyzing body in 32 repulsive parts, and so something was there, because Aryan Mahase now has given the, I mean, original form of mindfulness of body. Like it's again seeing the truth of the thought, but we used to divide the body into 32 parts.
Yeah, that's also another way of telling that head actually didn't have a self. The hand itself didn't have a self. So where is the self? That is the journey of finding the self, actually. It's a beautiful another way of finding the self. That you, it was like a explanatory way of telling. Lord Buddha was trying to explain you is where is this self vibration? Is it inside liver? Is it inside the kidney, or is it inside the spleen, or is it inside the bowels, or is it inside the legs? Is it inside the heart? Is it inside the where is it? Is it inside the brain? Where is it? Is this vibration anywhere? If this vibration is anywhere, actually it's not anywhere. Does that mean it doesn't exist? No, it does exist until you feel, until you can resonance to it. It's very tricky, this resonance. That's very tricky, because it's very important to understand. I think that's the beauty of Dhamma. Aranwanse has talked, because it becomes scientific. Because before, none of the Dhamma was like that scientific, like, so the science people would like shrug off, they just imagine things and say some stuff. But actually, this becomes so scientific that even the string theory, or even the quantum theory, this all can be explained how this packet of vibration brings about all these problems. It's so beautiful.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. Buddha Dhamma Sangha, Triple Gem. We are taking refuge of Triple Gem. I worship Aryan Mahasi at his feet with the greatest respect. Tiruvasarnai Aryan Mahasa. You have been a tower of strength for all these followers of Buddothpado, not only in this country, worldwide. And you are spreading this true Dhamma, and it's becoming more and more clearer to everybody who follows you. Teruvan Saranai. May our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping us with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is the continuation of this Buddothpado PeoTV English YouTube channel. So you may be aware the sermons are conducted from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. in the night with a 2-hour session to discuss the questions. That is from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. So you can join the discussions session if you have any queries with these sermons, or if you have any other doubt about anything else, particularly what you hear in these Buddothpado Zoom discussions, even Sinhala medium, and anything that we cannot uh, solve ourselves, we will always be able to discuss it with our noble friend Aryan Mahanse and get back to you. So it is actually a beautiful way of showing the Dhamma path because our noble friend Aryan Mahanse has been giving this Dhamma message to the world from 2020. So almost 6 years are completing now. And a huge number of sermons have been uploaded to YouTube, more than 12,000. I think it is nearing 13,000. And there are lots of books which are printed in both languages, English and Sinhalese. There are lots of websites, and about 8 Zoom discussions are happening every day. Separate YouTube channel for the Zoom discussions, and there's one in Tamil medium also once a week. There are so many centers throughout the country where one-day program is conducted, which includes the practical pathway that Aryan Mahanse he himself has tried it on and then found that it is very clear and it is very easy to understand. So that is happening almost daily in some centers. Sometimes some centers once a week, some centers like once in 2 to 4 weeks. So you can go into the closest center and then join these practical programs. They are conducted by different Dhamma friends who have been approved by our Aryan Mahanse, about whom Aryan Mahanse is keeping some faith about their ability to conduct such a thing. So you will get some form of guidance. You are not getting a wrong message. That is something that I have to particularly say. Also, there are small radios which have been designed with about 300 sermons. Pen drives are there. And now the most recent thing is that Aryan Mahanse himself is going from village to village. Untiringly, he's spending time. Sometimes in some areas, he's there in one area in the morning and afternoon, he's going to another place. So this is a really an unimaginable type of series of activities. So today Aryan Mahanse is at Kegol, and afternoon he's going to Mavanella, and evening he's coming to Kandy. Tomorrow he's going to Mahiyangana. So there's a long plan actually. Each arm is about 7-8 places visits. So different parts of the country being covered, and he's meeting the people, particularly the people who have not listened to this Buddothpado sermons in the past. So he's trying to explain the Dhamma in the simplest possible way, which is really beautiful. We know that even Lord Buddha preached this Dhamma to different people in different ways. uh, Lord Buddha reached the exact correct point and used the exactly correct words and correct metaphors to explain Dhamma. So that is his wisdom. He found out what is the best time to handle that person's mind. We know that if I tell some of the stories, I'm sure you may have listened to these. When the mother called Kisa Gotami, when she came with her dead child, carrying her dead child, hoping that somebody will be able to cure. I'm sure now you and me very clearly know that you can't give the life to a dead child or a dead person. But her mentality was so confused. She was not in her senses. She felt that there will be a person who can do miracles by giving the life to that dead child, because the child was the lifeline of uh, her life, that connected her family together, that tied up the family together. And when that child is gone, she felt that she is really helpless. So that is why she lost her senses and she came running, hoping that somebody will be able to do that miracle. What did Lord Buddha say? Lord Buddha didn't try to explain the reality to that mother at that time, because it was very obvious to Lord Buddha that she's not in a mindset to understand Dhamma at that time. So what he did was he used a very beautiful tactic. He said, "Yes, I can cure, but I need some special medicine." He said, "Bring a handful of mustard seeds from a house where there have never a death in the past." So again, now for you and me, it becomes very obvious that there aren't any houses, any families where there is no death in the past. But because of her utter confusion, the level of confusion that she was going through, she felt that she will be able to find such a place. So, carrying that dead body of the child, she went from house to house asking for some mustard seed. And she found that every house, they said, there were deaths, because it's not simply a possible thing to find a place where there are no deaths. So then she came to her senses. See how tactful was Lord Buddha, how wise was Lord Buddha in that issue. And we know that he's a best ever psychologist, best ever psychiatrist that we know of. So the mother realized that this is something useless. She threw that dead body to a cemetery and came back to the temple. And now she is prepared to listen to what Lord Buddha was trying to say. And she became an arhat at the end of it, at the end of her life in the temple. She realized the facts that Lord Buddha was explaining. And it was such a beautiful happening at the end. The disaster that she went through became a blessing in disguise. And that opened up the Dhamma path for her. So, like that, for different people, the way that has to be introduced varies. And we know that the similar story, the Angulimala Thero, he was escaped, he was given the pardon by the king for doing all that huge number of killings because he became a monk. Because of Lord Buddha's request, the king decided to pardon him. But still, even in the robe, he could not uh, come to this deep understanding. He was suffering mentally so much because of the killings that he did. That was sort of uh, burning himself. There was burning within the system, within that system called Angulimala Thero, because he couldn't get rid of that guilty feeling of what he did. And just one fine day, Lord Buddha found the exact moment that the doors will be opened up for Angulimala Thero. When he heard a mother screaming in labor pain when he was going on the alms round. And even though he did all these serial killings, inside there was a very innocent person. His name also was Innocence. In Sinhala it is Ahinsaka. So the real nature of that person, that quality was coming up, even though he was a person who was involved in so many killings. So he felt very sad about it. He was wondering, how can I help this mother? He came back to Lord Buddha and said about the incident, how can we help? And Lord Buddha knew that just by telling something is not going to help that labor pain. Lord Buddha very clearly knew it is just a part and parcel of the system. And even in one of the sutras, it mentions that the pregnant mothers, they are not delivering, but the delivery is happening as a part of the system. We know that delivery is not something that you can decide and do it instantly. The process has to occur. The things should be, the surroundings should be suitable, and then only the relevant causes will come in and the effect will come. So he taught a particular sutra and said, make this determination that you have never killed a person, and then you can tell this sutra, and that will help her. So the Angulimala Thera was surprised. How can I say that? Because I killed so many people. And what did Lord Buddha say? Have you killed any people in this state of monk? Now, this has a deep meaning. Actually, a person seeing from superficially might say, oh yes, after becoming a priest, monk, he didn't kill any people. That is also true. But what is a deeper meaning? As Avaran Mahasi explains, bhikkhu, the state of bhikkhu means a person who will see that each and every thought, there is no value in that, and the next thought is a new one. A person, a system who can see this truth is called bhikkhu. So that is a deeper meaning of that. Yes, that point clicked in the process of Angulimala Thero. Yes, this is a new thought, and the next one is yet another new thought. They are not connected. In this thought, I may be a killer, but the next thought can be just a new one where I am not a killer. This system is not a killer. So they are completely separated from each other, not connected. So that is the nature of the bhikkhu. We are understanding that each and every thought is something newly happening, newly created, and the contents of this current of this thought is nothing to do with the next thought. So the current that Angulimala Thero had as a killer, the guilty feeling is a current, the heavy burden that is felt is a current. So when that current is there in this thought, the very next thought can be completely free of that current. So that is the definition of the bhikkhu. He got this message and he was cleared of all that guilty feelings. Now it's a fresh thought. The fresh thought did not have that bad feeling. And anyway, he said this he chanted this sutra to that mother. And apparently she had a comfortable labor, but the deep meaning is something different. Even today in Sri Lanka, a lot of people use this sutra as a blessing to the pregnant mothers. It must be helping them to strengthen their mind. It must be helping them to bring down their agitation or the current. Apart from that, the main meaning, the deepest meaning of this Angulimala Sutra is to take the Angulimala Thero to the Dhamma path. And he became an arhat within a short period. So those are the instances where Lord Buddha found out the correct point, correct instances to uh, address the point, whatever is needed. And there are many other stories. Of course, I cannot often remember. There's one is the little novice monk called Chullapantaka, and his brother was Mahapantaka, who was an arhat and who tried to take his younger brother to the Dhamma path. But this little monk could not remember any of the Pali stanzas. He tried to by heart them, but he couldn't remember any of them. He was greatly disappointed, as well as the elder brother Mahapantaka Thero. And Mahapantaka Thero said, "You go back home, lead a lay life. You are not suitable to become a monk because you can't remember any of these stanzas." So he was almost crying because he didn't want to go back. And Lord Buddha happened to pass this place. And Lord Buddha asked, "Why?" And the little monk said that I was asked to go home because I can't remember anything, any of the Pali stanzas that I'm supposed to remember. So Lord Buddha used another tactic there. He gave a piece of white cloth and he was asked to rub it continuously, telling one Pali phrase, Ajohara, Ajohara. So, and then all the monks in the temple were invited for an alms in one of the royal palaces. So, leaving this little monk in the temple, all the others went. And when he was rubbing this piece of white cloth, he realized that how it was becoming darker and darker because of the rubbing. The pure white one was becoming darker and darker. That change, that observation alone made him to feel that how this mind is functioning, that how these thoughts are functioning. I'm unable to give a deep description about how actually he realized this Dhamma with that simple act. But in the Buddhist history, it says that he became an arhat just with that small focusing. And then later on, Lord Buddha said that there is another arhat in the temple. Send somebody to bring him in. So according to the story, it says that the person who went there found out very similar looking figures all over in the temple, and he couldn't find who was the real person, real monk. He went back and told Lord Buddha. Then Lord Buddha said, "Call him by name." Chulapantaka Thero, you are invited. So when he said that the so many replications which were seen, out of that the real monk came up to him and then he was taken to this palace. So this is the story, it has a story around. But what is important is that the way that Lord Buddha was handling different people, Chulapantaka couldn't remember any of the Pali stanzas, but still he could come to this inner transformation. He could understand this real truth of these Buddha teachings. And we know also Lord Buddha showed the reflection of his own face in a pot of water to little novice monk Rahula. He was just 7 years, and he said, Rahula, can you see this reflection? Yes. So is it real? So the little Rahula Thero knew that it is not real, no, it is just a reflection of the water. And Lord Buddha said, the whole world is created in your mind in the same way. So the whole world, which are thoughts, are not real. So the message was very simple, but that message helped him to have this inner transformation. So these are different ways. Actually, this is the wisdom of the Lord Buddha. And Lord Buddha used those such tactics, waited until the most suitable time comes, and then try to change that thinking pattern. We know that there was a very beautiful queen. So she was very proud of her appearance. She knew that Lord Buddha does not um, pay any attention to the looks of a person. And she knew that sometimes he makes some kind of insults to bring down the ego of the very pretty people, very handsome people. So she didn't like it. Because of that, she didn't want to go to the temple to listen to Bana because she felt that Lord Buddha might make some remark about her ego. She was very, very, very proud of her pretty look. She was extremely beautiful. So what did the king do now? King was going to listen to uh, Dhamma sermons from Lord Buddha. So he wanted to take this queen also, but she was refusing. He made some poets to make some poems describing the beautiful scenery on the way to the Jetavanaram. The beautiful trees, the flowers, all beautiful landscaping, birds, uh, all that were described, and some poems were created. So when the queen heard about these poems, she wanted to see the scenery. So that was a tactic that king did. So finally, she wanted to see this and she went up and ended up being in the Jetavanaram temple where Lord Buddha was preaching Dhamma. She had to sit there and listen to Dhamma because she had no option. What was the tactic that Lord Buddha did? He made her to. We know that Lord Buddha never encouraged or appreciated miracles, the performances that they could do, because he didn't want to, Lord Buddha did not want to attract the crowd to see those miraculous things, because we know that people who have done lots of meditation and reached high meditative states could do lots of miraculous activities. And the followers were attracted to those. But in this situation, Lord Buddha wanted to take this opportunity to give the Dhamma to this queen. He made some appearances of a very beautiful woman fanning Lord Buddha right behind. Only this queen, Kema, only she could see it, nobody else. So she could see that that woman was prettier than her even. She was so beautiful. She was fanning Lord Buddha from behind. And gradually, the Lord Buddha made her to see that that woman, that pretty woman, was getting older and older and older. Her looks changed drastically. And at the end, she could see that she just fell dead there. She was very old and frail, and she fell dead there. So that gave the message to this Kema queen that this is the ending for all of us. And that actually brought down her ego. She realized that this is the truth that I also will have to go through. And thereafter, she joined the king to listen to Dhamma, and apparently she became a nun after some time. So that is why we have 84,000 Dhamma sermons in Buddhism. They are not they don't indicate a huge syllabus. A person might think, oh my God, 84,000 is a huge amount. I don't have time to listen to all that. True. I don't think any person will have the free time to listen to 84,000 sermons. But those are all actually give the same message. The direction is same. And finally, what Lord Buddha tried to give the common simple message is the basic truth in all of those sermons. So the message is that we are entrapped in a magic. We are entrapped in a creation which looks real. So this is the fact, this is the essence in all those sermons. Lord Buddha tried to show that we believe that this creation is true. So the creations are occurring non-stop. The five senses are functioning non-stop at a very high speed, like 5 solar panels. This is the metaphor given by our noble friend Aryan Maharse. And the 5 sensor functions will combine to form a different type of a sensor, which we label as thought, which we call thought. So everything boils down to this thought. Whatever the experience is, it's a thought, or you can call it a sound, a name. So whatever the term that is being used, it is something that uh, that is explained by Lord Buddha as the summary of all his teachings. So there are very common phrases that we hear most of the time. Chittena niyati loko, salayatana loko. So those are very frequently heard phrases by Lord Buddha, again, which gives the essence of it. Seeing this is the skill or the kusala. Seeing this mechanism, seeing this technique is the skill. And when you realize that the consciousness or vijnana is simply a creation, that happens with your wisdom. So the wisdom is blooming, and that is how you understand as a feel that there is nothing real, so-called world, but they are all creations then and there. They are not something that was created and lasting for some time. but it is something that is happening then and there. And to each thought, it varies. Each thought is created, and for that thought, uh, uh, a liking, kind of attachment or craving, or an aversion occurs. But to see that uh, the what is created is not true. What is created is due to the fast speed. Something which is not really there is created as if it is there. So that is the, in a very simple manner. That is how I can explain what Lord Buddha was trying to teach. The world is unique to each and every person. It's a separate one. You can't say about a common world to all of us because each of us have this world created in the mind, which is a thought. So always there's a flow of thoughts, very fast flow of thoughts. The speed of the thought formation is something that you can't give in figures. It is something happening extremely fast. Because it is happening so fast, the impression that comes is that it is really existing, that it is really, it's permanently there. So this is where we are stuck. Whatever is felt as real indicates that there is a self who is experiencing. So the self means the main root of this tree. So unless you uproot this main root also, there is no escape from this samsaric journey. What all the other measures that you are doing are kind of chopping off the branches, or maybe the chopping off of the trunk of the tree, but the root system which has gone under the soil is safely there. That is your Sakkaya Ditya, or the self weave. So as long as the self weave is there, there is no escape. The self view means it is always the world is real. So the uh, real world and the self, they are both same, because the self means self is a part of the uh, world itself. So how does the world is created? As I said, it is simply a creation of the five senses, which is happening in each and every moment. So it's very uh, difficult to, you can't predict the way that the thoughts are formed. And the speed of the thought formation is also unimaginable. And it continues. It continues until the person's physical body comes to an end. So there's nothing called stopping the thoughts. There's nothing called controlling the thoughts. The thoughts are formed. We know that even Lord Buddha, even Arhants will have the thought formation. If our Lord Buddha decides to go on the arm round, it's a thought. If the Lord Buddha decided to go to visit his father, King Shuddhodana, or to visit his former wife, Queen Yashodhara, or to visit his former son, little Prince Rahula. So those are all thoughts. But those thoughts, the difference between their thoughts and our thoughts is means that the thought has a very heavy power. You and me have a very heavy power in our thoughts. And the thoughts carry a heavy weight, and that is why the thoughts are very exhausting for you and me. But having the thoughts is a very simple process in the Arhat's mind. It doesn't carry any current or the power. It doesn't have uh, any heaviness. So therefore, there is no discomfort with the thoughts in the Arhat's mind. So, what we have to understand in Buddhism, what Lord Buddha is trying to tell us is understand how these thoughts are formed, how the thought becomes so heavy, because it's a matter of understanding this thought formation. So, when you realize how this thought is getting that power, that is the only way to get rid of that power. The current, the power which is coming up is a part of the normal process. And the way the when it is more and more clearer to the person how this thought is formed, what is this process, that is the only way to come out of this mess. So what Lord Buddha said was that learn the magician's tricks, how this magician called Vijnana is creating something which looks like real, some thoughts which is felt as real. So learn the technique. So that is what Lord Buddha said. And Lord Buddha said that when you understand this mechanism, that itself is the only path to get rid of that power in this system. So what did Lord Buddha say? Learn from the beginning how these thoughts are formed, how the thought gets this power. Now, in simple words, if I say how a thought can get the power, when a thought comes up repeatedly, again and again and again. Now, these facts actually are much more simpler than knowing the scientific way of having a powerful thought. So, in a simple way, if I say the thought, when a thought happens repeatedly, that thought becomes stronger. So that process is called abhisankarana. It becomes stronger and stronger, more and more intensified, and more it happens. The number of times it happens more means it is really felt true. So R.N. Vahase sometimes gives a simple example. If a person is repeatedly called, you are a thief, you are a thief, you are a thief. With that repeated bombarding of the same word, the person might feel that, yes, all are saying that I am a thief. Maybe I am a thief. Now he is wondering whether he is really a thief. So, whatever the real factor is, whether he is a thief or not, now he has got that strong concept. The thought has become stronger, intensified, and he himself now has the feeling that I may be a thief because all are saying that I am a thief. So that may be correct. So that is the way that the mind is behaving, how the thoughts are formed. This is how, for you and me, the mother called mother thought of mother is so strong. The thought called father is so strong because from the small age, we have been having this thought, the stimuli related to mother or the father. Always it is one of the five senses function. And right at the beginning, we didn't have a father or a mother when we were small children. when we were in the radiant mind, we didn't have a mother or a father. So the mother or the father, the very first thought came up long, long ago, maybe when we were 10 months, 11 months old. The sensor functions, seeing, hearing the voice, or somebody calling and saying, this is mom, I am mom, like that. And the feeling, the touch sensation, the particular smell of the body smell of the mother, and also the taste of the milk sometimes is also connected to that. So these are the very basic level when you were in the level of radiant mind. But subsequently, what happens with time, more and more inputs are there, all related to the mother. So sometimes during the daytime, just within 124 hours, you may have had this thought several thousand times a day, isn't it? It may be a seeing of her, it may be hearing her voice, it may be her touch, it may be that she was very close to you and you could feel the smell or felt the warmth of her. Now, these things will be there more and more when you are small. But of course, when you grow up, these sometimes you may be away from home and coming home like once a week. But that solid thought which came up from the small age is persisting. You don't need all five senses now. Just the word mom, just a simple sound to your ear creates this whole set of data. You can label it as memories, but memory means there's a person who is trying to remember. Actually speaking, there's no self here, and there's no place where these memories are stored. In the brain, you can't find any place where these memories are stored. So it is important to know that where it is, how it is happening. So same as the father. So from your small age, it may be the voice, it may be his seeing of him, touching, and also if there is a particular smell, body smell. So those things repeatedly you experience. This system experiences the thought called father in many ways. And by now, even though you have been distanced from your family, just saying father or the dad, just a sound only, you are filled with your mind quickly has a vibration, a single vibration which has all these data. One of the important points that we were explained by Avaran Mahasi is this simple vibration right now that occurs, which you call father or the mother, not only is confined to the inputs of this life. You will have all kinds of vibrations or the powers that you had in your samsaric journey. So that single vibration or that single thought is very, very powerful because you feel that really existing mom or really existing dad is there. You completely, in other words, you have the itta sanya or the perception of existence is there. And as a result, not only that, you know that it's a self who is experiencing this, myself. So now it's not the mom or the dad, it's yourself you see on this side. Now, this is how the thoughts are processed. And you can't blame anybody for this thought process. No one is responsible, neither you. Because if it is you, if you think that the mind is myself, you should be able to control the way that the thoughts are coming, isn't it? This is one of the questions that Aryan Maharshi is asking when he's doing these visits from village to village, particularly from the people who have never listened to this Dhamma. He asks, is your thought yourself? Is your mind yourself? Because the mostly closed, connected two things is the mind and the body. Either we think that body is myself, or we think that mind is myself. Occasionally, you might say that your external appearance is myself. You might show in a photograph and say, this is me. But the appearance will change, isn't it? So there's no steadily lasting self in that. And similarly, a person might say, who are you? If somebody asks, who are you? You might tell your name. But the name can be changed, isn't it? Name can be changed. People change their names with many intentions. So the name is also not something that you can permanently label as myself. So see now, there's nothing that you can definitely say that this is a self. So talking about the mind, if somebody says, I am myself means my mind, you should be the person who is deciding what thoughts to come, what thoughts not to come. And you should be able to focus on one stimulus or one thought and stay without letting this mind escape and run around. Can you stop your thought going to UK at this moment and then come back within a fraction of a second? Can you stop your mind from going to a very unpleasant place that you hate going? Can you prevent your mind going to visit or relive in a very unpleasant incident that happened a couple of days back? You can't control, can you? So if it is so, the mind seems to be behaving on its own. That is a chitta niyamaya. So that definitely shows that mind is not you. The thoughts are not you. Mind is not you. Then that shows that mind is separately functioning. And Aryan Mahasi says even now, some person might say the body is me. The body parts can be replaced, isn't it? And the part which is removed from the body, you will not call this myself. You will say it is mine. And Lord Buddha also did a meditation where the whole body was dissected to 4 main types of physical material: Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayo. So Lord Buddha asked, can you find myself in any of these pieces or any of this material? No. So there is no self hiding in this material either. So these are some of the simple questions and simple ways that our Mahasi is guiding the people in the village setup. He doesn't go into very complex explanations about vibrations, how this current is coming. Those things he doesn't mention. And people, without knowing how the thoughts are formed, they realize that there is no self in here. They realize that there is no owner to this process, and it is simply a process that is happening. So that is a point where a person is considered to be in the entering the path or the Sotapanna state, which means there's nothing outside called world. They are all thoughts. And it is simply just a system is functioning. And the thought includes myself also. So the myself is also a creation of the five senses. So these are some of the simple facts that is explained in Buddhist teaching. But the fact is that these very important simple facts are not taken into consideration. They are overseen actually. They are not probably they are not understood also. The importance is not understood. And most of the sermons that we hear nowadays, the external world is definitely real. And taking the world as real, they are directed, the people are directed to do good things and then avoid the bad things. And this is another way of extending your samsaric journey. Doing good things, you are expected to collect some merits, which is called punya abhisankara. Avoiding the bad things is a part and parcel of that. If a person does the unethical things, which is called apunya abhisankhara, and apart from that, the next thing is that ananya abhisankhara, where even though there is no specific attachment or aversion, the fact that the things are taken as really existing is the ananya visankhara. So all these three actually extends the samsaric journey, because underneath the punya visankhara there is a craving always. So craving means you are expecting something in return after doing something good. This is how the things are happening in today's life, in most of the Buddhist people's life. They are trying to do more and more income, more and more meritorious work, and they are expecting something in return, to be born in higher realms at the end. So if you are expecting something in return, there's always a craving. And if you happen to get some form of disruption of that plan, where you are trying to do punya abhisankhara, and if that plan got disturbed, there again you have the anger or the hatred sometimes. You can see nowadays how these people who are superficially looking uh, very calm and relaxed, but if some disturbance occurs to their routine things, then you can find out, then you can really have the real appearance of the person comes out. So these are the things which indicate that the defilement level has not changed in them. You may have come across, there are people who do large scale meritorious functions. They spend massively, they get big crowds sometimes. They do it in the very top level standard, very impressive, and trying to get more and more people collected, and trying to do the best things to the monks, trying to do the best offerings. And see, I'm sure you may have come across such people. And what happens if there is a disturbance to their routine? If there is a kind of disruption of this plan, how they change, how their reaction comes instantly, sometimes very arrogant and furious about the way that the things have changed. That brings the real appearance of the person, that brings the real defilement, level of defilement of such people. So, in other words, the Punyabhi Sankar has turned to Punyabhi Sankar in such situations. The ethical conduct becomes an unwholesome conduct. So, as long as the person is here, as long as the self is strongly here, this is what can happen. The defilements are there always. Defilements are just kept in the bottom layer. No one will be able to see unless there is some form of challenge, and the real defilements will come to the surface. You can recognize people when such challenges occur. Sometimes it's really unimaginable. The way that it happens is really unimaginable sometimes. But it's good. Actually, to have such challenges is very good. Now, rather than talking about the other people, just turn the camera towards you and see which such challenges, sudden changes in the program, how you yourself, how the system within you will react. Sometimes these mothers come to the Zoom discussion and say that I thought my defilements were minimal or I don't have any defilements. And this thing happened suddenly. And I couldn't believe the way that how my current came up. So it is always very good to have challenges, very good to test yourself time to time. If somebody made you angry, if somebody disrupted your whole plans, rather than being annoyed with such a person, you had to send a note of thanks actually for helping you to recognize yourself. We know the arhants in all four postures, whatever the stimulus which comes up, their level of that state of mind, the calmness and that stillness and the relaxed nature is not going to change, whatever the stimulus that comes up. So that is called Animitta Samadhi. They know that whatever the nimitti, whatever the stimulus which comes is not true. Whatever the stimulus which comes up is just a creation in the mind at this moment. And that is also because of the speedy vibration, something which is felt as real. The tree is felt as real. The mother is really felt as real. The child is really felt as real. Now, don't take an incorrect interpretation of these statements. I'm not saying that there's no mother, there's no father, there's no child. That is other extreme end. Existence and non-existence are two extreme ends. What did Lord Buddha say? Lord Buddha said that when the causes are there, the effect will be there. When the causes are not there, the effect will not be there. When the cause arises at this moment, the effect will arise. When the causes disappears, the effect also will immediately disappear. This is the nature of the mind, nature of each and every thought. So this is applicable to each and every thought. This is, in other words, the paticca samuppada or the dependent origination. It's a series that happens instantly as cause and effect, cause and effect, cause and effect. And the effect next moment becomes the cause for another effect. So it's something like that. So what you have to understand is that, as R.N. Mahasi repeatedly mentions, there is no difference in the way that you are experiencing the world, but that burn or the fire that was felt in the system is the one which goes off. Imagine you have a long lost friend after like 30 years. Uh, you just bump onto her while you are walking in a street. And what will you feel? That is one of the ways to identify your feeling. You feel something, isn't it? You feel something, a current flashing within your system, current flashing through your body. The moment that the eye vibration occurs and a shape is seen, and the very next fraction of second, the mind sensor will recognize, so-called recognition. That recognition will bring up all the data that you had about this long lost friend. The way that he was seated next to you, the way that you all shared the lunch, the way that both of you went to meet the teachers, the way that you were holding the hands and walking in the playground, the way that you all shared the secrets, and the way that you went to visit her place, and the way that she came and visited and stayed in your place. So many things. You can have so many uh, stories, so many datas will be there the moment that the eye reflect, the eye vibration occurs. So with those thoughts, what you felt underneath is what is recognized as the current. It's a kind of, you might explain it as a pleasurable current. Yes, you can say that. Whatever it is, whether it is a pleasurable or whether it is a dark or heavy, it's a current. Current means it's a current, it's a power. So that that will bring up all the thoughts over that. So you feel it, you feel that burn, and over that you have so many thoughts which are flooded from your small age, from your school age. And the current is so high, you feel like hugging her. You feel like talking so many words. You can't, you are so impatient to put out so many words out, isn't it? How are you? Where have you been? I was thinking of you all the time, this time we spent together. So, where are you staying? Where are you working? So many questions will come up. So, those are your uh, Vachi Sankara. You feel what you are talking is real. You don't realize that it is just a part of the system. So you feel the fire, and if you want to give a label, you can say happiness, uh, surprise, happiness. Those are the words you can use. And uh, the thoughts are flooding, and there will be Kaya Sankara and Vachi Sankara in addition to these thoughts or the Mano Sankara. Now see this whole incident you feel as real. You met your friend really after 38 years, and while you were walking in the street, you just bumped onto her. You could recognize her and she could recognize you. So maybe you talk for a long time, maybe you exchange the details, maybe you decide to meet again. So those things are again thoughts and the consequences. What I wanted to mention from this incident was that to recognize what is meant by the feel or the current, what you felt instantly, the firework that occurred in your system is what is understood as the feel or the power. And the whole lot of thoughts which flowed in are your mind part. So always the feel is there underneath, and over the feel, you get so many thoughts flooding in. So both these occurs as a part of this system. There's no one responsible for this, isn't it? No one who is having any kind of control to this. This is, as I mentioned earlier, is your chitta niyamaya. So did somebody do it? Now this process, just think about this process again. Was there a person who did it? There was no person who did it, isn't it? It's not your body which did it. It's not your mind who did it. You didn't purposely dig out those thoughts and brought them forward. There may be certain incidents that both of you didn't remember. You were trying to remember, oh, what's the name of that girl with whom we were sharing our lunch? She had short hair at that time. What's her name? What's her name? Sometimes you are trying to remember. That thought that you want to bring up to this moment will not come. Then, so that means the mind or the thoughts are not within your control, isn't it? So can you say that the mind is myself? No. Some of the thoughts are coming, some of the thoughts will not come. Some of the so-called memories are coming, some of the memories are not coming. So you can't say what is happening and when it is happening, what thoughts are coming, what thoughts are not coming. Those are all just randomly happening. So that makes again clear that the mind is not myself. So where is the self in this one? You obviously know that you felt that you are here, isn't it? The moment you saw her, your attention or your focus fully went to that scene, isn't it? You felt that current. So, in other words, that current is the one that you can feel. You think that it is myself. So, this is a point I wanted to bring up. It's not what you saw, but that current which was created with that scene is yourself. In other words, you can also give another label, that is your defilements, your attachment, your overwhelming happiness to see your friend after so much time. That is you. That is where you are. That is your defilement. That is your current or the power. So it's very clear that there's no person in this setup. This whole process occurs spontaneously. Whole process occurs as the the data which are there. So just take some of these incidents that is happening in the day-to-day time. So those may be the gross levels where you recognize yourself. And always this system has the habit of safeguarding this concept called self. Now, these are some of the examples that I heard in another Zoom discussion. Just think of something, some incidents happening at home. Something has been deranged or disheveled, not in the orderly way that it is kept. Maybe some furniture at home, maybe some clothes, or even the items on a table, or the things in the kitchen are so uh, disturbed, disorganized. Your mom or dad might come and ask, who did this? Now, do you remember the response that came up instantly? Certainly not me. So you are trying to safeguard yourself, isn't it? These are the finer ways, these are the finer levels of defilements that you still have that concept of self. Sometimes, now I'm just trying to give various types of examples of the self. Sometimes in the Zoom discussions, uh, our listeners don't like to talk. They don't like to come out and explain how they feel. That is again another phase of the self. Doesn't like to get any kind of uh, any kind of criticisms or any kind of disturbing comments, any kind of insults or even shoutings from the people who are conducting the program or from RN Mahansi. You don't like to get any kind of negative comments, so you will keep quiet. That is one way of the explanation of the ego or the self. Or in another time, a person might want to express and say that I know it very well. I can understand this Dhamma very well. And I'm experiencing the correct things and I'm almost nearing the arahanthood. So trying to show off, trying to tell the long things about the knowledge and trying to indicate that I am okay with everything. I have understood and I have got the inner transformation. So this is another way. So that is often called Dhamma. And there might be a person who doesn't want to go forward, trying to hide off, even in a crowd sometimes, trying to be in the back of it, trying not to get the attention of the people. Now, it's trying to get the attention as well as trying to hide. Both are two ways of the uh, sense of the self feeling, the self existence in both situations. The self is there, but different phases. Whatever your understanding in this Dhamma path, if you have a feeling that you enjoy that, there is some excitation with that experience. That again is a self. Now, this is particularly explained in the formless world or the arupaya, where the person feels that there is nothing valuable in this stimuli. What the system likes that feeling. System likes to enjoy that comfortable and relaxed manner. That is also a different phase of the self. So clearing these things one by one. To start with, it is from the gross level, where the anger, crude anger, hatred, jealousy, uh, craving, resentful feeling. Now, these are all kinds of very gross level defilements. These are the ones which can be recognized at the beginning. So, simply because you don't get angry nowadays, compared to the same stimulus that occurred long ago, you don't feel angry or you are not attached to those things. You don't have a craving to eat sweet things. You have no craving to eat chocolates now. You have no craving to go and watch films, and you don't watch any more teledramas. Uh, you have no interest in going on trips. So those are the things which are at the gross level. And what happens? Losing the interest of those things moves you away from the form world to the formless world. You prefer to be alone. You prefer to enjoy the quiet and serene environment. You don't like to be in the places where there's a lot of disturbances and the noises. So now what is happening again? There's a person who likes this quietness and the relaxed, still environment. So such people might travel to far places where there are no humans or very little number of humans around, very quiet and serene areas where lots of nature, surrounded by lots of nature. So they go and enjoy such a situation. Even simplest thing like going to the temple and spending some time under the bo tree, more or less have the same thing. Again, there is a self who likes that calm and serene environment. So that is also a different phase of the self. So these are the things that you have to discuss with the noble friend and recognize where are the nooks and corners where the self feel is there. Because the self vibration, which is the least or the deepest layer, self vibration will continue to be felt uh, until the arhathood is reached. Even the state of so-called non-return or the anagami, they do not have different levels of excitation to different stimuli. They have the same level of excitation or same level of experience related to all kinds of stimuli. And one day, Swanamali, our Dhamma friend, explained a beautiful thing. She said, a person is talking next to you, maybe even a family member, and some little birds are chirping, and there is some cool breeze coming, and you feel it as a skin. Now, there are three different stimuli. But what she said was, now, obviously, for you and me, the priority will be to that sound which comes from your family member, the talking that is happening, the sound of the little birds chirping, and also the skin feeling of that cold wind uh, will come very much lower, a very much lesser significance will be given. But what happens in the state of a non-returner? All these stimuli are felt in the same level. There isn't any different level of recognition given to the stimuli. So all the stimuli will be felt in the same way. But still, the self vibration is there. In a subtle way, it is felt that I am experiencing these things in an equal way. So whether it is the child's talking or the chirping of the bird or the feeling of the cold wind, they are all experienced by but the power created in related to different type of stimuli are the same. So these facts actually we never heard from any other sermon in the country or even from the monks from overseas who are doing this sermons. So those are done definitely with the inner transformation. Those cannot be just simply think and preach. So the different friends who are following this Buddothpado for some time, they have come to the inner transformation or realization at different levels. The Taran Maharshi says very often that he knows that people are at different places, different levels, but he doesn't appreciate or he doesn't agree about giving different names to different status. It is simply a progressive pathway where the person feels that the burning that happened or the defilements that happened gradually going down. Slowly it's going down. So that is the best indicator to uh, tell you that you are on the correct path and you have found out the correct address. So these words we have been telling so often because again and again our noble friend R.N. Maharaj reminds us about these important uh, facts. And R.N. Maharaj taught us 4 steps of contemplations, which he has tried for so many years. These four things, 4 steps of contemplations, we have never heard from any other person. So it's very clear because he found it to be very successful. He decided to introduce these 4 steps of contemplation. And this was at the beginning done as a 7-day program where people had to go to the closest monastery where it is being practiced. And the first 2 days, whole 2 days was spent to explain about the darshan, which means the true Dhamma facts. What is really happening here? What is this mechanism? What is called the mechanism? So it's very important to know this true Dhamma fact or the darshana very clearly. That is why R.N. Maharshi reserved 2 full days for that. But because of the practical difficulties of many people, and quite a lot of people wanted to follow this, but they were unable to spend 7 days in the temple or the monastery. He summarized this whole thing to 1-day programs, which made more and more people participating in the program. So it starts like for the morning half, explaining how what is meant by self, and the fact that it is simply that current which is felt is interpreted as self, and also how the thoughts are formed. What is this process of thought formation? So those are the things that I explained in the morning half. And then we follow the 4 steps that R.N. Maharshi taught us. The 4 steps actually gradually helps you to recognize that there is no self. This is simply a pattern of things happening without any responsible authority. And they are always something to do with the 5 senses and the 6th sensor, which is the combination of the 4 senses, the combination of the 5 senses, which means the thought formation. Now for you and me, straight away it is a thought which is coming. So what we have to understand is that they are all thoughts. So the very first thing what we have to understand, we generally do a walking meditation because that is something easy to practice in such a setup. And also people are used to do the walking as a meditation, so the people are more familiar with that. And it is something, a monotonous type of activity. So because of those reasons, and in a temple or a monastery, it is easy to do the walking also rather than any other activity. So the first step is that while walking, uh, it's not certainly the samatha meditation or the concentration meditation. We focus on all five senses. Of course, the taste, jiva, or the taste sensor may not be applicable to that walking part. But generally, the other four you can experience alternatively. Doesn't mean that you can see all the thoughts here, because the process of thought formation is so fast. You can't uh, say that you could see all the thoughts. So thoughts are coming. The more prominent one is recognized. So even though you feel that you are getting several thoughts together, it is the more prominent one which is taken to consideration. So it may be in the form of something felt hard on your soles, a cool breeze which came up, or it may be just a sound, a loud sound, tooting of a horn, or somebody talking, the sound of the bell in the temple, uh, or maybe even the rustling sound of the leaves of a tree. It may be something you see, maybe a line of ants crossing the path, maybe the dress of the person who is walking in front of you, maybe a flowering tree on the way. So, like that, the various uh, uh, thoughts occur as a stream. So, everything is a thought, isn't it? The row of ants is a thought because it is only a seeing to the eye, but the thought is the one which is felt prominently now. The honking of the bus is a thought. It was just a vibration to the ear, but it is a thought. And what pressed on your soul was a root of a bo tree. So that is a thought. You felt something hard, but it came up with the full completed word, a bo tree, root of a bo tree. So the first step, we asked them to check how these thoughts are flowing. And the second step is actually revision of the second step is, of course, a revision. Second step is actually knowing or revision of the knowledge that you had about the thought formation, how these thoughts are formed. So it is something that happened instantly, isn't it? Like the the incident or the scenario that I told about the friends meeting. You didn't have a friend in your mind as a thought just a fraction of second before. And now, until I tell you now, the friend's thought was gone, and then now again the friend's thought has come up again. So, in between, the friend was not there in your thought. So, that means there's nothing lasting in the mind, also. It is something instantly happening. And there was no person, you didn't do it purposely, isn't it? It happened just as a part of the process. So you didn't purposely bring up that thought called friend. So, and it instantly occurred. And then the next moment when the thought process changed, the friend is gone. So there's no friend in the mind also. Now, very first one we tried to see, the friend was created in the mind. So the very first step we felt friend is a thought. Now the second step is that there is no friend in the thought also. That was just simply collection of perceptions. And the third step is to see simply what is happening here. Some senses are functioning. Now uh, talking about the friend's story again. It was your function of the eye. The rest of the things were the mind sensor function, isn't it? So the two sensors which functioned, the eye and the mind, and subsequently, of course, the ear sensor when you were talking, and maybe the touch sensor when you're holding the hands. So those inputs also were there. So you can see that the sensors are functioning, taking turns, changing from one to the other, one to the other. Is there a person who is doing this changing? Is there a person who is planning this pattern of changing of the sensors? No, there's no person who is doing this, isn't it? So then it's very clear now. This is simply a pattern that is happening. This is simply a series of sensors which are happening. There's no self. Actually, in these 4 steps, the first 2 are mostly the mind level. But the last 2 more or less come together. You feel that there is no self here. There's some automatically happening is there. You feel it. So that is more in your feel level. So finally, in this small experience of what is called walking, meditation or walking, you realize the fact that there is no self, but it is simply a mechanism happening. One after the other, one after the other, the senses are taking place and there is no self, simply there is no self. Very mechanical, like a robotic action. Isn't this how the things are happening in your day-to-day life? Isn't this how you are doing all the activities during the daytime? But now, what is the misconception that you are having? You always feel that I am doing it. I am hearing these things. I can feel it. I feel the taste. Whether you talk it loud or not, always this myself or I feeling is coming up with all these thoughts. Now, isn't this the tragedy that we are faced with? Because wherever you can't escape, the system can't escape from this self concept. So, this is what we are trying to undo now. This has happened over the time, over the samsaric journey, and always this tying up together as the self has happened. Now you are trying to undo it. You are trying to get away from that mess, isn't it? So, how can you do it? The path has been shown by Lord Buddha and it is made simplified by our Aryan Vahansi, and he's showing us how to do it in a more simple manner. And he's showing us that uh, understanding how it happens is the only pathway. Understanding how this mechanism is occurring, how this creation is occurring is only pathway. So when you know the mechanism, it makes it loose little by little. The tightly woven rope becomes loose and looser. And what happens, like a surprise, the change that occurs, that you experience, is that heaviness that was associated with many thoughts, the power that was associated with many thoughts, that exhausting feeling that occurred with many thoughts comes down gradually. The let go type of feel is surfacing. Whatever happens, whatever the incident that happens, let go type of uh, feel is coming up. It's okay, like I'm not bothered, like that sort of feel is coming up, which is so beautiful to experience actually, because you feel that strong, positive, uh, running forward type of current is coming down. That negative type of not having that current or not having that force to go forward and destroy everything is being slowed down. These things actually I'm using various words to explain, but I'm sure you might have a different way of explaining these things, because something which is felt cannot be explained in words. When you are explaining, it is simply another thought. And one of the very beautiful metaphors that R.N. Mahasi is giving is that you can't explain the taste of the salt, isn't it? You know, when you eat salt, you have experienced the taste of the salt, but you can't explain it uh, to another person. What you can say is that eat it and see. I can't tell what taste it is. You can explain the appearance of the salt crystal, of course, but you can't explain the taste of the salt. So this is something like that. The feel that you are experiencing when the current is coming down uh, is similar uh, to the taste of the trying to explain the taste of the salt. So do experience it. What you have to do is to purify your knowledge about the true Dhamma, Darshana. That is the only thing you have to do. There is no doing thereafter. So doing part is over once you have a good understanding about the Darshana. Of course, the Darshana, you can't put a sort of draw a line and say beyond this there is no Darshana. Darshana is being more and more fine-tuned, even up to the level of the Arhat state. But having the basic knowledge, uh, basically getting everything cleared about how this Chitta Niyamaya is functioning, how these thoughts are formed, the fact that the whole world is confined to the five senses, those facts are mostly new to most of our Buddhists. Even though we have studied Buddhism as a subject in the school, even though most of us have gone to the Sunday school, some of us may have done the Buddhism as a subject in the university, you never hear these type of explanations. So therefore, this is something brand new, I'm sure. So you have to first listen to these Darshana sermons. If you are speaking Sinhalese language, there is a wealth of knowledge in the Sinhalese website, www.buddhothpado-dhamma.com. www.buddhothpado-dhamma.com. So that website gives a wealth of knowledge, wealth of information in the form of sermons done by R.N. Mahanse for the last 5-6 years. The ones that are done right at the beginning are very simple, and he's doing it in a very slow speed, so it is easy to understand. And under different topics, these are categorized. So go to the sermons under Darshana, and also the sermons under like how the mind is formed, Sita Hadina Hati. So those are very useful. And for our Dhamma friends who are speaking only the English language, you can go to the website www.wisdomofasia.com www.wisdomofasia.com. So this will give more like scientific explanations also in addition to the Dhamma facts. So it's important to have a very clear knowledge at the beginning about the Darshana, and that is your Satya Jnana. And the next two are the Krutya Jnana or Krutak Jnana. There are two. Those actually is nothing for you to do. What you knew, you will realize that is getting applied automatically to what you knew. So you will realize that when the instances, when the incidents are happening, you feel that what you knew instantly comes and get connected, providing sort of shedding some light to the whole scenario. And little by little, you will be able to see this film running. This is one of the beautiful ways that our noble friend R.N. Mahansi trying to explain to us. The film is running now, and you will be able to, the system is capable of seeing the film running. And this is, R.N. Mahansi explains, awakening. As if a person is awakened to the dream. Now he knows that the whole thing is a dream. It's like that. It's the wisdom that helps to see this process very clearly. It's not yourself actually who is seeing the process, because right from the beginning we were telling that there is no self here, but there's a misconception to say that there is a self. And the moment that you realize that these are all created in the thought, the world is not true. The whole thing is a creation in the mind, a thought, including the self. Then beyond that, R.N. Mahansi very clearly says that there's no turning back. The understanding that the system got to indicate that there's no external world, it's all in the created, in the mind. There's no turning back. That is the stream enterers qualification. Even though I use this word qualification, there's nothing to do like exams or passing from one level to the other level. It's a continuous process. The things are happening smoothly forward, moving forward in the Dhamma path. And if you hear a person saying that he's defining, you are in this state and you have now qualified to this state, those dhammas I don't advise you to listen to, because there are many things happening in the face of Buddhism. Many activities are going on nowadays in the society. They make sometimes people happy. If a person is told that you have reached the so on status, it's something like you have got through your exam and you have that qualification. And these are not the true Dhamma facts that Lord Buddha said. So we have to be very careful when we are selecting what we are going to listen to. Of course, R.N. Mahansi also says that you can listen to the other sermons also from the different speakers. Compare and see. So similarly, what Lord Buddha also said was that Lord Buddha can show the path, but whether the person is coming along the path or deviating from the path is up to the person. So it will be a very unfortunate event if the person decides uh, to not to follow the path that is shown. So it's because this golden opportunity may not come up again. So it's very important to listen to these Dhamma sermons, get a clear understanding about the Darshana, and once you have this clear realization or deep understanding, that comes as something really hard, something like carved on a rock. So, with that understanding, whatever happens in your day to day life, you will realize that they are all part and parcel of the Dhamma. The thought pattern is rapidly changing. That is the nature. And you can't fight about that. As our Dhamma friend Sarnamali says, that you have to be gentle with your mind. You can't forcibly control your mind. So be gentle with everything and don't be in a hurry to reach a destination. As long as you try to do something in a hurry, as long as you try to do something with a grip on it, you will never be able to achieve. Everything is under the saying, let go. So let go again is not something just simply a thought. Because the nature of the mind sense is such that when you go on to listen to these Dhamma sermons sometimes for a long time, it gives a false impression that you are experiencing the same thing that was mentioned in the Dhamma sermons. So these are the instances where it is important to speak to the noble friend and get it cleared. Make sure that you have not deviated from the path because there are so many fake experiences that happens as a part of the mind sensor. Now, one such thing is the uh, feeling empty, like shunyatava, emptiness. Because sometimes some other says that I have no fire with any of the experiences. I'm perfectly all right. I'm in the Dhamma path. I can understand these discussions that are done, and I have got the deep realization. So these are, you have to be very careful with such comments. And sometimes when the people who are conducting the program try to explain to them, they become a bit annoyed also. That is the self. What you have to understand is this: trying to safeguard the self uh, is another phase of the self view. So it's kind of fine tuning everything gradually, like you sharpening a knife. You go on rubbing to sharpen the knife. At one point, it will come to the level you can cut the things very easily. Until that time, there's no point of trying to check each and every bit of a minute. Now, another beautiful example given by Lord Buddha was that if you plant a chili plant, only thing you can do is provide the water and the fertilizer uh, in the way that is appropriate. Uh, you cannot uproot the plant every day and see whether it is growing. And the time that it is going to flower and the time that it is going to have the uh, pods of chilies is going to be decided by the tree. You can't exaggerate this progress from the process, isn't it? You can provide whatever the background support, but you have to wait until it happens of its own way. Same as about this understanding the Dhamma. You can't do anything in a hurry. You can't do it in a form of a thoughts. You have to be patient. You have to be gentle and wait until the exact, the correct moment comes. It will happen at one point. It will happen to different people at different times. So there are ups and downs. There are things that you have to get clarified from the noble world. And each time uh, you get this support from the noble friend, these support and these advices are very, very valuable. And you have to take them up in a humble manner. You have to be humble enough to take up those advices. You should be prepared to listen because we hear sometimes. You can see the third person, the others who are listening can see the way that the current uprising in that speaker's voice. Sometimes not necessarily the words, the way that the voice going up and down itself uh, very clearly indicates that current of the self. So sometimes Aryan Mahansi says, listen to this recording later on and see how it is. It's very true actually. When you are talking, sometimes you don't realize your tone or the way that the voice was going up and down. But uh, when you listen to it again, it becomes very clear. So always be humble, be prepared to listen to the others, try to revise what was explained and reflect on it, uh, and listen to more Dhamma sermons. Whenever it is possible, join to the Zoom discussions uh, or the discussion time. If you are speaking English only, you can join the discussion time from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. daily basis. And uh, if possible, go to these websites and uh, listen to more sermons. So the path will be open to you. It will happen gradually. There's no point of trying to be hurry. It will happen in the most suitable way whenever it is most appropriate. So I have come to the end of the sermon. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahanse for his untiring guidance and explaining all these difficult Dhamma facts in a very simple manner to all of us. Therwan Sarnai Aryan Mahanse. And may our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping us with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. Therwan Saranai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Therwan Sarnai Aryan Mahansa. Therwan Sarnai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 45. Aryan Mahansa, when we look down at the ground, we know that the sun is shining up in the sky. The same way, when we look up at the sky and see the sun, we believe that the ground is below our feet. When we look at a brick wall, we know that there are trees and leaves outside the house. These are all things that we believe that is real and that is existing outside. For every sound, there is a color, a shape. For every color, there is a sound. These were not known to us when we were born. Then later, as the baby grew, he is introduced an image and a sound together. It is like a small spark is created at the beginning. Then, little by little, the more sounds and images are introduced to him, that it is like a collection of many sparks gives a bigger current. This current tends to automatically renew what is already known to you in the mind consciousness. What you know keeps getting renewed in that same moment. This renewal of knowing in this moment gives us a feeling of a self-identity, that I am here, that I exist. Now you think that this body is mine, but when you realize the pure truth, all this what we believe exist disappear. Actually, what we thought don't exist at all. The fact that we think that I exist and I am real is only a thought. Everything we experience is an illusion. Vijnana Mayava. This illusion takes place at this very moment. This illusion keeps renewing itself and it goes forward. An illusion gets added onto another illusion and it keeps going on, adding on. Anusodaya means when the mind consciousness keeps moving forward, believing in the illusion. This believing in the illusion over and over again creates greed, jealousy, anger, aversion, etc. Then we believe that the outside world truly exists. Then you have a fear of death. You cannot bear to die. That thought gives you suffering. There is nothing that exists. The mind consciousness creates an illusion that things exist. Because we are tricked by this illusion. We think that there are things that we would lose if we die. The suffering arises only when you believe that you have things to lose. If you realize that there is no being, that nobody exists, there is no self, then there is nobody to die either. If you believe that things outside exist, then the sound and the color comes together and creates a spark which conducts a small current of about 5 millivolts. This current runs along our nervous system. If we get angry, that thought creates an energy which increases the current. When a self is created on this side, the world is created on the other side too. thought energy or Chitta Shaktiya is like a current. It does not exist anywhere. It is generated inside. When we believe that the outside world exists, it creates an energy to form an illusory self in this moment. Meherin Mahatse, Honorable Sir, as a Buddhist nun, when I go on alms to collect food, I am supposed to contemplate, also known as Pratyavikshava, that this food is not for beautification, not for putting on weight, not for intoxication, but simply for survival and continuance of this body. When I see somebody in front of me, how am I supposed to contemplate about that person, Aryan Mahanse? Aryan Mahanse, let us see. Please listen carefully. Yes, now let's see what dies. Does the body die or does the thought die? Mihiri Mahanse, it is the thought that dies, not the body. Aryan Mahanse, yes, the dead body is buried because it does not have a thought. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everybody.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි to all of you. So the pages read today basically focused on the thought, the mind power, the mind consciousness. Actually, yes, how this mind power is resulting in all other, I mean, volitional formations like mental, verbal, or bodily formations. So here, the sound and color combination, the spark, how we feel as if something is existing out there. And then in terms of that, I would like to share some thoughts, some personal experiences I have. Like when we consider the power generated through sparking, now, for example, a small child, an infant in the court, may also feel that something is out there, and due to the mechanism of these sensory organs, some sort of power is generated. And as Aryan Mahanse explains, this power is not as strong, or not as strong as the power generated in the mind of an adult. For example, now if the if this child, when the thought of the mother occurs in this infant's mind, the name is not attached to that formation, the visual formation. The eye perceives some shape of light, some warmth, and some maybe the sound of the mother. The child is familiar with that, but still that name or the volitional formations or the abhisankaraniya is not
happening to the level of a child of 14-year-old or 20-year-old. Now, when an adult think of the mother, all the data associated with the mother, like how the mother fed us when we were small, how she was helping us to gain education, and when we were sick, how she looked after us. All those associated data telepathize into the thought. I mean, that visual formation, if or the thought. Now, for example, if our mothers are not alive, when the thought of the mother occurs, what happens is all the associated data to this concept of mother telepathizes in that very moment, and we get the mind power created in that thought is very high. So that is also evident now when we meet someone for the first time. So we don't know who that person is even. We just see the shape of light. So somebody introduces the person, then and there the name and the form gets connected, and that thought occurs in our mind. But after some time of keeping in contact with that person, maybe gradually we develop some friendship. And when we meet that same person after 2-3 months, the moment that shape appears in front of us, when the eye perceives the shape, we probably, that excitation we get may be very different. Wows, highs, and all kind of the response. It happens due to the value that we have assigned to that image. In other words, due to that power generated through that thought, because on the very first day we did not have that much data of that person. It was just a shape, and somebody gave the name, and it was that only. But after 2-3 months, things are different. That same stimulus of this person got like more and more important due to this abhisankarana, because we meet the person, we talk about the person, in the meantime we help each other. So after 2-3 months, when we meet up with that person, that power generated through that thought is much higher than on the very first day. So that's all I can talk related to this. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, Miss Surangika, Teruvan Saranai. Can you please share
Teruvan
your
Saranai,
thoughts?
what was the topic? Sorry, I joined in the midway of your talk. What made you to say that?
It's Dr. Kokila. It's the continuation of the yesterday's pages, and actually Mr. Bernard was also not here, so I also missed some parts of Shani's reading, and what I gathered was that they're talking about the mind power, how the power changes due to the volitional formation or abhisankarana, like Aryan Hansi also explains. A small child has 3,000 watt power in the mind. So, but a 50-year-old father may have. So that's what I was just trying to talk about.
I'll add something to that.
Please.
Actually, it's more important to think about what happens with this self-perception, because the moment that we feel something is real, the self-perception is always there. And when the self-perception happens with each thought, it is due to that Bisankara effect, it becomes like a thought, like, so because you feel like always when the chair is outside, you feel that you have observed the chair. That observer effect is there. So then it is confirmed to this person who has never listened to Dhamma, that it becomes confirmed every day, like, this is my mother, I am here. This is my father, I am here. This is my school, I am here. So it becomes confirmed to the person each day, each time, each thought. So that's how the self-thought arises. Because self-thought has never been an issue to the baby. Even the child, it's not really nicely formed. It is like in the beginning, even a 2-year-old will not understand when someone says something about I or me or mine. But that thought get formed slowly but progressively. It get worse, like it get enhanced. That's what happened. That's what you should talk when we talk about it. I think that is what we should highlight. Because otherwise we just get dragged by the theory about the only about the other stuff. But what happens here, the main problem here is not only the other perceptions, the self-perception keep feeding itself. The self-perception feeds itself, so that the self-thought is being confirmed each time. So even if you take Dhamma as a thing, the same thing happens. It feeds the self-perception. It keep doing the same thing, but in a different way. Then the problem comes, the person who knows the Dhamma will arise. That is where that is what can happen. It's something that can happen. So I think we have to be very careful about that, so that we have to understand that what actually happens here is, when there is a thought, whatever, whether it's a pineapple, whether it's a daughter, whether it's a son, whether it's a husband, whether it's a family, whether it's a house or home, whether it is your job, whatever, your car, whatever these everyday thoughts, like, there's always one particular stimulus at each time. That those thoughts, if there is a value to that, then definitely you are there. You feel that the power is there. So that power, if you don't understand the truth properly, actually what happens is, the person who doesn't know Dhamma, the self-thought also is entangled, and it gets powerful, more and more powerful. So you can actually kill someone else because he's being unfair to me, or he is rude to me, or he is going to kill me, so I'll kill that person. So that goes into that extent. So you can actually attack another country or anything like that, because there is this thought that I am here, and my family, my country, my village, my dog, my home, everything is my. So that a simple feel of existence, it's not simple, but a feel of existence has led to this thinking process, and it is enhanced every day. So it's very important to understand how this self-thought, or the Sakaya Drishti, or the thinking that there is someone here, is being powered, or is being promoted all the time when we don't know Dhamma. What happens with Dhamma is, you understand that this is just another way of thinking that it's a thought. Yes, we have a thought like there is a self, this is my family, my dog, my things. So I, me, mine becomes very strong, and that thought, we understand that it's just a thought that has arisen from self-perception. So the self-perception is the underlying reason for you to have a thought like that. So when we understand that, so the someone who listens to Dhamma or this truth, then realizes, okay, we have a thought, I, me, mine, but then how did it happen? What happened actually here? Then we realize, okay, then there is a stimulus, and when there is a value to that because of the ignorance, definitely it becomes a thing, and when it becomes a thing, always this self-vibration is there. And self-vibration brings about the self-perception in this system. So the self-perception, the reason is the self-vibration, but the self-perception brings the thought of me, or thought of I, or thought of mine, or my. So that's how it is. So
yes, Dr. Kokila, it's very clear. So although we talk about this power is nothing but the self vibration, isn't it? So
yeah.
that's right. Very clear. So, and
So
Dr. Kokila, I have another experience to share at this moment, so that you can elaborate on that also. Now, this actually when I was involved in penetrative meditation, this came up. So Aryan Vahanse always mentions, now when people talk, he, due to non-vibration he experiences, he feels that the level of defilements of that person through the vibration of that person's voice. So at the very beginning, when he was commenting on the voice, I was just wondering how come that this is something, this is nature. Now, if someone says your looks are not nice, you don't look pretty, uh, will I be able to change my look? So, isn't it the same? This with the voice, how can we change it even if we lower the voice? Aryan Vahanse knows the
the
purpose.
voice.
Yes.
No, not the voice is
No.
not the issue. It's the
Yeah.
vibration underneath.
Yeah, doctor, that's what this was self-evident to me. Then I was actually contemplating on that because Aryan Maharaj says, no, you have to see it through yourself. So I was vigilant and I was looking at what is happening. So very recently, Aryan Maharaj in one of the sermons said, "Ev- underneath every word there are thoughts. Underneath every action, it is the respiration. And underneath every thought, there are sanya and perceptions and mental formations. So after that, when I was observing I mean, how the speech is produced, it became self-evident to me that when the mind power is kind of very high, when we get a certain perception strongly, when we cling to something, that to mind, due to that mind power, the voice also, the way we talk is different from the way we talk when the mind power is very low. When in a tranquil, or when we feel kind of, when we are not so kind of taking the things around as real, we experience some calmness. So that thought flow process is also very slow and it's not disturbing. So that's why when we are disturbed means we anyway feel are in the illusion or in the film. No? So when we talk, the thought process is reflected through the voice, isn't it, Dr. Kogila? It becomes
I think it's a bit more there. I mean, there's what you said is correct. When your vibration is lower, your definitely the voice will reflect that. But that's true. But I think non-vibration has a different story, because non-vibration, it's not like, like imagine someone like Uddakaramputta or someone doing dhyana or some kind of meditation, not in this path, but another different path. They also will have a slower mind, like peaceful mind. But this path is different, so you have to be very careful in interpreting things, because non-vibration is a different story. Non-vibration is not about lowering your vibration. I mean, it happens automatically when you understand non-vibration. That's a different one. It's actually the side effect of the path, in the sense it happens anyway. But it's not our aim to lower our vibration or anything like that. Actually, the non-vibration or the understanding that of feeling the vibration disappearing, that's different. So so Lord Buddha shouted at a monk 7 times. He actually led him out of the gate. He led him out of the gate. So if someone, I don't think Lord Buddha was like murmuring it, like telling it very softly. I don't think so, because to get someone out of the gate, to walk someone out of the gate, that can't be that soft. But the problem is, in that also there is non-vibration. So this non-vibration is a different story. So we have to understand that, because in non-vibration, you can feel all the vibrations, yes, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have a low vibration. Do you understand? I don't know whether I'm putting it in correct way. So
yes,
anicca sanya, or the perception that there is no one here, that which you feel, at least transiently you will feel it in the beginning, and then it will keep happening. And in that, when one becomes that, then the story is different. The person who is an arahant will be living as usual, and then it's not necessarily the way they talk, but what is the underlying reason why they talk like that. So there is a vision always to correct someone, or turn someone's vibration into non-vibration. So there is a effort. So we can be misled to think that if someone is shouting, that the non-vibration is not there. It's really you have to be careful when we interpret, like when someone talks nicely and slowly, doesn't necessarily mean there is non-vibration. And when someone is talking loudly and in a stern way, like strongly, it doesn't necessarily mean that there is no non-vibration. So it's a different entity.
Yeah. Actually, I was not clear when I was explaining that. What I meant was when someone takes the world as real, the level of defilements is very high. So that person's mind power is also high due to that,
Yeah,
and
true.
thought flow is also kind of strong. So through speech, that is reflected, the level of defilements.
Yeah, true.
The voice. Yes, that's what I was talking about. It's
yeah.
not about non-vibration. Yeah.
The
So
value
since
you go. So when someone talks, value you give to the talk is evident. Value you give to that concept is evident. So imagine if I'm trying to say, what can I say? If I'm trying to say something is good, or what can I say? Take it as an example. We'll take what?
Dr. Kokila, that's what I said. There are
So we'll
sometimes
say take Toyota car, or this is an example only. Some kind of a car is very good. Whatever the concept, what is the thought, value you give to the thought is also evident. But when you try to tell it, it might give you the idea that how much that person is believing in what he is saying. Even Dhamma, it can happen.
Yes.
So when we try to talk Dhamma, even it can be evident how much, because none of these things are true. Even these words are not true. In the sense they are not, they are just part of the film. So, but if you are taking them seriously, that can be felt. That's what I think happens. Because if you are taking something seriously, the way you talk, the way you do things, imagine the way you shrug your shoulders, or the way you make your facial expressions. They can be very subtle. But these very subtle things can reflect how seriously that person is taking things into, like that, how things are serious to that person. So someone is really enjoying something, or actually enjoying something, not feeling that it as a film, but as really into that, like acting in it, inside it. So then you will definitely feel how much they are entertaining their six senses. So six senses can be entertained only when the film is active, isn't it? You can't really entertain the six senses if you feel that it's not true, like it's not real. But then when you feel it is real, then 100% it will be entertaining in some way, whether it's the mind consciousness or whether it is the other five consciousness. There will be some entertainment, isn't it? So that can be felt by someone who has a lower or non-vibration.
That's the point, Dr. Kokila. Yes, that's
Yeah,
why.
how much activated you are. Like we are like activated dolls. So imagine a doll or a robot which is activated into the system, so that everything is the human feels, normal human will feel that everything is happening. I am suffering. I am entertaining. Whatever, the film is real. So then when you talk, when you even shrug your shoulders, or even when you wink at someone or even when you smile, that will reflect how much you are engrossed in that. They are the subtle features of what your vibration is. That can get very, very, very subtle when you are, but always non-vibration can feel any vibration, yes.
And Dr. Kokila, that's why Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse is also there, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, that's what I noted. Yeah,
Yes.
don't know whether he's able to add something to the discussion, but anyway, we'll continue
Actually,
until
at the beginning, Dr. Kokila, I was struggling to like talk about that when we see someone for the first time, the perception is the power is mind power that gets generated with that perception is very low, but after 2-3 years of association, that mind power will be very high. When we see the person's vehicle also, we might come out with wow, high of things like that because of that excitation. That is also not a person. It is again the system and the automatic kind of this. It may be the response of the system itself. If someone knows the truth, otherwise, then if the person is ignorant, it is then the self vibration again, isn't it?
yeah, until you an arahant, the self vibration will be there even in a very subtle way. So we have to understand that, because self perception is there until the end, and it is subtle. It is subtle because it becomes not because usually we have a thought, then we have the perception, but then in the last bit it is something you feel only. You don't have any form in that, but that even that feel will disappear slowly because you have understood the Dhamma properly in the beginning. The beginning is the most important part. Actually, that's what Aryan Vahanse is reiterating all the time. The beginning in the sense the true Dhamma or true truth, how the self arises, how what really happens here is very important, because without that part, without Sammaditthi, there is no other 7 elements or the 9 elements.
Not
We
at all.
can't talk about that at all. Yeah. So the main important point here is understanding how this self-perception happened, how the self-thought is a wrong thought, but how self-perception happened and how this vibration is ignorantly taken as self. Actually, the vibration, when we understand that it is only the vibration of the sensory organs that was there, then the self-perception has no place. So when the ignorance is becoming less and less, the self-perception has no place. It loses its ground. So that's what Lord Buddha said. When the avidya is not there, the tanha has nothing to do. Like tanha can't have any seeds. The can't have any
Yes, that
plants.
metaphor of the carpenter also is there, isn't it?
Yeah, there's so many metaphors actually trying to explain that if this happens, this happens, and if this not happens, it doesn't happen. So it's very important to understand this Dhamma, and if someone is actually understanding it fully, when someone feels it momentarily, at least if they feel it, that feel this non-vibration, at least transiently, if they feel it, they understand what is this all about, then that thought disappears. Like thought has no power after that. He or she might talk like I went to market yesterday, but that I has no power there, because that system has felt the non-vibration at least once in their life. So even though they talk about I in a normal conversation with a normal person, that doesn't have a value to that person. It's just for communication that they would say, because they can't say unnecessary stuff, like people think weird about them. So they talk normally. They will say, yes, I went to shop yesterday. That's okay. But the value, that thought, because usually we believe in what we say. When if I like imagine a person before listening to Dhamma will say, I went to shops yesterday, they actually believe in that. But here we know that something like in a film where the shots are taken and then they are combined to make a film. Some stuff keep happening, but it doesn't necessarily mean I went to shops. The whole picture is in the mind. That story is in the mind. Whatever happened is doesn't matter.
Yes.
The story is in the mind, and that is also not true. And then who has seen this at least once, this non-vibration? Lord Buddha is reassuring. Definitely they will feel it again, and they will become of it. Definitely.
That's
So
the guarantee.
yeah, so the main thing, what happens when you see this at least momentarily or transiently, what happens is the thought which was strongly there, that I exist, I am the one who was born on this date, and I did O levels, A levels, and then married, having kids, and I'm mother, I'm doing this job, whatever the story. It doesn't necessarily matter to them after that, because they know it's just another thought. So they know I is just another thought. So thought-wise, every problem is solved, because thought-wise they know that non-existence is has come to that system as another new perception. Doesn't necessarily mean there's another vibration. It's actually the absence of the vibration which gives that impression. It's not a new vibration. So it's beautiful. Actually, this Dhamma is very beautiful, and we invite everyone to come and understand that. It's so nice to know. So the main push is to get everyone to feel this, because unless it is felt, there's no guarantee about anything. You have to feel it. And feeling doesn't come automatically either. It should be practiced. But what is practicing means what you have heard from the truth, that there is no self, but there is a perception. How did that happen? So when we understand there is no outside. It's just another thought, and thought is actually not real. It's just another new vibration which has arise from the other sensory organ vibrations. And sensory organ vibrations are just sensory organ vibrations, that's it. And then comes the non-vibration. But you have to feel it, the vibration. You can't just imagine the vibration of the baby. You have to feel it.
And this opportunity cannot be kind of, it's priceless, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Every kind of well thought out practical approach, then all the theory in more than 10,000 sermons, I mean, step by step, kind of depend according to the complexity also these sermons are categorized and given in different formats, no, in YouTube channels, in main websites, and 24-hour Zoom platform. All these discussions that people like you always are like helping people of all levels, so beginners like, and then those who have tried, at least understood the theory and so on. So this is such a beautiful opportunity for everyone to get rid of this suffering. So
yeah, anyone who
yes.
can understand this Dhamma can be a strength to Aryan Wahanse, because it is important to feel it though, because if you feel it, you have no doubt. It's not just believing Aryan Wahanse, it's just understanding what he is trying to say, because he doesn't ask you to believe in what he's saying. He's asking you to try and feel this. He has now last few days or last few weeks in 5 a.m. sermons, he has been trying to remind you again and again that non-vibration should be felt. That's the message. That message should go to everyone's system. It should be carved into, like, this should be felt. You know it now, really. I mean, if someone listened to Dhamma for about 2-3 years, they know it now. So it has to be felt. The non-vibration, not the just the calmness.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. I am compelled to leave. There is some Katina ceremony around here. Miss Riyani, will you be able to express your thoughts and conduct the discussion with Dr. Kokila? Teruvan Saranai, Shani.
It's okay. Sunit is also here. I don't know whether he can talk.
Mr. Sunit is also here, Dr. Kokila. So
it's okay. You can leave. Yeah, that's fine.
This section basically deals with thought energy, and that's the main point in the section Shanika discussed. And again, the same, the illusionary mind consciousness. So then I am leaving Dr. Kokila.
It's okay. Yeah, Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai. So till someone joins to the talk, we'll continue the discussion. So we were talking about the mind consciousness and how mind works. So there's nothing called mind actually. Mind is, we feel like there's mind because there's a very speedy occurrence of thoughts. So we feel like there's something like mind. There's nothing like that actually. What happens is here, the stimulus is happening very fast, and that's the fastest thing in the world, even faster than the light. So that's why we feel as there's some different organ like mind. That's not the case. There's no place for the mind. It's not in the brain. It's not anywhere else. So the fast occurrence of these thoughts is not actually the problem. The problem is when we feel that these thoughts are real. It is like the same thing, like the light felt as real, the thoughts are felt as real. In the light level, the baby can't understand this problem, but in the mind level, the humans have the power to understand that the suffering is there because these things are taken as real. when we in Sinhala we call it as deyak, So, but in English we might be, we just use the words that we can use. So, taken things for granted, or taken things as real, or taken things seriously, or taken things as existing. It's the best word I would say. It doesn't actually exist, it's just another vibration. So how does the mind vibration occurs? It's just the stimulus. And stimulus is the stimulus will be there. Nothing happens to stimulus, but the notion that you have that there is me and I am the one who is experiencing the stimulus is the thing that will be gone. That is the self-perception. Self-perception comes from the subjective objective phenomena, where you feel that there is an object, there is always the subject. This should actually vanish at least once for you to understand that there was never a subject, never that is the beginning of the non-existence vibration, or non-existence. Actually, it's not a non-existence vibration, non-existence perception, and that becomes more and more. It has that effect too, like abhisankana happens in this side also. So it gets powerful. The understanding that there's nothing or there's no one gets more powerful day by day, and the vibration will start to die down because you keep understanding that it is only the sensory organ vibration that we mistakenly or ignorantly took as real, and that it's the self vibration. So it's very beautiful, so everyone can come and feel it, come and listen to it, because even this Dhamma won't be there for a long time, but it has arisen again. The Dhamma or truth which talks about non-existence is rare, and you have that ability to actually keep listening to that. That's a bonus, because normally people can't actually even listen to these discussions about non-existence because they don't understand it, or they don't have the liking to listen to that. They will prefer to listen to Dhamma which will talk about, the heavens or good mindset. But this is beyond that. This is extremely important to understand that this is beyond that. This is not about just having a like a low vibration and live there. That's not the point. This is about the non-vibration. So that's important. I know everyone who listens to this Dhamma is actually feeling low vibrations now. So that's very conducive or very helpful to start to feel the non-vibration. Because if you are actually in a really high vibration, it's very difficult to like an animal, if you are angry all the time, it's very difficult for you to feel Dhamma. If you are restless, if you are agitated, if you are anxious, if you are really depressed, it's really difficult to feel this. But then if you come out of that and then you try to understand Dhamma, then you will realize that the thoughts are not real. Actually we have no experience of outside at all. It's very important. We have no experience of outside at all. But we have the experience as pineapple, or the home, or village, or country, or mother, father, wife, husband, kids. All are actually thoughts. So we live in a thinking world. We live inside the mind. We live inside the thoughts. So when we keep understanding this, your vibration becomes softer and softer. You one day actually can momentarily, for a fraction of time, you will feel the liberation from mind, and then the underlying vibration, which is actually the vibration of the sensory organs. So then that's very important. When that vibration is very high, it's difficult to feel it, but then when it becomes lighter and lighter, it becomes more evident, and the Arahant, there's no underlying vibration at all. So it's so beautiful, so important. Is there anyone who can add something? I don't think we have much. So there's no much questions today. So I'll reiterate what we were discussing today. We were discussing about the mind and the mind consciousness. So the mind or the thoughts, we feel that the thoughts are existent. That is the mind consciousness, and we have to understand that when the thoughts are felt as real, it's you are always there. That self vibration is always there. Self perception is also there. So when the vibration is there, perception is there. Even though the person has understood this Dhamma and has actually felt it, the non-vibration also, that person's thinking pattern has completely changed. That person is aware that there is no self, but he or she will continue to feel the self-perception until he or she becomes an arahant. So that is where the important thing is. You can feel things like sadness or happiness or burning without the self-thought, without the ownership, and it will keep improving. And because there's no ownership, the actual extension of the progression of this vibration is never going to happen. It is going to die down anyway. That's the reassurance you have. That's the insurance you have. If someone feels this non-vibration at least once, there's a reassurance. There's a kind of the verdict that Lord Buddha gave you. Definitely your vibration is going to die down, not increase anymore. So thereafter, there's no increase anymore. So there's no chance of telepathizing into the lower realms, because that vibration is never going to get worse from that type onwards, so from the human type, because there's always a limit. So in that, it will keep improving, because thought only was the main thing that drive our perception to worse side, like lower realms. It keep driving, because the self-thought drives you mad, actually. I think that's a good way to tell that. It's the thought of self, that I am here, this person did this to me. The me part, my part, or the I part is the one which drives people mad. So that will not happen when someone feels this non-vibration for a fraction of a second. So it's very important, everyone, to understand Dhamma and feel the calmness, yes. But that's not the end. The important aspect of Dhamma is to feel the non-vibration. So I think we will stop this Dhamma sermon from here. Therwan Sarna, everyone. Triple Gem will bless you, and hope everyone will listen to Dhamma and come to this realization, which is very important. And cessation of suffering can be achieved. And that is, you have to experience this. It's just not another sermon. Thank you, everyone. Who is doing the Zoom? I'm not sure who is in charge today. So we'll stop this Zoom meeting from now on. Therwan Sarna, Aran worship you every day for what you have revealed to the world. This non-vibration is the jewel, is the beginning of an era of non-vibration. Therwan Sarna.
Good afternoon, everybody. Therun Sanayari Mahasa. Therun everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 42, last sentences. Thought never existed, then what is there to form at present? Aryan Maharaj said, if we don't have a clear understanding of the way the illusion works, we cannot come out of the illusion of self-identity. Nihini Maharaj said, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Maharaj said, if you don't clear this doubt, you will always have a concept of self, and that would hinder your progress on the path. Nihini Maharaj said, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Maharaj said, now what you need to do is to clear the doubts you have at this moment. You have to study and understand what it means by the wisdom of Pubbē Nivasanusati and the wisdom of Chuttopapata very well. This understanding will clear your doubts and make it very clear to you that a past never existed. Mihinin Mahan said, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahan said, the Buddha preached the Jati Dhamma Sutra and the Mahanidana Sutra, which explains how a newborn baby arrives into this world without any previous knowledge. It also explains how the newborn baby's mind is so pure without a trace of defilements. The wisdom of Pubbē Nivasanusati is when one knows that whenever he receives a stimulus at this moment, he can identify it because of what was taught before. He is aware that we have been living in the past always. As you see that when a thought arises, it disappears immediately, then nothing remains. He has wisdom to know that he has been living only in the past, never in the present that arises in the mind, and knows the truth of it. He knows that what he sees is not real, not true. He knows that thoughts don't have anything in them either. The wisdom of Chuttopapata is when one sees the truth that the moment a thought arises, it ceases immediately. It totally disappears. We cannot say that the past exists. If that was true, then a newborn baby should arrive into this world with some previous knowledge. A newborn baby has pure mind. His thoughts are formed much later. Yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, let us see how you remember a book, not a book in mind when
Saranai. Shani got disconnected.
Due to
Oh,
can you hear me?
yes, Shani. Now we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Due to the high speed of the spark, and as the spark ignites over and over again, trillions of times or more, it gives us a three-dimensional feel to the image, recognizing the bear in front of us. This image of a book is created similar to an image on a film roll of a film camera, if the image is one with it. But if the image is of several photo shots similar to the image of the book when it sparks trillions of times continuously, the film roll can run fast and show the film of a child running, looking like it is alive and real. Similarly, we believe that the sun, the moon, the book exist. The continuous sparks give us a feeling like it is true. The sound and the color comes together to form a thought of a book. When the sound of the book comes to the mind consciousness, the image automatically comes to our mind. And when the image comes to our mind, the name of it automatically comes to our mind too. When you accept and believe what you see outside as true, it gives a spark, a thought. Mehenin Wahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Therwan Sarnai, everybody.
Now, in this part, Shani read out how the thought is formed, the basic, the fundamental way of how the mind consciousness work.
Therwan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. There is a signal issue. We can't hear you properly.
Actually, Sudharma, we couldn't hear even Shani that much better. Like there was so much gaps in the thing due to, I think, signal errors, maybe due to the rain. Could you
Yes,
please, actually, if you have the book, because I don't have the book, could you please tell what the summary is about this discussion?
Okay, Dr. Kokila, it is actually the continuation of the same conversation between
Aryan Mahanse and Mehenin Mahanse. So yesterday the key point was how come that there is no past, present and future. And actually, we did not have time to touch on another important point. Aryan Vase highlighted in the same page that he says another aspect or another problem most of the followers face is that they believe these four great elements are existing: the solidity, liquidity, heat and cold whatsoever. When they believe that they just like the past, present and future, these solidity, liquidity, heat, uh, cold are also Mahabhuta, four great elements are things that exist. That is also another barrier that they get stuck there. So one should understand that they are also mere thoughts, as you very well explained yesterday, Dr. Kokila. The best thing came out from you is that self-vibration is a label given to a certain feeling. So that solves all the problems that everything, whatever the abstract, concrete, whatever is found by the or manifested by these six sensory organs are nothing more than labels, names and forms. So today, basically what is highlighted is he refers to these threefold knowledges: Pubbe Nivasanussati, wisdom to see the arising of the first thought, how it came to, for example, if we find mango today, how did mango occur in your life for the first time, at which age? So one should go back to that and realize it to to untangle this knot. And then again, next point being highlighted is Chatupapatana Jnana, that is wisdom to see the present moment. So other than those 2 points, yeah, that's it, Dr. Kokila. Basically, then again, how we feel that as if things exist. So that example of the cartoon or the movie. So one may see a person as if the person walking. So if it is one single thought, how does it happen? So it is being explained taking the example of how these 10 or hundreds of photos when they are made to move at great speed, we feel as if cartoon characters or characters on the screen running and moving and doing things. Those are the three main points being highlighted in this section, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, thank you so much, because I think due to the rain, Mr. Bernard and Shani's voices were not heard that much today. And I think it will get better in future. So actually I'll add something and then we will all keep adding, have a discussion. It's really beautiful to see how mind works. Actually, if you go back to the childhood, have you ever seen baby staring at you? Even the baby is in the cot. Just imagine this, what I'm trying to say. Baby is in the cot. Baby is staring at you. Baby doesn't know anything. There's no judgment in that mind. Nothing. Just that. But still, there would be a sense of light in that baby. When mother is looking at the child, just imagine the two people staring at each other. The baby is staring at mother with big-eyed, beautiful eyes, but there's no thoughts. just light consciousness or eye consciousness. But mother looking at the baby, it's a complete different thing. Mage puta, or my son, or my daughter. So it's such a, and both eyes will be full of love, like kind of. But the actual, the small baby in the cot, it just like consciousness or the eye consciousness. So it is beautiful to understand how these interactions do occur, even though there is no mind consciousness in that little beautiful baby. Still, there's a connection. There is also like a feel of existence in that baby. In mother, it is beyond that. It is like fully like my daughter or my son. And so on, because there's so much big history. We have heard so many big stories about, like I tried 5 years to have a baby. Now this is my precious baby, or another mother might say, oh, this is my 5th baby, or something like that. There's always a story. Story is in mother's side. So isn't it beautiful to see that non-judgmental consciousness, just the light, even that had that fail, the self-consciousness or the self-vibration. So even that ear, the light consciousness, what am I talking about? The ear consciousness, sorry, I'm talking nonsense today. The eyes, when we are talking about the little baby, still there is self-vibration. So we have to get this. But it is not manifested because there's nothing to manifest that. It's just a vibration. But when the thought is formed, if we take an example, first thought like mum, the first thought of mum, when mum is formed, that baby will have an idea. So we are talking about those Trividya. So the baby will have an idea now. The voice of the mum, voice of mum, the look of mum or the photo of mum, smell of mum, the warmth of mum, and taste of mum like milk, because any of these things will have the full chittakampana or the thought, the vibration, that thought vibration. So it's so beautiful to understand how this trick happened. How did it become true? That's because of ignorance. Because this kept happening. And also, if you take about 100 kids in the same, 100 kids in kindergarten or preschool, everyone would call their mum. So everyone has their own idea of their own mum. So the one baby's mum is not the other baby's mum. They all know that. So there's always now identity coming. So there's different identities. This is my mum. This is my friend's mum. Likewise, we have so much different thoughts coming, and they all become true. They all become real. The film is made. So what else does the film have? Like Sudharma reminded, so the not only the light, we were talking about the light or the eye consciousness, even the thickness or the the touch and temperature and cold or fluidity or the liquidity, these things are only a function of the skin. And that little baby in the cot felt all of that, but didn't have a thought about that. But the baby will scream if the temperature is very low, or baby would scream if the temperature is high. Is it because that there is a thought about me, or like I have to save myself, this is so cold, I have to save myself? There's no thought like that, nothing. But still those sensory organs have a limit, and when that limit is off limits, like if it goes beyond that limit, that baby, even though there is no self-thought or sakaya drushti, the drushti, but it, can you say there is a limit to those things? That's where they are crying. They cry even for the, if the bowel moves inside the tummy, they will cry because they don't know how to react to that, because it's a new sensation. For every new sensation, they are like looking wide-eyed and thinking, not thinking, actually feeling it. So can you say, actually, even in that stage, there is anushya, even though that the mind is not fully created, there is everything there. They feel the feel as if it's happening to them, but even though the mind is not even formed, isn't it? So likewise, there's always like entertainment there, but there's no thought, is not even formed yet. Like that, likewise, there's always that the possibility of self-thought, because self-vibration is anyway there, even with the baby. But that manifestation into a thought is how it is brought about. So
sorry.
Yeah, you can add.
Yeah, Dr. Kokila. So at that point, now when the child cries, baby cries due to bowel movement or some difficulty, can we consider it as an involuntary response, or
it is an involuntary response. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
There's no judgment there. There's no judgment. There is no judgment like this is my leg, or this is my tummy, this is my head. There's only a vibration, and that makes them wonder, and that makes them to, it's unusual for them, whatever unusual. So why they feel so secure about mom's smell? Because they have already felt it inside the womb. How do they feel secure with mom's moment or mom's voice? Because they are used to that. Even the mom's heart sound may be like very used to them. Not because they know mom, nothing like that. It's just that it is familiar. But the important thing is to know is that there is underlying the glue there, the taints, yeah, that's the word. Yeah, that is there. It is there because the ignorance is there. The baby has no idea that this is a self-vibration, no idea about whatever going to happen, no idea that the next thought which is going to be formed, like mother, father, brother, sister, school, home, bat, ball, the baby a child doesn't have an idea that they are all manifestations of the 5 sensory organs. They don't. So they don't know anything about Dhamma. So even if a baby dies in the cot, there will be a rebirth. So it is very important to understand that part, where Pubbe, what are those three?
Pubbe Nivasanusati, Chutupapata, and Asavakya.
Yeah, the Pubbe Nivasanusati is the one which goes back to the first thought, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
And Chutupapata is like, I think, the
present,
happening present,
yeah,
how
moment.
it happens now. Yeah. So it's very important how we have to like understand what happened to us. I mean, it's not like what happened to us like in a sad way, but actually understanding the scientific way of what really brought about this self-vibration. What is the manifestation of self-vibration at the moment is the thought, but it started there. But when we understand this Dhamma, we understand the whole thing, not the part of it, not only the thought part of it. We understand from the beginning. That's why we are actually taking the root itself, not cutting the tree. We don't cut the tree, we actually take the whole root out. That's where we get rid of the ignorance. And tanha is what?
And yeah, craving.
Yeah, because of ignorance only craving is there. So when the ignorance is there is no place for craving. What can you crave for? Because the ignorance is gone, craving has no place. Craving has lost his place. So it is beautiful. And someone can add, yes, I mean, it's interesting when we do it as a discussion, I think.
Yeah. Can I ask another question, Dr. Kokila? When now in that beautiful example of mom looking at the newborn with all emotions, mom ignorantly believes the blank look of the newborn's eyes are also she interprets as if the child trying to recognize me, child is laughing at me, so that ignorance is kind of it's getting stronger and stronger at that point, although the child is just responding to the shape of light, isn't it?
Yeah, but it is okay to be happy, like it's okay. It's true. But then if someone actually hear this Dhamma, they will know the truth. They will know the truth. They will definitely know the truth, and they will be actually enjoying the truth also, At one point, everyone will be enjoying the truth also, but that will be gone in the last part. But usually in the beginning, we might actually enjoy the truth because it's so beautiful to know how we are tricked, how we are led to this believing that everything is there and I'm going from one birth to another birth. That is so. Can you imagine one believing that I am born here and then when I die I'm born there, I'm again getting birth somewhere else? That I am part is because of that ignorance. So when we understand that second jnana, what is that? Chatupapata jnana.
Yes.
That one, we understand the second one that you were trying to tell what you understood one day. Like this happened, that one, one thought only happens at one time. So that is actually something you have to realize, because even though we talk about mum now, even though we feel like we know mom forever, imagine someone is like 50-year-old and mom is 70-year-old, just imagine. And 50-year-old has another son, 30-year-old has another son, 10-year-old, just imagine. So it's like a steps
Chain.
now,
Yeah.
chain. So everyone believes everyone is there.
Yes.
So, and so the mother, but what happens really is the resonance which happens each time, even though that happens because of the magic of these thoughts, because thoughts has all these 8 elements. What are they? Like the solidity, the liquidity, the temperature, light, and then other four are the light, sound, and the smell and the taste, isn't it? Yeah. All these 4 elements are there in one thought. Then that not only that, everything else also get attached to this, like every like kind of the emotions with the mom, like the memory, there will be, like, we call it memory, but actually everything will come into that light. So when at particular that moment when we are like calling amma or mum, we feel like eternal mum, like my mum. But what happens at that particular moment is it's only one thought which is happening now. And the other interesting thing is, not only this self vibration has the same story. That self vibration which was there in the baby is now getting manifested everywhere, because it was there anyway, because each time consciousness feels like real, self vibration is getting resonance, the telepathizing at the same time. So now it is manifesting in the thoughts. So when it is manifesting in the thoughts, every time the thought is taken as real, the self vibration is also there. Like it is the same, like 2 sides of a coin. Like this happens, this happens. So how are we in the sense humans, how are we going to catch this? We can only catch this with the help of the mind. We use the mind to understand the mind. We use the mind to understand the vibration as well. We use the mind, and we then one day, if the liberation of the mind happens, you will feel that self vibration which was masked all this time with the thoughts. And then once it was actually nothing to do with the self vibration. It was only a vibration of the 5 sensory organs. If we have that insight or the knowledge or the science, if we know if there's no ignorance, then definitely that particular moment, the telepathizing of the self vibration do not occur. It doesn't occur. It can't happen. Then the non-self vibration occurs, which is Lord Buddha's vibration. So it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful to understand how this happens. So beautiful to for all of humans to feel it, because this doesn't come from sitting down and meditating, because sitting down and meditating itself has an agenda where you believe that something will happen to you. This is not that path. I invite everyone, this is not that path. It's really difficult but different. It's not difficult if it is actually if someone hears with so much attention, so much courage will come for you to understand this. There should be a lot of minds out there, humans out there who can understand this. And one fine day they will hear this and they will start wondering, what are they talking about? What are they talking about? We are talking about liberation of mind. We are not talking about becoming the universal consciousness. That is not what we are talking about. We are talking about beyond that. It is very important. We are talking beyond that. The consciousness is not fundamental. We are talking beyond that. So it is really, really beautiful to understand. What do you think? Is there anything to add?
It's so insightful, and your explanations actually they broaden the understanding, and if all listeners come to certain realizations. And as Dr. Kokila highlighted, when it doesn't matter the language, nationality, or whatever, once you understand this, Dr. Kokila, in no time it becomes self-evident, isn't it? That's what you highlighted. I mean, even a beginner feels that Dhamma becomes self-evident day by day. So it is.
It might take time for you to get the points, like someone would say in Pali, and you don't understand Pali. But you don't have to understand Pali. You just understand how the thought occurred to that beautiful baby, like how that mind got formed, like mind was forming with the 5 senses. So when mind is forming, why suddenly there are problems? Why the 7-year-old has about 5,000 watts? If you just take the vibration, the power of the vibration, why when the person is like 50 years of age, why it is like 35,000? Why it is like 100,000? Why? Because this ongoing belief that there is someone ruins the whole scenario. That ruins the lives of the humans. They lose their humanity. They lose the ability to, the smile. That baby had the whole power to smile without any judgment. And we have lost that. That baby had the whole power to stare at the world without any judgment, and we have lost that. And baby had the power to listen to everything, and we have lost that. We can't listen to something, can we? We judge. We have like a thinking profile. Like this is this voice. This is that voice. This is they are talking this, that they are talking this. So something like that. We have so much thoughts. It's okay to have thoughts. It's okay to have thoughts. What we are trying to say is, this is what life is. The thoughts and thoughts and thoughts and thoughts. So when thoughts happen very fast, we call it mind. So in that we feel the time. That's what is happening. That's all. So none of these are true. Even the baby's eye vibration is what eye consciousness was not true. It is because of the eyes vibrating so fast that the light is there. So what to call for the other things? What can we tell about the tree? I mean, the thought of tree. What thought of cricket or thought of basketball? What can we say? Even the light is just a production of the eye. So beautiful.
Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, at that point, when you say that newborns or these babies, eye perceives light only, so there are these 2 rounds do not occur, right? Vattam Vattati, can you explain it? Like, because the child doesn't have any previous
That is also another thought in our mind. That Vattam Vattati is also another thought in our mind. Doesn't necessarily matter, but yes, it doesn't have thoughts yet. Baby in the cot. It quickly gets into that pattern.
Right.
Because they understand. They try to tell by about 11, 12 months, they start to babble, isn't it? They start to say something.
as you previously said, Dr. Kokila, the child has already exposed to certain vibrations to
Yeah, but
mother's
that
warmth.
hasn't come together
Yeah.
yet.
That hasn't come together yet. Okay.
It's just the
Very
familiarity.
clear.
Familiarity doesn't necessarily mean that they have formed the thought. That happens with the Sasava Sabhava, that the tense, because remember that little baby who doesn't know anything about the phone, why are they crying when the phone is taken off? Because they like the texture, they like the beautiful colors, they like the the glare. They look at it, they taste it, they put it into their mouth. What do they know? They still cry when it is taken out. The same way the baby will cry when you are taken out from mother's hand.
That's clear, Dr. Kokila.
Anyone else adding anything? Surangika, do you have anything to say? Don't know whether she's in a position to talk.
Miss Lalana is there. Until Miss Surangika joins, we can invite Miss Lalana to express her thoughts regarding
everyone. Regarding what you all talking, because now only I joined, doctor.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Hello.
okay. That's okay.
So
We were
what
talking
is the
about
discussion, doctor?
discussion was about, we started with the book. Shani read the book and it was talking about the Trividya, and we were talking about Trividya, and that was the discussion. But then if you didn't hear the first part, it's okay.
Regarding Trividya, doctor, have the discussion is going on. Trividya, yes, doctor. Actually, I want to tell the truth. I haven't heard this Trividya before. I heard this Rudam, right? I thought because my intention was doing meditation and somehow to get some sort of dhyana, and being practicing dhyana, I thought of getting and reaching to Nibbana. That was the wrong idea I had. So once I heard this Trividya, that is the actual path we have to go to liberation of my mind. Without Trividya, doctor, we didn't know what it is, because when you go back to our radiant mind, it is very clear. The formation of mind starts to begin when the teacher or mother or father or someone else given words for the images that the child is seeing. So that from there the thoughts begins to start. So when the thoughts become real, the he or she or baby or who, doesn't matter, creates their world. So when I heard this Trividya, Pubbe Nivasanasti Jnana, that means how we understand this Trividya. Pubbe Nivasastra Jnana means I thought earlier the previous births, that is entirely wrong idea I had. When Aryan Master's sermons, when I listened to that, I realized that is wrong. Chuttupapad Jnane and Asvakya Jnane, this Trividya is the fundamental of this Dhamma. So without knowing this, how can we get the liberation of our mind? We should know these concepts very well, doctor. So I think that is the key. They are the key points we should know clearly when we go on this path, doctor. So I think someone is listening this Dhamma. Aranvasa always highlighting these things. This Trividya is the basic or fundamental things to get to liberation, to have the liberation of our mind. So these are very important. That's what I feel, Doctor. So anything to add? Someone can add some more things to that. Thiruvaan Saranai.
Yes, please, someone can add what you feel about this.
Thiruvaan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Thiruvaan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
Thiruvaan Saranai.
That was a very interesting discussion, Dr. Kokila. Very well explained, especially with regard to finally how the whole self-perception comes about. And the understanding of the past minds thing is so important because that is, as Lalana quite rightly said, the Trividya all together, all three form upon the fundamental tenets of the core Dhamma teachings. The one thing I just wanted to say was, that learning, as you said, at the stage of the baby in the cot, there is those basic consciousnesses. And there is that involuntary kind of attraction to light and so on. But no thoughts get formed, and then that learning process gradually starts very seriously from the nursery stage. But before that, probably the name of the mother, like Mama and Papa and things like that, only through the reinforcing of that same word, isn't it? Because, parents have this way of making the baby say mama, and it is that constant reinforcing of that sound which the baby hears is the thing that then causes the baby to utter the words. But to Sudharma's point, ignorantly the mother thinks, "Ooh," and shrieks in delight, thinking that the baby actually uttered the words "mother," and that mother sound that came from the baby or emanated from the baby was actually meant for that particular mother. So there we have that, through ignorance, the attribution of anything and everything to the self, isn't it? And the how the I comes about. So the perception in which the mother perceives that whole interaction is so different from the radiant mind possessed by the baby. The other one that I wanted to say was, so as that learning starts from the Montessori level, and the baby learns all those things, but then there are other aspects that keeps on getting added to the teens, isn't it? The other one, I think Aryan Vansi has said, education and environmental conditions all come together to, I think, kind of make the teens manifest into Ashrava. And it is that Ashrava then that gets kind of becomes functional through ignorance and those perceptions to form those so-called volitional formations or abhisankarana aspects of it. But then when one understands the mind and coming to Chuttupapata Jnana and understanding the true nature of the thought occurring in this very moment, that the taints which have the capability of taking one person through the thoughts and binding them together without knowing, and therefore causes that volitional formation to increase or the abhisankarana to increase, gradually dissipates, because when one understands how the process works, that whole binding ability of one thought to the other, to the other, to the other, the paticcasamuppada, does not happen or starts to fade away. And because of that, the abhisankarana or the volitional formation doesn't actually become powerful. The current that starts merely, just almost like an undercurrent, increases in its power only through ignorance if we don't know the truth or the true Dhamma. But if we know the truth, that current will not have the power to increase, but instead, by shining the light, gradually dissipates, and ultimately that end result, the self-perception, is the one that then dissolves. So, if we think about that Pali term, naidang attakatam bimbang naidang parakatang agang, what that means is this whole process is not something that one does, or it is not something that another person does. Hetum paticca sambhutang hetu banga nirujjati means it's conditions. If conditions form themselves, then it happens, and if the truth is shown on the way it works, then the conditions do not arise, and if the conditions do not arise, then there's nothing to arise. So it's actually a beautiful Dhamma. And there are so many aspects of this that one needs to understand and study. There is certain amount of perseverance, certain amount of effort that needs to be applied. But at the same time, one cannot hold as I think Swarnamali said in that very nice example, one can't hold the bird too tight either, isn't it? One has to use the mind to understand the mind, but at the same time, you hold on to something too tightly, you hold on to the Dhamma too tightly, or you try to grasp it too quickly, too soon, then the purpose is lost, and it just doesn't happen that way. One has to apply the Dhamma in one's day-to-day activities and understand how the mind works, whilst one gets about it, the activities, and see how the defilements arise, see what the cause of the defilements were at that particular moment, and that is how slowly those defilements, I shouldn't say defilements, I think it's asrava is slightly different to defilements. That is how the asrava start fading away, and that is finally what we call the asavakkaya jnana, the wisdom in seeing how these occur, and then by the arising of that wisdom, the asrava gradually ceases to occur. I think I'll stop there. Dr. Kokila, Thiruvan Sannai.
Yeah, Thiruvan Sannai. That's so good. Is there anyone to add anything? It's actually very beautiful to talk about these things. And we talked about the first two. The first one was how a thought is made, in the sense how going back to how it was made, and then we talk about how it is happening, how this telepathization is happening at this moment, and then about the other third one, asavakkaya jnana, or how you know whether the vibration is whether it's actually getting lower. It's very important to understand the vibration too first. So that is actually it comes from listening to Dhamma, understanding this Dhamma, and then actually doing the pratipada, or practicing this as well. In that, you would feel that vibration, whatever the power, you might feel it, and then you know how much is there to actually subside too. Like, actually in that, if you had the 4 steps practice, like if you have practiced them well enough, you might actually feel the non-vibration too. So that to happen, actually the 4 steps should be mastered. What are the 4 steps? We will just mention it here. The first step is we have no experience of outside. We have only experience of our thoughts. We find the trees, we find the sun, moon, we find the house, we find our village, we find Sri Lanka or UK or Australia. We find all the thoughts. We can't find anything else, which is normal, but we have to understand. The second one is that how it happens. This, imagine the tree. So we call it a tree. How do we know it is a tree? Tree is just a sound, but then we have a mental picture also. So how did that happen? That's because the one thought has all these elements. So how the one thought is brought about, then we understand how the one thought has happened, and we know that it's just a construct. It's a mental construct. Can a mental construct be true? Because it's different to each person. My mother is never the other person's mother unless it is my sister's mother. But the problem is, even that, the perception is different. The way I think about my mother will not be the way that my sister thinks about my mother. Same mother though. So the perceptions can be the word can be similar, but whatever you feel is different. So can these mental constructs be true? It is unique to that system, but are they true? They are not actually true, because every time we go through this Dhamma, we understand that they are not actually there, but they are manifested. It is okay. It's okay for them to be manifested, but we have to know that they are just manifestations. They are just constructs. Then comes the understanding of the 5 sensory organs, which are like ear, nose, eyes, tongue, and the skin.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Therwan Sanaran Hansen.
What's today meeting the topic?
What is it, Aran answer?
Yeah, what's today meeting that? What's going now? It's discussion.
The topic?
Yeah. What's type of discussion is going?
It was about Trividya, because the book had the Trividya in it.
It's okay.
So we went along with that line. So all of us added everything about that. Yeah, the Asavaksha Jnana, we didn't discuss that much. So I was trying to add something, and then it led to the Pratipada Arana. So that's what happened to the
No, not this. True. It's okay. You see, what is this Asavaksha? It's a feel.
It's a feel.
It's a feel. It's not a mind. It's not a knowledge. It's a feel. What's the feel? Non-existent feel is Asavaksha. The same, non-existent feel and otherwise the alive feel is fading. Or what's normal? You see, that's
the reason, Arana. So I was trying to tell that if someone wants to feel it, the Pratipada should be practiced. That was the thing I was trying to highlight.
Yeah, it's okay, but every moment is Pratipada.
Yes.
It's a practical, every moment, So you see, Dhamma is you, and the Dhamma is not two, it's one. What's that? Why that? What's the Dhamma? It's nothingness. Who are you? You're also nothingness. Nobody's here. It's a truth. Illusion is someone is here. What is truth? Nobody's here. System is working. What is the asakshaya? How much you have the power? How much your ego? Ego is fading. Is asakshaya is there? How much you have ego? That's true. That's true also. That's true. No, that's true. How much you are powerful? You are doctor or lawyer or president or anyone. No matter is you. Is your ego. But president can be here. No, it's a calmness. You see, it's a cool mind. No, it's tranquility is there. It's okay. Ego is lost. Ego is less than. It's okay. Fade in the ego. That's a good president, I think. Because everybody is same. No president, no anybody. It is at mind. People are same. No, people same. No. No. It's mind, no. Doctor is mind. Yeah. Mind. Someone thinking I'm a rich guy. Someone thinking I'm a poor guy. It's a mind. No. Well, how much you have money? How much you have money? It's enough for the rich guy. No, it's your mind. So how much you have money, but your mind is not satisfied. You're a poor guy, no? No?
Yes, sir.
You are not satisfied, so you are a very poor guy. You are not rich guy. How much became a rich guy? You are insatisfied. You are unhappy. You are in happiness. That's your rich guy. No, that's the rich guy. How is this tranquility? No, it's very nice feeling. No, so you can feel everywhere because tranquility is like a nature. Nobody is here. Is tranquility is there. How nice that feeling. Nice feeling is there. No, nice feeling is there. Unbelievable calmness. No, I always talking about no being, no living being. No, nothing existed. That's the important Buddha's explanation.
That's the message, yeah.
Yeah, that's the message of Buddha's given always. Real message is that part. Why is Sunyata Patisanyutta Desa is Buddha's word? Why? It's not Anusada. Why? People are going outside is real and they are finding the many things, but they are finding their own mind, not anywhere. Like a silly. That's a silly mind. You know, it's a silly feel. Silly mind is given me. It's okay. Someone understood this. Someone understood how it's creating our mind, how it's creating our thoughts. A nice feeling, no? No, it's a nice feeling. It's okay, no problem. You are married or no? You have babies or no? It's okay. Everything is okay, no? No problem. Yeah, you're busy guy. Yeah, it's nice. Busy guy also nice. Yeah, you're not busy. It's okay, no problem. Everything is okay. No, what's the happen is the best. No bad anywhere. It's okay. Something is
And
wrong. It's okay.
even death is okay.
That is okay, no problem. Because everything is over. No headache.
Yes.
Headache is over. Yeah. Very happy.
It's a beautiful Dhamma.
Yeah, it's a beautiful Dhamma. How nice that feeling. Very easy, bro. Very easy explain this Dhamma. Someone understood this Dhamma. He can experience it. Yeah. It's not a syllabus or anything. It's a practically happening. No, it's a practical, So you can experience it. Where's the where's the real heaven? Where's the real heaven? Yeah, Kokila. Where's the real heaven? Where's the real heaven? This 31 world. Where's this 31 world?
In one thought.
It's nice. Yeah, it's nice. No, Kokila. You are in this. Yeah, now you can go everywhere. Why? You won't die? It's okay. You can die after you can go.
Yes,
It's funny, It's a funny mind. How nice this town, where we are. So our traditional things, our people like house trainers. Go trigger is the word. What's the word is that? Tribus, no? Tribers.
Tribes.
It's okay. Yeah, we are the tribers. Why? You want to go heaven? It's okay. You want to go heaven? No, it's okay. You don't like go to heaven. Why? That's the tribers' ideas. Where's the heaven? Where's the heaven? This present moment, everything is. No, it's okay. Here and now. Where are you in? Suranga, where are you? Heaven? No. I think Brahmalok. It's a radiant mind. Brahmalok. No. How nice. What's Buddha's word is? What's what's that? What's the example? Buddha's given, no? Vakkala, tak, vikkala. How is it in that English? Yeah, Suranga.
Yeah, by the stretching of an arm.
Yeah. So that's a Asita Tapasa is experience, no?
Yes.
Asita Tapasa in Abasara. So radiant mind, no. It's a radiant mind, no. It's nice feeling. It's okay. Yeah, 31 world, yeah. It's your mind, yeah, it's okay, but it's not the thought. It's a mind. How much powerful mind? How much your mind power is gone? That's the 31 word. How much is powerful? That's the evil. How much ego? That's the evil. Mani makkato atimani kukkuro is the Buddha's word. What is that? Your ego is how much you have ego? You are monkey. No, after that, it's okay. More than your ego is your dog. What is this? It's a Buddha's word, no? It's not our words. It's okay. Sorry for that. Yeah, you can tell now. Your friends, you are more ego. You are dog. Sometimes you are be dog. After that, something happened to now. You are be a dog. What is? Yeah, it's a real happening. It's a Buddha's word. How nice, no? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. That's the 31 word. No, anyway. You can see your own, your your own mind. No? How is this? This is not a. It's a feel otherwise. No? Yeah, you can feel how much you have ego. You can feel no how much you have ego. So Kokila, how you ego? Yeah. Smoothly, no? Like a feather. Yeah, you are like birds fly in the sky, like that, Kokila, like that, going straight pattern, no? That's the that's a nice feeling. No, that's a nice feeling. That's the Arahata stage. The Buddha's example is that one. No, Akasena Sakuntanang Gatite Sanduranya is the Buddha's word. No, what is that? Birds fly in the sky, like our spiritual guys. No, it's okay. Arahata stage like that. It's okay. Yeah.
In
That's right.
Trividya Aranwahansa, actually, it's all it's all feels, all are feel, all of
all
our
is there.
feelings.
Yeah. Because Trividya is first one is the Pubbē Nivāsa Jnana. Its the meaning is the first what you want to do. Became a truth. You don't know. You don't know the truth. You won't know the truth. Especially, what is this word? Why are you here? Who are you? What's the death? What's the birth? You don't know. That's why you want to know the truth. You want to know the truth. Yeah. That's the Pubbē Nivāsa Jnana. How our thoughts, how it's coming. This moment is okay. Chair or table or something here. How is chair is coming? Yeah, it's okay. That's the kindergarten time. Teacher given the picture and given the sound. That's the chair. What is this chair? It's a thought. Sound and firm together, no? One spark is there. That's the thought. Someone is calling, no? Do you know the chair? It's okay. You have a picture. What is this? Film. That's the third thinking film, no? It's a mindful. Yeah.
The people get so confused with that film Aranwahansa. It has a depth. It has like the feelings. It has everything. Like it's so confusing. But we can say, if you hear this Dhamma, there is no confusion.
No confusion. Yeah. Not confusing. Yeah. It's you can feel it, no? It's an experience. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Because you know how you are inside free. Mind. How you are inside is tranquility, no? It's a relax. No, really relaxing is this inside meditation, no? It's understanding what. You know, it's very important, no? Inside meditation is understanding what. What's the understanding? It's truth. What is this world? What is this world? It's your sensory world. It's a sense that we've given you to this world. What is world? Sound world. No, light world. What is the sense of creation? No. It's okay. Yeah, that's the Pubbē Nivāsa Jnana. This today you have many things. You have parents. You have many things. No? You're a big guy. Today you can everywhere you can see. Yeah, you're talking. Yeah, I can see. No, I can hear. No, I'm here. I'm living. How is coming this? How is coming this? It's your mind given you to this price. What is this price? It's a word. What is this word? It's outside? No, it's your mind. You're thinking. It's okay. That's the Pubbē Nivāsa Jnana. How is coming in this world? How is manufactured in this world? How is sense of creation happen in this world? How is creating this world? No, senses creating, no. It's not anywhere. It's okay. It's a, it's a, it's like a film. You're in the film. Yeah. You are in the dream. Yeah. How is creating this dream? How is creating this film? Nice to understand. Yeah, you go back. You're a baby, childhood. When you're a baby, how nice that. Yeah, it's okay. How is coming today? It's okay. Yeah, nice feeling. Listen, Pubinas, Chutupatanyana, what's that? This present moment, every second, one thought is here. But it's not here. But it's not here. It's sound and firm. It's not real. Sound is not real. No. Pictures also not real. Smell, taste, you feel it's not real. Senses given you to this. You know, this present moment is not real. Is a Chutupata jnana. What is this Chutupata? What is the English word is? Arising, no? What? Appear and disappear, no? What's that? What's that? It's a Chutupata. Udhyapanya is Chutupata, same thing. What is that? This present moment is not real. Nothingness. It's experience.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the actual words.
Chutupata is Udhyapanya.
Yeah, in English.
Yeah, English, yeah. Arising and passing away. Nice, no, Kokila. You are like my sister. No. Yeah, Kokila, I told before, many years ago. No. Few years ago. It's okay. I told you, my sister, like that. It's okay. Today, also, it's a reality.
Yeah, can't find the English word.
Yeah. Nice, no? Yeah. Nice. I like everyone. I like everybody. I like these Dhamma friends. Otherwise, not only the Dhamma friends. I like every living beings. I like everybody. I like the nature. I'm the nature guy. Why? I don't want anything. So, are you want blood? I like giving my blood to you. Why? I don't want blood. I don't know why. It's my fee. I don't know anything. I'm the you. I'm the everybody. I like everybody in smile. I don't like everybody in cry. I like everybody in happy. That's the Buddha's fee. It's my fee. I'm the son of the Buddha. What is that? What is that? You give me the words.
Son of Buddha. Son of Buddha. Yeah.
Son of the Buddha. It's okay. Nice, no? It's nice words.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's okay. It's very nice. Yeah, that's the Trividya. It's okay. What's the third one is? Feel. It's a feel. Is your ego is fading. You are the everything. You are not anybody. You left you. But how is telling this? How is telling this? You left you. How is telling this? You are. How is telling this? How is this? You missing you. How is telling this? Yes, Suranga, you don't lie. You don't laugh. It's okay, Suranga. You're an older guy. You tell me something.
No, it's actually very good, simpler the better.
Yeah, simpler the better. Yeah, it's okay.
You went in search of something, and in the process,
me lost
you
me.
lost you.
It's okay. Me lost me. It's good.
Me lost me.
Okay, that's nice feeling. That's after everything is me, no, because I'm not anywhere. That's nice feeling. It's okay. My art is not anywhere. It's okay. I'm not editing my art. It's okay. I'm delete my art. I'm erasing my art. After everything is my art. You know, Kokila, you are the me.
I losing.
Don't fear. It's okay.
Actually,
You are
Aruna sir, I losing. We will be like rewriting the history. Rewriting history.
rewriting. Yeah.
Yeah. We will
Yeah.
rewrite. Yeah.
That is why I awaken to the moment. No, that is why Buddothpado. How is it in that English? Awaken to the moment. It's okay. That's the Buddha's. That's the Buddha. Buddha is nothingness. No? Awaken to the moment. His dream is over. You wake up in the dream. It's the Buddha. No, it's a.
Yeah.
It's
And
non-existent. Non-existent. There are nothing. Nothingness. Yeah.
and it will be the same thing like you said. You losing you.
Yeah. You lost you. What is this crazy English?
Good crazy English, Arun.
Yeah, I don't know English. That is why I'm joking doing. No, it's okay. It's
We
okay.
fully
I won't
support
get the
that,
message.
Arun.
I won't get the message only. Yeah. I'm not the professor. I'm not a professor. It's okay, but I won't give the message only. Yeah.
Yes,
It's
Arun.
nice. Yeah, nice feeling. It's okay. I think our time is over now.
Yes, Arun.
Yeah, it's okay.
That's
Dr. Time is now. It's okay. Yeah, Lalana, how long you are here? I think you are dead. It's not happened.
Yesterday,
Still,
you and
your
I.
voice is coming, no? Sometimes
Yes,
your body is
Arun
not there.
also. Arun
Yeah,
also, the
it's
way you
okay.
are
Yeah,
talking is nice, because we get the message. Everyone can
yeah, it's okay.
understand you because of the simplicity.
Yeah, the simple words. It's
Yes,
nice.
Arun,
Yeah.
it's very clear,
Message.
right? So when the Aswakyanani means it's a feel, it's true.
Yeah,
It's very
yeah,
convenient.
yeah,
It is, we can get the message, and it is the way you are talking is can convince the people the clear message are advanced.
yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Message is very important. What's the
Yes,
message?
message.
What's the
Yes.
message, Lalna? Your death is this is happened. That's the message. Now you are not in here.
Yes, advance. Advance. I have
Yeah,
a
yeah.
small question.
Yeah, it's
Advance.
okay. Why small? You ask me big question. You're not a baby.
Advance.
Yeah.
In action mind advance as of can be proved, no?
What?
Action mind. So when we see the process of our sensory organs,
Yeah.
that means the asava jnana is there, right?
It's yeah. Someone know how is creating these thoughts. That's asvaksha coming
Yes,
back.
because
Yeah,
yes,
inside asvaksha.
it's related to asava jnana, no?
Yeah, asvaksha is a field. Yeah, it's a field.
It's a field, yes.
It's a
That
field
means
because fading the your ego. Ego is the fading. It's
yes,
asvaksha. Yeah.
So that means when we experience, one is experience, that means the process, can see the process more and more. That means the asava jnana is there. I wanted to ask about it, answer.
Yeah.
It's related to asava jnana, isn't it?
Yeah, it's okay. Have you asvaksha? Oh, you are. I think you. I thought. No, I think you are in Arahat. Why not happen that? It's okay. No problem. It's okay. You think you are in. You are now. You are still in this world.
Most of the time, Aranasa can see the process.
What?
See the process. Most of the time, that
can
means
see the process. You are thinking. It's not the real one.
Not thinking, Aranasa can feel.
It's a feel. Yeah. It's a feel. Feel is nothingness. Feel. It's okay.
Yes, Aranasa, but not all the time it happens. But sometimes the duration is increasing little by little. The non-existence.
The meaning is other time you are there.
Yes, Aranwas. Yes,
It's
yes.
okay. It's okay.
That's true, Aranwas.
Yeah, it's okay.
It happens, right?
Yeah,
That's the way we go, Aranwas. I have to tell the
yeah,
truth, Aranwas.
yeah. It's okay. I think our time is over now, no? Kokila, why are you silent? I shy.
I mute my phone, Renas, because I was smiling and so it's not good for the forum, so I just muted.
Yeah,
It's so beautiful, Renas. We will discuss it tomorrow as well.
yeah, it's okay because our time is now. So it's okay, everybody. Terasana, Terasana Kokila, Terasana Lala, Terasana everybody.
Namaskar, Veva.
Terasana Saranka. Yeah, Terasana.
Namaste.
Come to the world out of immense compassion. Now, Shanika will start the session with the book reading. Shanika, Teruvan Saranai.
Let's continue with the book reading. The Kingdom Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 41.
Shanika, is there a signal issue? Shanika, Teruvan Saranai.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Now that's good.
Param Bahansi, everything that happens only at this moment. Nothing was recalled from the past, nor will anything be carried forward to the future. The Buddha said, outside Sambuddham Uttanam Bhavisati. This means whatever experience you have at this moment will never last again. In the same moment, nothing will remain. If we consider a book for an example, the knowledge that this is a book did not come to us from the past. Paran Mahase, no, there is no such thing as coming from the past, because whatever stimulus your mind receives, it immediately gets destroyed. If you say that because of a past thought you received the present thought, then it does not align with the Dhamma the Lord Buddha has taught us. Avatar Sambuddha was preached by the Buddha in the Mahanidana Sutra. It is a phenomena of arising and ceasing of stimuli. A thought is only a spark. Does a spark sustain itself? Once it sparks, it is over. It burns out. Mehdi Mahanse, I am a bit confused here, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, it is not a difficult thing. Haven't we all been confused before? Now you have to untangle yourself from this confusion. Mehdi Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. We always try to bring forward our past knowledge that we gained from different Dhamma textbooks. We don't have the practical experience. Aryan Mahanse, Mehdi Mahanse, if you listen to the Kajaniya Sutra, you will be able to understand it better. In that sutra, it says, Rupantiyo avaso rupam. It means that due to a spark being created over and over and over again, due to the speed at which it sparks, it gives an impression like there is a thing that exists outside. Also, there is another sermon of mine which is called Lovama Dedarai, meaning the world explodes. These sermons will explain to you that there is nothing as the past. Many people get stuck at this point because they believe that there is a past, and this belief about a past stops them from progressing on their path to realize the pure truth. Another point where people get stuck at and cannot proceed on their path is because they think that the four elements exist. If they won't clear their doubts about these 2 points, they will not be able to proceed on the path and realize the pure truth. They are tricked by the Vijnana Maya. The Maya means the illusion that the past exists. One has to be very clear about how to proceed on the path. You have to develop the Patisanka Jnana. So one does not get tricked by the illusion of the mind. Also, you have to develop the Kanka Vitara Visuddhi. This too means that one has to clear all doubts and understand that there is no past and that the four elements do not exist. Else, you cannot go on the path and realize the pure truth. Theruna Sanai, everybody. Theruna Sanai having an answer.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
All Dhamma friends here today. in this forum, we discuss non-soul Dhamma, the pure truth. It is also a continuation from tomorrow's. Many nuns asked about the tenses, the time. Is there something called past? So, past, present, and future exist when there is something. So, we have to start from the beginning. How do you get something outside? When something is outside, only the existence, I, my soul, me, experience, something is there that is at this moment, at present. So then you can also say it will remain tomorrow also. So when time passes on, so again you can say that thing, the particular thing was there. So that there are time and tenses in this mundane world. So we have to understand how this mind consciousness function. It just like a lightning, it appears and disappears. So that is how it works. So it is a spark. So when you see something, that means your eyes, this is what you see, the perceptions comes out. So when there is the perception, you understand something is there, a tile, a tree, a lake, a dew, raindrops. So when something you call something is there, then there is time frame, present, past, and future. This is how it goes. When that appears, the thing is outside, automatically the soul is here, soul is created, that charge, that sense that is there. So this remains only for a shorter time. Then another thought will come into your mind. That is how mind works. But we think that someone called I am existing for such a long time. So this is a false view. This is a wrong notion. So this is what this main nuance asks. Is there something past? Whenever this stimulus starts, so you get the mind consciousness gives you the idea that you see this particular thing. Then and there, your existence appear, and that charge, that power gives some kind of feeling that you are living there. Then it disappears, diminishes itself. There is no someone called I here, no self. This is non-soul Dhamma. So we'll start our discussion. So Dharma, have you got anything to add at the beginning? Yes.
Theruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. Yes, as you pointed out, this is the continuation of the conversation between Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse and the Mehenin Mahanse. So Mehenin Mahanse asks, what she mentions is, I always feel there is something coming from the past. So this past, present and future. So as Aryan Mahanse has very well explained, and even in the 6 characteristics of Dhamma, in that when we chant Sakato Bhagavato, it is clearly mentioned, it's Akaliko and Sandittika and Akalika, 2 main qualities, attributes of this Dhamma. It becomes self-evident and it's timeless. It transcends time. So it's very clear. That is the main point that Aryan Mahanse highlights in his sermons. And it's very easy. It becomes self-evident to us also. So as you mentioned, Mr. Bernard, we always talk about this single thought, occurrence of the single thought in relation to sensory organs. And in actually Abhidhamma, that the duration of a thought has been kind of
it's incalculable or it cannot be detected, but still they say in a blink of an eye, the billions of thoughts can occur. So that when we translate it into English, Chittakshana as that has the time of single thought, it doesn't convey that meaning, that thought second or whatever. Now, in modern science, they are using these nanoseconds, but those days the duration of a thought was they called the 17 chittakshan or something. So that is again to say that it cannot be detected by human mind or brain or whatever. So what we understand from this is Arana's explanation is, now just when we think of our childhood, it's actually a thought. That thought arises at this split second, and then and there it ceases or it passes away. It leaves nothing without leaving a trace. It
Teruvan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. Today I am going to talk about the Nibbana is near you. Dhamma sermon, self-translated Dhamma sermon, uploaded to YouTube by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse 6 years ago. In that Nibbana is near you Dhamma sermon series, there are very much deep Dhamma, deep and subtle Dhamma is discussing by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse based on Majjhima Sutra, where there is the whole Buddhism is in a summary like. So, actually speaking, all these Dhamma sermons doing by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is based on the true Buddhist philosophy, which was hidden so many years from this human earth, human realm, because after the Arhants were disappeared from the planet Earth, the true Dhamma, it happened because the true Dhamma, true Buddhist philosophy based true Dhamma was disappeared due to so many unusual behaviors of bad people on this planet Earth. Actually, unknowingly, they didn't know the true human story is in the true Buddhist philosophy, but in different faiths, with so many stupid ideas and wrong views, they have destroyed. They wanted to destroy the Buddhism from this world. Actually, it cannot be done because Buddhism means the nature. Nature law is the Buddhism. Buddhist philosophy is based on the nature law. So nobody can fully destroy it, but they have done something so far, and now it is again appearing like a lotus flower is lotus bud is becoming a lotus flower when the sun rays are touched like that. Because of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the wisdom of Asia from Sri Lanka, the greatest spiritual master of this era, is now opening up the true Buddhist philosophy based true Dhamma, true teachings of Lord Buddha after 2000, nearly 2600 years. Now nobody will be able to destroy it because that is happening according to the nature law. Nobody will be able to destroy Buddhism or true Buddhist philosophy or the ultimate truth of Nibbana again, because now it is appearing, emerging. So everybody on this planet Earth living as human beings should listen to this Dhamma in different languages. They have different languages, but this Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse is preaching Dhamma mainly in Sinhala language. More than 13,000 videos are uploaded to YouTube, and Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is doing English sermons as well. And a follower of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is doing it in Tamil language. But each and every human being from any corner of this planet will be able to listen to this Dhamma, because now anybody can translate this Dhamma into their own language and listen. The facility is there in Google, in the internet, those facilities are there. So no need to hesitate. Anybody can listen to this Dhamma, even any type of spiritual masters, spiritual teachers who are preaching so many things and doing so many cultural activities. But on this planet Earth, people are suffering. More people are suffering, and they have no explanation for those suffering. They just ask them to pray for something and ask for something like that. But in this Dhamma, when we understand the true reality, actually there is no need of praying or asking or suffering. We can really understand how this thought created world is happening inside the human mind, and because of the thoughts, people are suffering. Way of talking, listening, and the activities and everything based on thoughts. So Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is explaining in True Buddhist Philosophy. You can easily go through www.wisdomofasia.com. In that, it's very clearly explained the True Buddhist Philosophy. Everybody can see and understand how the creation of this world is happening. Creation is not happening outside. Each and every human being's creation of world is actually inside their mind. When we understand how the thoughts are creating, because that is the first lesson of this ultimate truth of humanity. We are living in a world of perceptions, millions of perceptions. So those perceptions are coming through 6 senses to a human being. That is eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, skin, and the mind. So 6 senses are those. Through those 6 senses, we are seeing things by the eyes, hearing things by the ears, touch sensations happen to the body, skin, taste can be realized recognized by the tongue, and the smell can be recognized by the nose. But actually speaking, in outside, in any of these perceptions have no names. All the names are actually in our mind, because from our early childhood, all these names are fed into us by our parents and the teachers and the elders. All those names given to these perceptions are stimuli, are actually conceptual conventions in this human realm. Those conceptual conventions are different to each country, each language, and so on. So, therefore, everybody, every human being is creating a world inside their mind based on the stimuli coming through their six senses and plus the names. So that means when a stimuli is appearing into your mind, a name is also appearing. So the name and the form is combining and a thought is creating. The wonderful thing is we even didn't know about it earlier. All these perceptions have power, and when it comes to forms and names, they are also having power. So when the forms and names are combined and creating a thoughts have more power. Then the thought is becoming to consciousness, mind consciousness. In the mind consciousness, the thought power is high because it's like a generator. So many thoughts are created inside the mind consciousness based on this stimuli. So so many thought patterns are creating with power. That is why we are calling the mind consciousness as a generator. So that is how the thought patterns are creating, and again the grabbing is happening. Thought patterns are creating, grabbing is happening, and due to the grabbing, more thought patterns are creating. Then non-stop thought process is flowing like a river, like a ocean. Non-stop thought patterns are there, and due to that, the creation of the samsaric wheel of suffering is continuously running. That is why the death and the rebirth cycle is happening for human beings. When we understand how a thought is created, then this thought power will be going down. Then the thoughts cannot press this human machine anymore. Because of the thoughts are pressing the human mind, that is why so many kind of mental illnesses and so many kinds of bodily illnesses are also creating, because people are used to think more and more based on different stimuli. If they are unable to if they are unable to get these stimuli, they are suffering. Thereafter they are sorry thereafter they are suffering because of the lust, hatred, and the ignorance. Because of the ignorance, thought patterns are creating. Because of the ignorance, lust and hatred is creating. Actually speaking, we see only figures. That means we see only uh, uh, the things we see are only shadows, reflections, because we see things through two lenses in our eyes. As usual, you may be knowing, in the school we were taught, if something is coming through a lens means that is only a reflection. So we are actually seeing the things means we are seeing reflections of the outside world. That means therefore we are not experience anything originally. We are able to see the reflections only. That means we are seeing only a reflection world. Sound is also like that. Sound waves are hitting the eardrum, and in the eardrum, when the sound is reaching the eardrum and the ear consciousness, the name is given by the mind according to the data fed from the early childhood. If a sound is, when we hear a sound, we know that is a crow sound. When we hear a sound, we know that is a vehicle sound. Such a fast rate is happening in a very fast way. That means everything is a vibration. So tasting is also like that. When we taste something, we know what is that taste. When we smell something, we know what that smell is, because we were fed so many names. So that is how the thoughts are appearing. Sometimes if we go into a jungle, there are so many trees. We cannot recognize those trees because we didn't know any names of that. That is the actual nature. We have to see things, because without the name we can see this world. Then no suffering is coming. When we are going through a jungle, we are just seeing things, seeing trees. The tree is also a conceptual convention, but in the jungle there is uh, less suffering, because we didn't know anything what surrounding things. We can't recognize what are those trees. We don't know any names of them. That means we are free of thoughts. No, not much of thoughts are appearing. We are just within the jungle with the trees. We are relaxing. The mind is relaxing. Yes, actually speaking, this whole world is like that. If we are able to see things without names, if we are able to hear things without names, we can relax. Because of all these names and the thinking patterns, we are suffering. Human beings are suffering. Suffering is in the human nature. Actually, dying and born is happening because of the thought process. Because of the thought process, and the craving creates, grabbing and craving is there. Then due to the craving, at the time of leaving the body also, most of the people are having this craving towards something, craving towards some stimuli. That means due to that craving, their continuous samsaric journey is continuously happening. Due to the craving, their next destination is uh, they are finding their next destination because of that craving. That is why Lord Buddha is teaching us, and Narayana Mahansa is explaining the true wordings of Lord Buddha. Craving is the carpenter who is creating this wheel of samsara. When we understand the thoughts and how these thoughts are creating and the thought patterns, we are not bothered by the thoughts. We are not bothered by the thoughts. We know we have to live in this human realm, but with the correct view, not with the wrong views. If we are able to look at this world of you in this human realm very sensitively, that means what is coming through the eyes, what is coming through the ears, what is coming through the tongue, what is coming through the nose, what is coming through the body skin. We must know all those are perceptions. They are not permanent. Not only that, mind is also not permanent. Mind is like a running clock. It's always running throughout one image to one sound to one taste to one touch to one smell to like that each and every moment while according to the clock is ticking, this mind also ticking like that, running towards each and every mind pictures, mental images. Actually, mind means a process of mental images. So those mental images are creating due to these six senses, and those forms are coming through the six senses, become mental images with names. So we are just seeing a film. Actually, we are seeing our own film. When we understand our film, we can act very, very prominently in this film without grabbing or without attaching or detaching to the from the film. We can act like uh, a good actor without suffering, because this whole journey of human realm is completely a film. So we should understand the film, how this film is created. So when this is like, actually this is like a magic. When we understand the magic, we are not fooled by the magic. So this is not very different or not very deep. This is very subtle. That is why people who are having so much of data in their mind cannot understand this, because uh, they have a lot of data inside their mind. They can't see this subtle thing, this subtle Dhamma. Therefore, we have to, like wise men and women in this planet Earth, we should understand what Buddothpado Aryan says, showing us the ultimate truth of realization, the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. Actually speaking, Nibbana is not a separate world. Nibbana means we are overcoming our fire of thoughts. Thoughts are actually like fire, all the time burning. Thoughts are burning with lust, hatred, and ignorance. So if we need calmness, we can't find anything from outside. There's no fulfillment coming from outside, because we see only a reflection of the outside. So we can't get anything from this outside illusionary world. We have to create peace and calmness and everything within us, because most of the people on this planet Earth running behind sensual pleasure from the uh, young age until the age deathbed, running throughout the life behind so many things, behind things what they see, what they hear, and what they feel. They used to run around to fulfill their pleasure, six sense pleasure. But actually speaking, nobody can do it continuously. At a certain point, you are trapping to something and suffering. So that is the nature of this human realm, because not only this human realm, there are 31 realms of existence in this wheel of samsara. We thought that 31 realms are outside us. No, 31 realms of existence are created inside the human mind. Actually speaking, each and every moment, the thoughts are changing. Thoughts are changing. According to the thought, the 31 realm is existing. If you are angry, that means you are in a lower realm. There are four. There are four. There are so many lower realms. If your mind is in a calm and serenity, that means you are in a divine nature. As a human being, you should understand how your mind is circling through these 31 realms. If you are not bothered about any of these worldly things, that means if you are unshaken, that means you are more like a Brahma realm. So like that, if you are if you have craving for anything, fond of something, that means you are in a hungry ghost realm. If you are furious with anger, that means you are in a asura realm. That is how this mind is working. Actually, the 31 realms of existence is inside the human mind. So that is why in Buddhist philosophy and the Lord Buddha's teachings, clearly describing by Buddothpado, Aryan Vahanse is telling us what you are practicing, only you are going to get. That means Aryan Vahanse is always telling us collecting um, sins. Collecting sins means doing so many bad things due to lust, hatred, and ignorance will take you to the down to the lower realms. But collective merits are also taking us towards the sansaric journey, because it's continuing. We have to collect the not the merits, we have to collect uh, the way of going out of this sansaric journey. So that is, we have to understand our mind and how it creates, how the thought patterns are creating. And when we understand the thoughts, that means the thought power is going down. That is the only way to go out from this sansaric journey. So for that we should have some kind of effort. We should have some kind of likeness to go out of this suffering life circle. Doing that is not very easy, but not very difficult also. It takes time. Sometimes it will take a few lifetimes, but we have to start it from this lifetime. If we start it, that means we are assured by this true Dhamma. That means if we are listening to the ultimate truth of humanity, we are not going to the lower realms. That is the best assurance we can have. By practicing Dhamma, listening Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse's true Dhamma of true teachings of Lord Buddha, we can actually step by step we can we can start our spiritual journey without doing any kind of spiritual practices. That means not the concentration meditation. We have to do vidarshana meditation. That means we have to understand the thought process, because the mind is the creator of this sansaric journey. So, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is explaining Lord Buddha's sutras, and the Majjhya Sutra is very much prominent. And in Majjhya Sutra, Lord Buddha is explaining how to go beyond this sansaric journey in a summarized way. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is explaining us to understand this Dhamma very clearly, because actually the suffering is based on thoughts, because these human beings are thinking they are trying to change the outside world. They cannot change this illusionary outside world because there is no outside world. They are seeing only an illusion. So how to change the illusion? As human beings, we have to understand ourselves, our mind, not the outside. We cannot control outside. We have to understand our thought patterns. Every human being is unique. No one is equal to another one. Every human being is not equal to another one. Therefore, each and every human being should understand how this mechanism is happening. Actually speaking, everything behind this human life process is synchronicity. Thoughts are synchronizing. What we see is synchronization. Here, what we hear is happening due to synchronization. Taste, smell, and cold and hot and everything we feel, we hear, we feel, we see is happening due to synchronization. So synchronization, telepathization are the main scientific theories happening to these human beings and all these things beyond the human body. So we should understand how this synchronicity is happening. Actually speaking, this light also not true, because the light is creating on human eyes. That is why the blind people cannot see, because their eyes, flesh eyes are not, there's no ability to see. If we have good eyes only, the synchronicity is happening on the human eye. There are only vibrations. There are only light vibrations out of this body. When the light vibration is equal to the eye vibration, because this human body, each and every part of the body is also vibrating. When the human eye vibration is equal to the light vibration, the gap between those two vibrations are disappearing and the light is created on the human eye. That is how we see light. Then the stimuli around this human body also vibrating. When the eye vibration, light vibration and the stimuli vibration is equal, we can see those things around this body. Only the vibrations are equal, only we can see things. Otherwise we cannot see everything around. We can see only equally vibrating things only, because the synchronicity is happening. Sound is also like that. That is why they have given a range for hearing. Seeing also there is a range. That is why hearing also like that. Synchronicity is happening to this ears in this range. So that is the deepest scientific theory happening in this cosmos. This cosmos is actually a vibratory nature. Everything is having vibrations, vibrating. So we are also vibrating. So we should understand this human body is just a six sense system, and it is actually working based on the human this law of cause and effect, and the habitual nature. Habits came from the early childhood. So actually this body is continuously working based on this action mind. Action mind is the main cause of this body's working, way of working. And there is no self here in this body. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is explaining, and Lord Buddha once said, uh, once told us, there is a kind of a meditation. Lord Buddha said to separate this body into 32 pieces and ask the monks to show where is the self. There's no self inside those 32 parts of existence, this body parts. So there's no self here. There's no self in the mind, because the mind is all the time changing, and mind is the one troubling each and every human being, giving that means all the time giving different kinds of thoughts, ignorant thoughts, lusty thoughts, hatred thoughts. Because of that kind of thoughts only human beings are suffering. So if the mind is self, the mind is me, there should not be a suffering. The mind is not me. That is why it gives us suffering. So we have to understand the mind and redeem from the mind. We have to redeem from this body and mind. We have to watch this mind from uh, somebody like a bird in the sky watching something down, like we have to go out and watch the mind. That means we are watching through the wisdom. Wisdom is not the education. People used to think wisdom is educated things. No, that is not true. Wisdom is happening within the system because of the true Dhamma. Realization is happening because of prajna. Actually, prajna means the Dhamma eye, the eye of Dhamma, which can see the ultimate truth of human body and all of this nature and becoming nature. So we have to very carefully listen to this Dhamma, because only Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is showing us the correct Dhamma, because nobody, that means not enlightened people, even they are bhikkhus, bhikkhunis, clergy, even they are wearing Lord Buddha's white, the yellow robe. If they are not enlightened, they cannot explain this Dhamma, because without enlightening, they cannot even understand the sutras. Sutra, Vinaya, Abhidhamma. They cannot see what is the real meanings, because this Lord Buddha's Dhamma was written, uh, not written from the beginning, because it has come through teachers, spiritual, fully awakened spiritual teachers to their following students. That is how this true Dhamma, true Buddhist philosophy based Dhamma has come down through the history. So after writing this true Dhamma on books, even only the enlightened spiritual masters are able to seek the correct meaning and explain to the world. So each and every clergy, Buddhist followers should listen to this Dhamma and understand Dhamma correctly from Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's Dhamma, and they should tell the human world what is the ultimate truth. Because people who are very wealthy are still not happy. They have wealth, they have so many things around them, but they are not happy. Even they are very well educated, they are not happy because happiness is not coming through the education or the wealth. It is coming through the Dhamma, the ultimate truth of Nibbana, understanding Nibbana, understanding the true Buddhist philosophy. It may take few lifetimes, doesn't matter. We have to start it from this lifetime. Otherwise, just like idiots, we are living on this world, and living like idiots means it's a great, very pathetic situation. So we should understand suffering is in the human nature. Dying and born again is happening due to these thought processes. So the karma is only a one part of that. Lord Buddha has shown us the cause and effect law, Hetupala Dharma, because karma is only a part of it. Where Hindus are explaining karma, and nowadays Buddhist bhikkhus are always talking about karma. If karma is like that, how this Angulimala Thero became an arahant? Each and every person can understand this true Dhamma. Whatever they were before doesn't matter. If they can understand the true Dhamma, their path is opening, because the mind is arising and ceasing in one fraction of the second. In this fraction of the second, Angulimala was an murderer. Next mind, he became an arahant. That is why this Dhamma is so beautiful. Any type of person can understand this Dhamma and become a natural follower of Lord Buddha, according to Lord Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. This is the greatest thing happened after nearly 2,600 years. This is the greatest gift came to this human world. We have to listen to this and understand this. It is not very difficult, but it will take time. As soon as we listen to this Dhamma, we cannot be an Arahant. There is a process of doing this. So to continue the process, we have to listen, we have to practice, and we have to understand what is the human creation. Understanding it will take us to the upper realms, not to the lower realms. If we are not listening to this true Dhamma, that means the future will be very much dangerous, because this ultimate truth of bliss is not belongs to a religion. Though Lord Buddha is revealing this Dhamma and Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is explaining it as a fully awakened spiritual master, this ultimate truth is not belongs to a religion. That is the true story of human, all the 800 billion human beings. Without listening to this Dhamma, most of the people are living a life, their minds are in the hell, because all the time suffering with hatred. Most of the time they are hating each other. That is why so many people are killing others and so many people are fighting for nothing. If they can listen to this Dhamma in this world like will be a heaven. Nobody will be jealousy about the other one. Nobody is hating another one like that. We can be, this world will be in peace. Nowadays, because of most of the wrong views, the spiritual thinkings, wrong way of thinking is has uh, happened in this world so many years. That is why people are now like more like animals. They are behaving like animals. Very few people are behaving like gods and goddesses. Most of others are just behaving like animals. They do not know what they do. They think earning money, whatever way, earning money and running for sensual pleasure is the thing they are doing. They have to do. No, not that. That will get you suffering. Not only suffering, you all are, if somebody is not listening to Dhamma and running for sensual pleasure without an end, that means their future is very much dangerous, because suffering is all the time uh, coming behind us. We have to understand and avoid the suffering by listening to Dhamma. While we are listening to Dhamma and while our mind is steady with Dhamma, Dhamma is protecting us. Dhammo have rakkati dhammachari, Lord Buddha said. Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi is explaining. The people who are practicing listening to this Dhamma will be protected by the Dhamma. So we should know the actual truth of humanity by listening to this Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi's Dhamma. Good and bad all are within the thoughts. Yes. All the time people are thinking the good and bad is also seeking the thinking of the person. So good and bad, death and dying and born, everything is in the human realm, within the thoughts. Where there is heaven and hell, yes, in this type of mental constructions, human beings are trapped and suffering, yes. Because of the mental constructions, human beings are suffering. Because each and every thought, there are 5 aggregates. In Dhamma it called as skandha. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Each and every thought contains these 5 aggregates. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. That means form, feeling, perceptions, mental constructions and conceptions. The form we see, based on the form we see, some kind of feeling is creating. Then we recognize that then the perception comes. Then the perceptions comes. Then the mental construction is happening. Based on the form, feeling and the perception, mentally construction is happening. And finally, the mind consciousness is realizing, recognizing what is that thought, what is that stimuli based thought, and it is happening very fast. We can't even imagine such a fast. This mind is very fast, more than the light. This mind is so fast. So that is why it's difficult for us to separate these 5. It comes comes very fast. Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. When it comes to the Vijnana, the mental construction is finally becoming the mind consciousness. At that level only, people, humans are recognizing what is this stimuli is, what this thought is, and if that is a happy thought, they are dancing, they are very happy. If it is a sad thought, they are suffering, and like that, they are running towards the duality. But when we understand the ultimate truth of reality, the mind is not shaking and not running towards this good and bad, outside and inside. It's not running anywhere. The mind, when the mind is unshaken by listening to this ultimate truth of bliss, the mind, the seeker will be very much satisfied, because actually the human beings need calmness, serenity, clarity. Those are the things a human mind needs, not the noisy backgrounds. So after understanding this true Dhamma, a human being with a wise mind can understand there is nothing outside for us to suffer, and there's nothing inside the mind for us to suffer. And we have to be very, very quiet. That means very happily, we will be able to happily live in this world without any kind of suffering. That is the greatest thing a human being can achieve. He is secured here, his samsaric journey, because it will not not continuously not running. It will, that fast way of creating the samsaric journey will be slower. So we can feel the calmness, relaxation. Human mind needs relaxation. Nowadays, people are suffering with so many mental diseases, anxiety, depression, and so many mental diseases because of there is no calmness, there's no relief. So the ultimate thing a human need is relief from the troublesome mind. You have to get the relief from the troublesome mind. That is what a human being needs. So to get relief from this troublesome mind, we should understand how this mind is created. Not only the mind, the thought process is created, and how these thought processes are creating a world inside the mind. We can very easily understand each one's world is different. Whether we are living in this planet Earth, each and every human being has a separate world in their mindset, because each and everyone has their own parents, relatives, friends separately. When we think about another one, he has separately another set of people around him. The belongings are also separate. That is why each and every human being has a separate world in his mind. For today, I'm going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, The great sage of our era, most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Therwan Saranai Dhamma.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you and welcome to the Buddothpado Dhamma discussion, which happens daily from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. First of all, let's all pay our gratitude to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, worshipping him at his feet for his selfless service to spread this message of Gautama Buddharajanan Mahanse with the entire world. And we are always paying our homage to Buddha Dhamma Sangha, the Noble Triple Gem, and welcome to the Dhamma Forum. And first of all, as usual, we would like to brief you on the opportunities available for seekers of truth in the Buddothpado creation. So it's worth mentioning about the main website, Buddothpado, www.buddothpadodhamma.com, and Wisdom of Asia, and also the 4 YouTube channels, Buddothpado PeoTV, Buddothpado BTV, and the Practical, Buddothpado Practical, and the normal Zoom discussions, which starts from 5 a.m. and uh, goes on till 9:30 p.m. So, on, I mean, in addition, there are about 30 books written based on the Buddhist philosophy and the practical program, that is the meditation process, that is actually step. There are 4 steps which are known as kamatahans or points of contemplation, which would help a practitioner to see Dhamma through their life. Once you listen to the sermons, or naturally you would develop the wisdom of listening, or Srutamaya Jnana. So the wisdom of listening will help you to step into the path which is actually uh, the diminishing of defilements, or diminishing of that burning feeling you get. It may arise in the form of anger, jealousy, hatred, lust, or extreme excitement. So there are different ways that inner power gets manifested in the system. So this cause and effect Dhamma, disclosed to the world by Gautama Buddharajanan Wahanse, basically explains that there is no self in this body or in the mind, because that is where most of the humans gets entangled in, actually uh, get are basically confused. First of all, one should thoroughly explore whether there is a self, so-called self, in the body, or is this mind the self? Self, in other words, we always feel the I, me, my kind of belongingness or ownership, basically the ownership of our feelings. When we feel some kind of existence, that becomes our existence. When we feel thirsty, actually it is the system that demands that liquid for the bodily functions, but we take it as I feel thirsty. Then the hunger, just like another machine needs fuel, the body needs food, the nutrition for the systems to function. But due to this existence feel, we take it also as I am hungry. Then all the sensory experiences are felt as uh, being experienced by I or me. So that is the biggest knot that every creature, even though we say every creature, other creatures cannot realize this philosophy, this dependent origination Dhamma, because they do not have the thinking power. The thinking power, in the sense, the unique functioning of um, all sense faculty experiences as the mind sensor. That is what we identify as mind sensor or the mind. Mind does not exist. Mind is the collective function of all sense faculty. I mean, eye, ear, nose, smell, body, bodily sensation. They all uh, function simultaneously, and what the system experiences it as a thought and the mind sense. So we are actually, in a way, the humans are so fortunate. So human beings have the capacity to realize the nature of mind through the mind itself. So other animals, other creatures, they have the sense faculty systems which also generate numerous projections in relation to the sense faculties. Like now, humans experience a three-dimensional uh, world actually. But if we consider a creature like bee, uh, it is um, eight-dimensional world. It experiences an eight-dimensional world. So the human eye vibration detects numerous colors, but the dog's eye function is entirely different. Its world is just gray, and the cow experiences uh, a red world in the sense all whatever the formations that happen in relation to the eye are red in color. They are also just names assigned to certain formations. These colors, we did not have any idea of colors until somebody at some point gave the name. When some eye creation happened, formation arose, somebody basically at the early years of life, maybe at the age of 3 or 4, somebody said that is red, that is blue, that is green, that is yellow. So, with even going beyond all the objects got their names because somebody at some point gave us that sound. So this sound vibration, it's a separate vibratory thing, and the light vibration that what occurred in the eye, that they interact or vibrate together to uh, create this thought. So with those two vibrations, when they come together, it's not the same, but it's another vibration. It is like now, uh, if you try to understand this through the example of tuning fork. So when certain force is applied, so ting, uh, the one sound may be ting, one sound may be tongue, but the new sound that is generated with merging of two sounds would be tongue. It's a new vibration. So thought vibration we can't say that it is the it is the all the attributes of light vibration and sound vibration could be found in the mind. No, that is not the case. It is another vibration. So although we summarize it as sound and color, sound remains the same, the name, but that color part reflects all sense faculty experiences as eye experience is the most prominent. We use the word sound and color, but this sound color part consists of all sense faculty experiences of eye, nose, tongue, and the skin or the body. So in Pali, we call it Ditta Sutta Mutta. So all experiences, this can be beautifully explained through an example. So when the eye perceives the shape of, let's say, a tomato, uh, so eye perceives a certain shape. Now we are theoretically, we are going to do this, actually analyze this. Using the mind, we are trying to pierce the thought so that so that we can understand how the thought gets created at, I mean, in the system. So, know that baby does not have any idea of a tomato, but some eye vibration happens, and the mother or somebody pronounces tomato, tomato. The sound is made close to child's ear, tomato, tomato, tomato. So the naturally that sound and shape gets entangled. That entanglement is nature. So, since faculty experiences always come together. That is nature. It's like the wind blows, rivers flow. So these vibrations come together, and after that, when that shape arises, the tomato name comes. Then the child, probably not on the same day, maybe another day, child touches the uh, tomato, that soft skin of the tomato, and taste the tomato. Maybe get a bite, so that sourness, that taste, and then smells the tomato. So that unique smell of that thing is also there. So next time, the tomato, when the eye perceives that shape, in that is not just that shape at that point. The tomato name arises, that sound made to the ear, and then the taste of the tomato. Now, today the child is not tasting it, but the moment that shape arises, taste of the tomato, softness of its skin, its smell, and the shape, and the uh, color, even though child doesn't know it is red, that color, the whole thing comes at once. We call it a shot, comes as a shot, sparks. And that is the complete thought tomato. And this tomato now, next, it gets more power. Now, from the first stage, just the sound and the color. When after tasting it, that is added to that thought. Then after smelling it, that is also added to that thought. So that existence of the thought, gets stronger and strong existence of that some object called tomato. And the most important thing is the when the system finds something externally as a tomato, due to that sense of separation, consciousness, this observer, the feeling that I'm seeing the tomato, that is, there is a tomato and here it's me, kind of knowing comes. I am experiencing something. So this duality is what keeps a person, actually gives a system sense of life, living, existence, that I'm a person, and so I'm living up to this point, and then I will die. Then the system might, that can't say system, but that power may synchronize into another system after the so-called death in the mundane world. So this again, actually, it's a good example, I think. Now that tomato thing, uh, after some time, child tastes something made of tomato salad. So again, the tomato thing gets more data. When all different types of tomatoes, different shapes, small tomatoes, like there's a variety. There are a lot of varieties of tomato. So all these uh, strengthens the this power of this stimulus. So that is what we call as abhisankarana, the recurrence or repetitive rising of the same thought with additional data strengthens the sense of existence of that stimulus. So that is called abhisankarana. Day by day, every time that thought arises, it comes with more power. So that is something that we should So I was explaining the concept of repetitive occurrence of the same thought, and we call it reinforcement or abhisankarana. How the power gets uh, higher and higher, or goes up and up with each repetitive arising of the same stimulus. Now you can see that initially the tomato perception only had the visual input and the sound. But next time the taste, or on the at the same moment maybe taste, smell, those things got added. Then next time uh, all different varieties of tomato, then different tomato salad, tomato sauce, tomato. I mean, after going to school, child is asked to draw vegetables and drawing tomato, learning the spellings, then how it is used for different types of dishes. So all gradually increases the belief of this existence of a tomato, something called tomato. So this same phenomenon can be applied to any stimulus, just like the actually at that point the entire world is represented by the tomato, and the self is also represented by the tomato. There are no two entities. Tomato is the self itself. So this Dhamma, actually the philosophy helps someone to realize that there is nothing called tomato, but it is just a creation. It is just a thought. If you touch that, it is just the body sensation. If you smell it, it's just the smell. If you taste it, it's just the taste. If you see it, it's just the shape again, the sound. So when what happens is, as all those data vibrate at once, comes in a single shot, we think that it is a tomato. Similarly, we think that it is a bag or chair or mother, father, all those concepts. So that is why Lord Buddha said the life is the associating with just something as life is only sanya abhisankara, that is people ignorantly believe this reoccurrence of perceptions as life. So everything, the body, the sense of self, me, whatever the concept, whatever the entity, that is nothing but a perception due to repetitive usage or repetitive occurrence that gets more and more power. So, what happens is, when you fully realize how this world gets created, how this sense of self, sense of existence arises with the uh, actually the single vibration that synchronizes into the zygote. That is the origin of life of any system, the first uh, proof of life. So, with that only, any uh, infant or any this zygote, then fetus, zygote grows into fetus because that is just a vibration. However, medically, the life is detected in the fetus after that vibration on. So it is the secret of life that is revealed to the world through the So until our Dhamma friends join, let's Teruvan Saranai, Sudhangika Teruvan Saranai. I thought you would be late, so I was just talking about some points. Dr. Kokila is also late today. She must be busy. So
Okay. Champa is still not there
no,
isn't it?
Champa has told, no, she sent a message. It
Okay.
implies that she wouldn't be here. I don't
Right.
know
Okay.
until when, yeah. So can you please explain to me about those beautiful Anya Samitindriya, Nindriya, something that you always explain those stuff? No, I am a bit inquisitive actually. Um, If you
That, of
can,
course, has
some
now,
of those concepts, yeah, until
that has
Dr. Go.
completely gone out of
Really?
this, gone
Out
out
of
of
the
this
system.
systems realm, Sudama, because
Really.
earlier what was contemplated is now, this is the issue, isn't it? Because as one progresses on the path, the meaning that each of these things takes on almost a far more profound meaning that it's as if we have
Those
almost touched it at a surface like level. And
exactly.
I mean, I can explain to a certain extent, but
The words
there's,
lose its power. I totally understand. That's what
yeah,
Annamali told me on that day, Surangika. Did you listen to that? How she
yeah,
explained
that
that to me? You
detailed
were. She said, just see what you are doing. You have taken the Dhamma explained by Aryan Mahanse as it is. You think it is kind of so much self-evident. And you always use that to what I felt was when I was explaining, I mean, things to mothers in Zooms, that it's like betting the ball, no, whatever the ball comes, I'm using that theory from Aryan Hanse, I mean, his sermons, and I'm using that. So she said, I have to be more practical, no? Now, when you
yeah,
said that also, I realized when you see it through your life, you don't have any value to those words, isn't it? That's why you are kind of not interested in
yeah.
giving explanations to them. They are just words only, right? Now for you, when you feel them, uh, as Aryan Mahansa says, that perceptions also change, no, viparinama, it happens.
True, yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, those days that the inquisitive, just like you said, the
Mm.
inquisitiveness to really define what is
Mm.
Anyasamiti, what is
Ex-
Anyi, what is Anyatavi. We
Mm.
want, the mind wants clearly defined boundaries, isn't it?
And
It wants a
Surantika,
definition. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
more than the definitions, I love how the words sound. You know, Anyi, Samiti, as Anyindris, I mean, they rhyme nicely. However, it is, yeah, that's why. There is a chapter on that in one of those books, very recently written books.
Oh,
I saw,
really? Okay.
yeah, yeah,
Ah.
I saw one chapter
But
on
have
that.
you noticed, Sudhama? I think we have discussed this in this English Zoom as well. We keep
Mm,
bothering Dr. Kokila about it also, and
yeah.
Dr. Sakuntala is also very much interested. Finally, Dr. Kokila one day told her to ask her and answer.
Yeah.
And that explanation was kind of, went deeper. Then I remember 2 years ago, there was a Zoom discussion where I asked a question. Not that I knew anything about Anya Samiti, but
Yeah.
the discussion led to R.N. Mahansa explaining the Dhammasanga Karaniya. It was in
Yeah.
that, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
Some place, a particular page, and then he launched into this big explanation about the three Indriya.
Yeah.
And that was the beginning of it somewhere in 2023. But then, off and on, there have been conversations, and then, so there are certain places where people ask about those three, and
You know
then,
why I asked it from you today. I was sometimes we are discussing that the Dr. Chandani. Can you remember those days she used to
yes,
join?
yes.
So she told me, oh, Surangika used to ask from Aryan Hanse about Anya Samitindriya. At the time, we never thought about that even. So she must be having very good understanding of that. Then
No,
I said,
quite the
yeah.
contrary.
Those because everybody heard that thing from your question. I think I heard about that from Marian Vase. When
But
you
I mean,
raised that
whatever it
question.
is, yeah, whatever it is, I think that the revelation itself is the most valuable, isn't it? Because, I mean, never
Yeah.
have we heard this Dhamma, no, in that sense.
No,
There
no,
are so many hidden
Surangika.
gems, isn't it, Sudama, in this?
Exactly. And actually, I never thought I'll be able to be awakened to this Dhanima thing they are talking about. Then Anatma thing, I always Dr. Kokila says no what that you have to feel it once soon. Then it was a kind of it becomes nonsense to fools know that who never feels it. Then I was thinking, no, how can such magic happen? I don't know. Such thing will never happen. But there are deeper layers of this, isn't it, Surangika? I mean, when we directly talk to Aryan Vahase and especially Swarnamali, uh, I don't know, it's very different. What uh, we go completely blank, and the other day, uh, the mind was zero. I didn't feel mind and the existence for several seconds, and it was. I don't know, it was such a beautiful thing. If we can be like that forever, I don't know, that Arupa thing must be such an experience actually. So
Yeah, because I
that
mean, I was
yeah.
telling Dr. Kokila yesterday also that she has this, yesterday or day before, that she has this absolutely remarkable way of catching that spot exactly where the problem is, isn't it? It's that
Yes,
remarkable
yes.
insight.
That I don't know how it happened.
Mm.
When we are talking with her, we can't now to Aryan Vahase, even we can think and answer no from with her we
Mm.
can't do that. I don't know.
I
She.
actually haven't had an experience talking to her at
Hmm,
all. So this is
hmm,
the unfortunate thing about being
hmm.
in these countries. 1, 2 o'clock
Yeah.
is impossible.
That time, yeah.
No, I mean,
Wow,
if we know for sure, I mean, I suppose yeah, I can do it. But
hmm.
you don't know for sure. She doesn't come every night, no.
No, no. Yesterday she
Um,
joined at the end.
yeah, yesterday she was
Now
there.
she
That was very
joins
good.
more often. Yeah, more often than. Because yesterday she was talking to Janako. Now people know that they have to, I mean, talk directly with them. They know. So everybody is interested in talking and not interested. They are like, they have that intrinsic motivation because they know they can't maintain a self and be in Dhamma path. It may
Yeah,
not
yeah. I think that
happen.
is
Yeah.
becoming more and more clear, isn't it? So
Yeah,
because of
we
that,
have to
people are
untangle.
really,
Hmm.
if you're genuine, you should be able to do that. And the other thing is, I mean, those days, if you think about it, Dharma, even when Aranvasa tells us tiny thing like, massive amount of Abhisankarana, right?
Yeah.
Massive
Yes.
amount of
Yeah.
burning and this and that and all that. Even probably to quite recently, this system has experienced those things. But on the last two or whatever occasions, there is no reaction.
Hmm.
So though there is to a certain extent there is that thing that, I mean, but of course there's another aspect of it is all very very
Hmm.
tricky because the system also excuses the teacher. No?
Yeah, and that day I was totally rejecting no jealousy and hatred.
Mm,
Actually I didn't get any kind of any hint about me being jealous because earlier I was jealous. At that time I knew, like when I meet some people who were coming from very poor backgrounds, but they are doing so well. They were not educated like us also, but for an instant, some feeling arose and my facial expressions changed, and it was very uncomfortable. I have undergone such experience, but now I actually for a long time I didn't feel anything like that. And being, I mean, they are having an urge to take revenge from people for something. No, but after Aranvaze said that, I felt it at another level, Surangikal, that when somebody says, I'm going there, very maybe a useless thing, but
mm,
I can't go there. So that some inner power is coming, subtle level power. So that is the
mm.
jealousy. I'm jealous of that person who is going there because I can't go there. It is not obvious, but within it's there. So I
Was
don't
that
know.
the thing that, like, was it
Yeah,
this
Aranwasi
morning
said,
discussion?
yeah,
This morning discussion, you were telling either Prasanna or Nishanta or somebody how good it is. So, how did you feel at that moment? Was it a Niramisa kind of type of, how you were saying how good you actually brought up that conversation and said that
they,
Aryan Mansi was talking about filtering and
uh,
doing things, but
yeah,
how
yeah,
good you are,
that
Nishanta, for being able to very,
go,
freely give
yeah,
your time without boundaries and limits and all that. So at that time,
exactly.
how was
Yeah,
that feeling?
yeah, yeah. That thing comes up all the time when they showed. Unless Aranase pointed that out, I would never know. I would be just tapping on the egoism and pride and choosing clothes and that stuff. But this thing, the jealousy, that thing, I wouldn't get that, and I felt it at subtle level. And that filtering thing, what Aryan meant was Surangika. We are staying in the comfort zone and doing things for a certain level. We
Hmm.
don't put our heart and soul into now. If we think about Nishant, they don't think about transportation. They just go. No, if we are
Hmm.
to go, we first and foremost thing is to pack the bag with necessary, sanitary
Hmm.
stuff. And I mean, that's what he meant. No, I'm not doing, like, I'm not diluting with people. What he said was like, still,
Yeah,
uh,
he said that you are
yeah,
not bahagena karana.
that's it. He told that in Matar also, and I felt I put the hat on because people were. I am anyway not very good at doing. People can see things and do the right thing. No, physically at an
Hmm.
arms giving also they do. But when I do that, everybody notices that I am not an expert in that.
Hmm.
Just like, I don't know, that is a problem in the system. Even at home, my sisters do much better than I do. They always ask me to go and welcome the visitors. So, I mean, I said I did it in the Bogoda. And I said I saw it how you were doing in cameras because I was cleaning the drains, washing pots and pans, everything. But
Hmm.
it was kind of artificial. I don't know. That's
Hmm.
what, no, he has noticed that it is
Yeah.
not a genuine
It's
thing.
like, you know how they say, roll up your sleeves and kind of get your
Yeah.
hands dirty type of thing.
Yes, yes.
That's what he means.
Yeah,
Bahagena
yeah,
karana.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's it.
Now, for example, if you're doing a Shramadana,
Yeah.
and the Shramadana requires, all those katuakul kind of things, hedges
Hmm,
and
hmm,
all to be
hmm,
cleared,
hmm.
where you're going to get scratched. You have to have a mammoth, you have to climb up a particular slope.
Yeah, yeah.
And that is it. Basically what has to be done. But you might
Hmm.
find something at the bottom of the slope where you have to take a rake and just rake the leaves or something.
Exactly. Yeah.
Something like that is what he's saying. He didn't mean it only for you. He said quite a lot of mothers are like
I
that.
mean, yeah,
Um,
most of us are like that,
yeah,
Surangika,
and
because,
I remember him saying in Kurunagala also one day, he's saying,
yeah.
me ammala do yanna bellune.
Hmm.
Like,
Yeah, we do everything. I don't know, but they noticed that. With one day, I remember when in the previous journey, I just watched. I was staying at the place with my younger man in Vahase, and Narayan Vahase was also there upstairs. So I watched my younger man in Vahase's Sivuru and all the stuff, right? And
mm,
I was going to hang them. Then Narayan Vahase saw it. Now see, as was showing that to us, and see how she is in that kit. She's washing, doing washing, and that is not the proper way to do that kind of. I was, I don't know. He said, "Oma," and again, so karagina karani, that is not the way to do that kind of thing, you know. I can't explain. ඇයි ඔය ඇඳුම් විනාශ කරගෙන ඕම කරන්නේ kind of thing he asked. Because another one would do that in a better way than I did. So I don't know how to explain that even people do things appropriately, no washing, they would. So at that point also he asked like that. I mean, he was just joking, but when නාගෙන තෙමාගෙන that ඒක හොඳට දන්න එක්කෙනා ලස්සනට ඒක කරනවනේ ඇඟ විනාශ කරගන්න නැතුව ඇඳුම් තෙමාගෙන kind of thing he meant. So
we seem to be having a guest as well. Someone has joined called BA. Therwan Sarnai. I don't know whether you have joined this English Zoom before. This is the Buddothpado English Dhamma channel. This is generally for 2 hours between 3 and 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time. You are welcome to ask any questions around the Buddhist philosophy, and we are happy to answer any questions or just have a conversation with you. It can be about the Buddhist philosophy and our noble teacher and Mahansa's teachings, or it can be about the practical side of things, whether it is the Vidarshana meditation or contemplative reflection on various Dhamma points. So please feel free to join us in the English Zoom discussion. So until then, we are just discussing various points, and these are based on other Sinhalese talks as well that our noble teacher joins and has during different times of the day, isn't it, Sudhamma?
Yeah. Surangika, please excuse me for a while.
Okay. So, yeah, we do have quite a few Sinhalese Zoom sessions during the day. This is all in Sri Lankan time. So we have a 5 a.m. Morning session called the Buddothpado Practical Program Morning Zoom discussion between 5 and about 8 o'clock in the morning. Then there's another one for mostly beginners around 9:30 a.m. in the morning. This one is from 3 to 5 p.m., which is just for an English Dhamma discussion, mainly in the form of question and answers, talking about the Buddhist philosophy, whatever points, certain aspects about where the person is not sure about and is unclear as to how to pursue the contemplative reflection, the Vidarshana teachings. We do have advanced practitioners on this English Zoom, and they are happy to clarify any of those Dhamma points as well. So that's the 3 to 5 p.m. Zoom discussion. There is an English PeoTV, the Buddothpado English Zoom channel goes on during the day from Sri Lanka time. And the other talks are also delivered by different practitioners, followers of the path in the English language. I think our and Mahansa, our noble teachers' intention is to spread the true Buddhist message, the Buddha's true message, to as much a wider audience as possible, not just limiting it to people who can only understand Sinhalese, but also to the English-speaking Western audiences, because he really intends to or what should I say, he's very focused on making sure that everybody has access to the truth, the actual message of the Buddha, which has, for some reason or the other, been somewhat hidden over the last so many generations, or you could say even the last 2,500 years. The focus on the true Vidarshana bhavana or vidarshana meditation, the true meaning of that has somehow kind of gone under the surface by the reason of certain meditation practices and certain types of traditional ways of Buddhist teachings. And it's possible that, it could be because of the lack of the practical understanding of what actually the true teachings of the Buddha is, and what actually is meant by the true awakening. The Buddha's ultimate message is to see how this whole mind works, the illusion of the mind, understand the whole sensory functions, understand how this whole world gets created through only the senses. And once one understands how this world gets created through the senses and senses alone, then there comes a gradual realization that this whole sense of existence and this concept of a self, which has driven this so-called being through a samsaric cycle, is only coming out of this so-called illusion of thinking through that illusionary mind, that there is such a thing called an external world. And so all this is actually arising in the mind, nowhere else. So if you have heard of the Pali saying chittena niyati loko, what that means is that this whole so-called concept of the world, as we call it, is only something that is constructed in the mind, the consciousness. And arising from what? Arising from our basic sense faculties, nothing else. So if you think about the experience of, or what you experience as this so-called world, you would probably realize that the world, as you call it, is basically the things that you see, isn't it? The things that you hear, the things that you feel, touch, smell, and taste. All the inputs that are being taken from the sensory faculties collectively is the experience that you have of this world. So supposing one is blind, the whole aspect of light and all the things that are that can be envisioned from the eye, not only just light, but everything. The sky, the houses, the mother, father, parents, family, everything that can be discerned to the eye is completely gone, isn't it? If the eye faculty does not work. And what about the ears? Everything that has sound associated with it, the voice of your children, the voice of your parents, the world going by, vehicles horning, dogs barking, babies crying, all these things that are associated with sound will no longer be there if the ear faculty is not working. So in this sense, can you see all the sounds, the images, the envisioning? And what about the taste? All those types of delicious food that you have grown to love, the types of smells that you inhale, the things that you even detest. It's not just the positive, it's also the negative connotations of every one of these sensory perceptions. Aren't these what we collectively call this life experience? So this is where the Buddha actually pointed the followers to actually see that this whole concept of a world that is getting created through these sensory functions is only grasped or discerned by way of a perception. And it is that perception happening at speed due to the sheer speed of vibration that one then gets the notion that there is something called a sense of existence. And that strong sense of existence that keeps getting built due to attachments occurring to these so-called worldly objects. And with that comes the sense of being alive. If there is a world, if there are objects, places, people, things around, then there is also an illusory self that is born on this side as well. If an object is there, then there is an observer, isn't it? So, but this whole thing is something that is only a construct, something that is getting constructed in the mind, an illusion. The light consciousness is itself an illusion, occurring due to the sheer speed of vibration. The ear consciousness is similarly an illusion. The taste consciousness, the smell consciousness, the body consciousness are all in the same fashion, all illusions. But because of that speed of vibration, which cannot be fathomed, the sensory perceptions are then taken as existing. And with that, only that wrong self-view is born. So this whole concept of a self-view is the thing that actually leads this so-called being. There is no being, this so-called being, to almost consider the fact that it is actually existing. But when one actually shines the light on this truth, there is a realization that these sense faculties are just a natural occurrence. Just like the trees grow and the birds fly in the sky, the sun is shining, all these things just happen. There is nobody doing it. We don't impose a self on the tree. We don't impose a self on the river flowing. And yet here we impose a person, an I or a self, to something that is naturally occurring. There is a separation of the functions, our external functions of doing as opposed to the internal functions. There is no controlling of the blood circulation, there is no controlling of the digestive system, there is no controlling of the nervous system, and yet we assume that there is an I here. We feel that there is an I here, isn't it? So it's actually one of these grand illusions, and that is what these Dhamma teachings are actually trying to do, to shine the light on this whole grand illusion, to be able to show people that it is through the reflective insight that one can actually see through this whole self-existence for the illusion that it is. Dr. Kokila, Theruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai. Sorry,
I was filling in the silence because I think we have a guest who I was just trying to give a brief introduction. Somebody, new person who's joined. Sudharma had to step away, I think.
Yeah, there's VA. Not sure who that is. Did
sure.
he or she speak?
No, I just gave a brief introduction about this 3 to 5 p.m. and said that sometimes we discuss questions from the other Zooms, but he or she is free to ask any questions on the Buddhist philosophy or any other Dhamma points should they wish to.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි who has joined our Zoom today. You're welcome. We just would like you to say some few words to see not sure. Mhm. So, was there anything specific, Surangika, we can discuss?
Sudharma was just talking about, I think, the discussion she had with Sonamali a couple of days ago. And she was saying that even this aspect of jealousy that Aryan Mahansa brought up, she said, whilst it's not felt in a surface-like level, that it can be felt sometimes as coming up in a very subtle way.
Mm-hmm.
I think she said that, if somebody is going somewhere and then she can't go to that same place, how it can just come up in a very, very subtle way type of thing. And yes, so some of those experiences based on what Aryan Maharaj said the other day. And she was also saying how when Swarnamali talks that the mind almost goes to zero at that point. I think it's just the
way it works, isn't it?
Way it works, actually. There's nothing else to say there, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, what she said was actually, even with Aryan Mahansa, she said you can, at least from her experience, she said you can explain something back to Aryan Mahansa using the mind. But her experience with Swarnamali at that point was that actually the mind went into zero kind of status. So it could have that effect anyway. I mean, not that there is any experience. I was telling her that I don't think I've ever, not I don't think, I have never spoken with Swarnamali.
Yeah, I don't think I have had maybe a very short one. In my own Zoom I did on Wednesdays, very long time ago, I think. She joined for a moment.
I wanted to ask you, Dr. Kokina, about that. You remember that Melbourne program that was held at Sunita's place, and that person asked about that poison bottle. And you were saying, I mean, later on we discussed it on the English Zoom, and you said how difficult it is to convince people who want to think that way.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
similar type of thing. So I have this couple of friends that I'm trying very subtly at least to give the Dhamma to. But one thing I think I can preempt them asking me at some point is this, how it's a similar type like the poison bottle. You know how people are so fixated on their health, isn't it, nowadays? That they take various things and then they don't take various things. Some are very particular about the types of food they eat and organic stuff and so on. So people who are into those kind of things particularly can say that. So how can you say that, then that, the food and this and that is not a direct contributory thing to the body type of thing?
I mean, we can't deny that it is.
Yeah,
It is
exactly. So
contributory, yeah.
how can you explain that is the question.
Mm.
In a way that you don't want to put them off, neither do you want to, because it's difficult to put into words, isn't it? That type of thing comes later on, like where you don't really care, you're not going into that aspect of it. Somebody needs to be able to want to listen to the core Dhamma truth first without trying to find answers to everything, isn't it?
No, in a way, when Naran Mahansa says, you drink water and you kind of feel something is going inside, right? And then later you pass urine, so you can say something like that. But in the sense, did we drink water? So that is, did you actually drink water? What happened there? Something like that is unfathomable sometimes. I mean, did you actually eat rice? And even after a long time, I asked Champa that question. Actually, she misunderstood what I asked. I asked, are you eating rice? And she said, yes. And I said, then you can't understand this Dhamma. And she thought actually I'm talking about eating rice and Dhamma, some relationship. And I couldn't help laughing because I said, no, that's not what I mean. You can eat whatever you like. But have you ever eaten rice? Then she got it. So that's the thing. So when they can say, if you put a piece of chocolate inside your mouth, now someone, if they really want to have a fight with this situation, we can say, yes, it is a chocolate inside my mouth. It's not candy, it is chocolate, something like that. We can have a good argument, right? But is it so? Is it so? So the thing is, can you ever eat a word? Can you ever eat a word? Can you ever eat something like that? Are you actually eating something? Then there is a question. Yes, I'm eating something. That is the beautiful part of it. The slap. This question has come multiple times. Someone slap you. Are you telling that no one slapped you? Well, can you call it a slap? Or can you call it someone touched? But then we can say, yes, okay. You can call it, the concept. We can erase the concept, but something happened there, right? Very hurting thing happened there. And then when it comes to that, then we need to know to talk about this, how this sense systems work, like how the skin function is applicable. So ඇහැට පේනවා, කයට දැනෙනවා thing. That is, if someone doesn't want to listen to that, they won't. But actually speaking, this is even scientifically proven. You can say if you completely anesthetize the face and keep slapping, you won't know. So the slapping sentence, so the poison sentence is a different thing. And if you drink it and there's a burning sensation in the mouth, that's a different thing. And the body ceasing function because of the poison is a different thing. Death concept is a different thing. So they are all different aspects of the concepts.
Yeah, because but sometimes to be able to convince people, you have to make them interested in the Dhamma. Sometimes you have to solve the basic question they have. Different people are fixated on different things, now, Dr. Popular. Some people are
Yeah.
fixated on gym exercises. If you go to the gym, you'll find people absolutely, they are like mannequins. And why they are like that is, you can see, to the extent that is understood, every aspect of muscle, there is an exercise. And each of those are diligently gone through. You can see them putting a program on the phone, and every couple of seconds they look at that, and then they change the dumbbell and like that. Then for the leg it's separate, for the hip it's separate, the back is separate, like that. So now for a person like that,
Actually,
they
you
might
should
ask
use.
a question. Yeah.
No, you shouldn't touch that area. The gym, actually gym can make the person, I usually say this, I learn it from Aranwanse, but the circus person can actually experience this no self anger while doing the circus. So the gym may be the exact area that he can experience this. So it should, some activities, specifically the things they are addicted to, can be used for that. If it's an activity, not like eating. Even eating, who knows? Taste. If we someone who is addicted to the sweets, if you keep talking about the sweet taste, how it is a function of the tongue only, who knows? It might be experience, because it's an experience.
What I'm trying to say is, now if the gym person can ask you, saying, okay, so are you saying that if this body, there's no such thing called a body, that means I don't need to go to the gym, and then the body should remain like this, or some silly thing like that. And then the person who eats sweets can say, okay, if there's no such thing called a sweet, then I can eat enough sweets. No, it won't harm the body. No, so like that. Okay. Then the person who I said at the beginning, the one who wants to eat organically, food and health and all
No,
that.
actually, we can then go around because we have to attack the weaker points. So the fear of death kind of thing. If there is no
that
fear
is the
of
thing.
death,
They are not interested in talking about the fear of death. They won't say, they ask you this basic question, whatever that is close to their hearts, right? One person the gym, another person wanting to eat sweets, and another person wanting to have a very healthy lifestyle. And then that person will say, are you saying that if I just eat any rubbish, I can maintain
that
this
is
body?
the same question like poison. Same question like poison. She asked, no, if there's no anything called poison, can I drink it?
Yeah, can I have it? Yeah, so how can one convincingly show the Dhamma there was my question.
No, actually the body...
It's difficult, isn't it?
No, we are not saying that what we think is not out there. But
so even
chemical
what we think
changes
is
we
not
can't
out there.
change. We
So
can't
then we are
change
saying
chemical
that
changes.
now. So what shall I say? Something like, I don't know, some kind of nutritious product. I don't know what it is. Nothing is coming to my mind now. Avocado. Okay. So if there's no such thing called avocado, then the benefits of avocado to brain health and fatty, whatever, good fat. So then that person can say, are you saying that then none of that is relevant for this body to remain healthy? Yeah, it's like a poison question, but how does, because that is where the physicality comes, isn't it? And
yes.
So I think one of the aspects to say is that this is nuwanin dakina dharmaya. No, it's not from the You can't use the physical, I mean, to a certain extent, some examples you can use the physical body. But in all other respects, this is a Dhamma that is discerned from wisdom rather than from the sense faculties. Can you say it that way? Not really also.
Yeah, I mean, if someone is actually asking that way, looking after the mind, looking after the body, Aran Hanse always says, even this mind can't handle anything alone. Like it needs some attachment. Aran Hanse even says that, mind needs some mind food. Body needs some body food, right? Until this system works. So we are not actually trying to get rid of this bhava. I mean, we are understanding this system. That's all we do. Because even Narayan Hanse talks about this, even Sonamali talks about this, maintaining a stable mind. Maintaining, actually speaking, that comes with the last thing Narayan Hanse says, you all have to manage this. It's after attaining Nibbana, actually, that you have to manage this system. Manage in such a way that the mind is at ease and the body is at ease. He says, no, why are you in the sun? If the shade is there, you go to the shade. Right? So why are you eating sweets? If you can eat a better nutritious food. I always say the common sense is not gone. So the thing is, that is the end of the path. Here, what we are trying to actually understand is this world real? So if the poison bottle is so real to somebody, yes, definitely duality is there. But is it so? I mean, it is a picture. If you look at the bottle, it's a picture. I usually separate them. If you're looking at a bottle and say this is a poison bottle, that's a picture. If you put a little bit onto your palm or the tongue, if it burns, that's a tongue sensation. If it's a hand, it's a hand sensation. If it's inner body sensations, yes, you will get pain. You will get abdominal pain. You know how painful it is after poisoning. Even though they take it with so much happiness, I mean, not happiness, sadness or whatever, then more sadness is coming from the pain. There's the apart from the interventional problems, intervention also is painful, like trying to get the vomiting and all that. But yes, internal also there is a internal feel, right? So this body sensor will work. There will be burning sensation inside as well as outside. If it is burning outside burning is usually like very chemical poisons. Chemical can actually affect the external. If you want to burn your hand, you burn your hand, right? If you have a lamp and you want to burn your hand, you just burn your hand. So what? Burning is a concept. What happened to the hand? There is pain and sensory system actually giving you the pain. To be exact, if it's a deep burn, you don't feel anything. You will just die of dehydration. Only superficial burning is painful. Deep burn, mostly dying is from the septicemia and the sepsis and the dehydration. No pain, because pain receptors are in the superficial area. So that's the thing. You need a lot of time to keep convincing them if they really want to talk in that way. So eating
Which was
fat.
why that day also we couldn't, isn't it? Because there's only limited time.
No, it is not enough time.
Yeah.
It is not enough time just in a one way. Aran Hanse might dodge a thing like that. එහෙනම් ඉතින් පිච්චිලා මැරෙන්නනේ තියෙන්නේ කියලා එහෙම කියන්න පුළුවන් ඉතින්. එහෙම කියන්න බෑනේ පළවෙනි දවසේ.
No, but the thing is, aim is you don't want to put them off. No, you're trying to. I mean, there's compassion for everybody. No,
even after 5 years, Aran Hanse is slowly telling, no, what are you doing still? That also he is slowly telling without hurting them. He will shout if he is surely knowing the person. I mean, otherwise, he might shout if he's sure that this person is never going to get it anyway, they are going to find trouble. Anyway, there are people like that also. So, but there are ways and means of that. I mean, seeing a poison. Are you seeing a poison? Are you touching a poison? Are you drinking a poison? Are you burning from a poison? Are you dying from the poison? These are all concepts. But still, is there anything to happen to the body? Bodily changes will happen until you have a body system with the sensor system functioning. You will feel that. If you are anesthetized, imagine you come with a coma because of the poison and you put into the machine, you're fully gone. You don't know what happened. You wake up about 30 days later. You can find out what happened with the poison. Be practical, right?
Yeah.
So what happened to the body? Is it your body? That is the problem. Body is there. Is it your body is a different question. Sensor functions are there. Is it yours is the question. So who are you question matches really nicely. Rather than going from function to function. So who are you who is being happy
the
with
problem is they are
sweet?
fixated on the body, no? So when it is not necessarily their body,
No,
anybody.
they will understand I am not the body because they are looking at it as from my body. Where my
even
question,
if you take it as not one's body, but like any kind of physical body, it's a big thing for people to kind of get their head around, no? That. So in that sense.
But the who am I question will address the who is the owner then. Body is there, yes. We don't deny that. No, even the mind is there. Sensory functions are there. We don't deny that. Actually, one has to go to deeper level now to understand that even that is not there. Even the one vibration is not there. Is a very deep point.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that if somebody, it's difficult to, I mean, if
one
they don't
who is arguing with very sensible thing, you can actually put these things in another way rather than attacking their own way of telling. Specifically like addictions. And ask them to see who just it's okay, continue exercising. See, is it you who is exercising? Keep looking at that. Try to understand. The body is moving on the treadmill. Is it you who is exercising? You are reading the iPad or the phone to change the item. Is it you who is reading that? Is it who you changing the dumbbells? Is it you who is drinking water? So there are ways and means. It should be picked up. So with the luck only it happens sometimes, you know. Sometimes for some you get the real correct answer. Sometimes you don't.
There was a thing that popped into the head few days ago also. About now when you say that you're drinking the water. Now actually it's not only the water, no. What is drinking? There's no such thing called drinking also, no?
Yeah.
So if there's
But
no
the
such
වතුර
thing
ටික
called...
කටට වැටෙනවා එළියට යනවා that ටික that part is there, no? That is the problem with this body sensor. You asked this question long time ago when you
Yeah, so
stand
for
near a...
that part,
Yeah.
even for to say that that part happens is
You
also
can't deny
something
that
that is listened to the mind, no?
Yes, it is a body consciousness.
No, to know that that something that actually something happened. True, there is no
Yeah.
such thing as drinking, no such thing as water. But if we say the water came in and went out,
No, water is actually mind consciousness. The feel, the tongue feel, or the mouth has other areas. That feel is feel. Don't forget that.
yes, so the field is also not there, no?
In the sense, we have no words now to discuss this in the physical feel. I mean, it's so difficult. With the feel word taken out.
Yes, the physical field is also only
that doesn't
discerned.
need the mind.
The physical field needs a mind.
No, that's the body consciousness. It's also a kind of a sitter. This word sitter and the mano vinyane is difficult. So I'm talking about like this way. So the water is mind consciousness. Actual physical feel is the body consciousness or the tongue consciousness, right?
Yeah, but the tongue consciousness doesn't exist on its own, no? The tongue consciousness...
It existed before in the baby. The body consciousness can exist without mind consciousness.
Can the body consciousness exist without the mind consciousness?
Yeah, in the like the baby, before the mind is formed, baby feels, no, the mother.
Yeah, but that's also
the
a
water.
conscious type of consciousness, isn't it? Yeah.
That is the body consciousness.
Yeah, what I was trying to get at was, so in this kriyava action, now if so we say that okay, yeah, somebody drank water, so the water is, there's no such thing as water, no such thing as drinking. But if the water, if now earlier you said no, that still
It's like the salt, same thing as salt.
But that's, you said something happens, no?
Yeah, something happens is the body consciousness. Or the tongue consciousness. I mean, the mouth has all this. Usually mouth has a lining, body consciousness lining, as well as tongue consciousness.
So that something happens. If it can't be caught in the mind consciousness, then has it actually happened? Is the question, isn't it?
No, body consciousness can be there. Body consciousness actually, the fully going through and through body consciousness is actually then arupa, then it is only the feel.
So the feel is where the mind consciousness is not there, right?
Right.
Which means it's the basic sensory functions.
No, even basic sensory function is the form level. Gandha
Yeah, so
Suvanda.
doesn't the body consciousness fall into that category?
Yeah, form level.
Yeah, so it doesn't mean body consciousness is non-form then, right? But what
No.
is non-form then?
No,
Then those
non-form is completely it doesn't have any
devoid of the mind.
Any rupa means shabda rupa, gandha rupa, rasa rupa. Rupa is not there.
Yeah, so rupa there is mind, no?
Well, you are actually telling very basic question here is coming now when you keep saying that. Everything is sita. So the sita, mind consciousness is water. So don't forget that. So even the light consciousness can be called a sita if you really want to.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say earlier. Yeah.
So you have to use that word. That's why I'm actually jumping and telling that, because if you use sita, people think about the water. Water is the actual mind consciousness.
Yeah, but the consciousness itself is a differentiating feeling, no?
Yeah, it is sita in the Lord Buddha's language. We can call it sita because even the baby has some kind of chitta, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in that way, yes. But when it comes to the first thought, when you say word thought, we have to be very clear. First thought is mother. As soon as mother is formed, you are formed.
I'm trying to get to the actually there's, Isatoni Jivo Sunyo means, this activity is also not there, no? Can you say the activity is also not there?
Well, Rahatan Wahanse has everything, no? This isn't just an experience. Just an experience. Rahatan Wahanse has everything. It's a experience that nothing matters. Nothing matters. So, water is also will be understood by Rahatan Wahanse. Body consciousness, tongue consciousness, all these sensor functions will be also there. But this inner vibration, which was the culprit for this tanha or the craving, will not be there. That's the difference. But I have a slight feeling that there is a reason that you are actually digging into this because of the lack of clear thing about the form and the non-form.
Yeah, possible, because form is not felt, no? What was I going to say now? Yeah, actually, that reminded me when you said Raga Dvesa thing. Was it last night that Aryan Vansi said about? That was, of course, a good discussion, wasn't it?
Which one?
Raga, there is no owner for the Raga Dvesa Moha.
Yeah. That is actually coming from Sotapanna, right? Yeah. That's how the Sotapanna Sarasravakya becomes a Arasravakya, right? Mm-hmm.
He gave another explanation about that Sakadagami thing. Where was it? I think I can't remember. 2 days ago, 1 day ago.
Maybe in the long
Panadura, I think.
Battaramulla or Panadura, yeah.
Panadura, I think. I can't remember that. No. What did he say? Yeah, he said there's a reason why the Sakadagami is the reduction of the Kamaraga Patiga at that point.
Because the changes haven't happened yet. For the
something else. Something
no, non-return also he said something. I don't know whether the same talk I'm talking about. Non-return also he said something. Can't actually remember. Yes.
Was it last night about the non-return?
No. In the one of the out.
The other ones, daily ones.
Outside ones, yeah. So actually, the Prithvi Sanya or Loka Sanya. Loka Sanya means Melava Sanya.
Loka Sanya is Rupa Loka, isn't it? Form realm.
Melava.
Yeah, but form, right? Form realm.
Form and then sensual, yeah. Sensual is anyway broken, no?
Yeah, now in Rupa is Sanya, no? So then it's the form realm, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
actually there's a good one because Kamaraga Patiga is actually in the sensual world. That is what which is coming down in Sakudagam.
Kamaraga Patiga.
Kamaraga
is in the sensual world.
Yeah, Ruparaga is not Kamaraga, Ruparaga, Aruparaga. Those are the three
so must be
ragas.
No?
Yeah, so usually Kamaraga Patiga is the sensual world. That is what. So just because just because you enter the.
Sorry, Dr. Popula. So if you think about the 10 petals, so the first 3 are the Sotapanna thing, and then what is remaining is Kamaraga Patiga.
Yeah.
The 4th and 5th is Kamaraga Patiga, which is the gradual fading through the Sakadagami stage.
Yeah.
So Sakadagami stage is not Sotapanna, so Sakadagami stage, the sensual realm, has it been transcended at that point?
Yeah, but Aranhansa usually says that these two lines are actually going together. He used to say, long time ago, he didn't say that recently. He used to say that the one side, the Sakudagami is going, one side, the Anagami is going. Actually, they overlap. He kind of used to say this long time ago. He said, no one understands this properly unless you experience this.
Yeah, so I mean, that's what, there's no point in finding the definitions like that. I was just trying to see. I mean, the defilements start to fade. Anyway. No?
Yeah.
Which is why there is that, I mean, that is what our advances says, that one has to be alert about. If one is not alert about, you can miss the bus and miss the bus stop and all that type of thing. Is that the gradual fading of the defilements is the indication that one is on the path, right?
Yes. 100%.
Otherwise, how else can you? There is no measure.
Well, so that exact question you can measure, but That is the thing.
The measure is the gradual diminishing of the burning, right? The self view that keeps popping up is because for the fact that due to ignorance, the ownership is almost linked to everything that is happening, seeing, hearing, and so on and so forth. Continues to happen, but the tendency to do that is reducing, which is why the burning is reducing from the other
Surangika.
side.
You can say that, Surangika, as a person who has listened to Dhamma for a long time, you would understand that sentence itself is not enough. That sentence is not enough because all the mothers will say, no, the defilements are going down. Everyone has this, defilements are going down. But these demarcations have different points. That's what I'm saying. It's the tricky area, right? How one would say something like රහත් වෙලා නැහැ. කොහොමද? How would you say that? And how can someone say yes, katakarani? How would someone say that? So otherwise, people become like people who have gone to the Ganga Nadi, right? How more to wash away? What do you think?
Yeah, so that itself is not enough, is true, but that is the main measure. But
that's the main measure
in
a
itself
superficial.
Is not the ultimate. What shall I say? Ultimate.
It's not the post kind of thing, but there is no post. That's the thing. These are very tricky words that you are asking, which are tricky to answer, because if you think like this, you will never see the end also. So the thinking in this line is not useful.
Yeah, I'm not thinking. I'm just for the sake of the Zoom only. Otherwise, of course, I'm not thinking about any of those things.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, as a practitioner, best thing is to just let go and keep understanding what happens. Being aware about the moment is good. That's all you can do.
No, actually, the more the senses are seen,
that's all you can do.
Yeah, as its own independent function, and the more the mind sensor becomes clear that is almost like the controlling room, and those work independently, and then the actual realization that there is no me to embed anywhere, it becomes clearer and clearer.
That sentence, we'll try to correct it. The mind being the controlling room is the one which is going to lose.
Yeah, but the mind is driving this. No, it is the mind that has been accidentally.
No, we feel like that, but actually they are interconnected.
Yeah, they are all interconnected. The seeing can't happen without the mind. The hearing can't happen without the mind, and so on. So they are all connected in that sense, and the story is being woven by the mind. But when one actually sees this whole interlinkage between the seeing and the discerning, the hearing and the recognition, the tasting and the recognition, and then how the mind takes all that, the light, the sound, everything, and makes up a big story. The more that it is seen, that the fact that this film is running separately thing is becoming clearer and clearer. And the more the separation is there.
This Vasange Pavatinama thing is a big thing, Surangika, even though we feel like Nani Vasange Nani kind of thing. But still, people get so sad when they can't lift their own leg, because the mind says, lift the leg, and the leg is not lifting. Not paralysis, I'm talking about, when you are old, you will have experience with elderly parents. How things are not working like before. If you're sick also, you can understand that. So the mind says, lift the leg. Leg is not lifting. This interconnection also is defective then. And
Yeah, it's defective at that point.
It is really tricky then. They are so sad. They are frustrated. They are angry. That's where parents get, not parents, sorry, not parents, the
patients.
People who are in the kind of elderly will get angry. They get angry, agitated. They are very scared that the system is not under control. This under control thing is felt with the younger body. So even the gym
the fact
people,
that
it is the same
within
thing.
Control, yeah.
And imagine who goes to a gym, gets something like a neurological issue. They are more depressed than others. Because they are so obsessed with that, this is under my control.
Yeah.
I'm going to exercise each muscle that your beautiful example. Yeah. When they get a neurological condition, they are so sad. They are so depressed. They lose the whole thing. Because they thought everything is under my control, because the mind is 100% felt as me. That is the whole problem here. Why the second step of Aranhanse is so difficult. Why? Because it is felt like that. Mind says lift the leg, the leg is lifted.
Yeah, that is the thing, no? Because it is the mind that gives the energy, the current.
Yeah, when there is a circuit breaking, circuit is broken. Now the mind is functioning. The leg is also, some function is there, but they are not when the circuit is in faulty, then who is angry? That's a different story.
Yeah, that's a different story altogether.
Oh my goodness.
That one, yeah.
Is the mind angry or the body angry?
Chitta Rupa is breaking down there, isn't it? Now, we say every activity, whether one is actually consciously thinking or not, is bound by mental picture, right? If you think of brushing the teeth, automatically the body is moving towards the bathroom. But then the example you gave is lift the leg and has been drawn. This is what lifting the leg should look like. But the leg is not lifting.
Your line is not clear. I just muted to see whether it's my problem, but I think it's...
Yeah, actually.
Surangika, can you hear me?
Doctor. So that's actually me.
Did you hear me?
Sorry, clear. I can hear you, doctor.
No, the line got very
Yeah, I can hear you,
shaky.
doctor.
Line got very shaky. The last few sentences you said was very shaky. Now it's right for some reason. Yeah, now it's right.
Okay. No, I was saying that, so, for everything there's a mental picture, as our advances says, the walking, the eating, the sleeping, the drinking and this type of thing. And that it is the mind that is like the solar power is giving the current for this body to work. But in your example, the mental picture is being drawn still. Mental picture pops up, lift the leg, but the leg is not getting lifted. So I'm trying to get my head around it actually. Yeah, you're right, because everything, it's like breathing, isn't it? And like young people have everything under their control, that one, it has to happen for it to be understood. That now can't. But then actually, I suppose we notice that in different ways, isn't it? Now, for sometimes certain things say, this system has a shoulder injury from a fall, and the arm can't be twisted in a particular way, only up to a particular point. But the thing is, the mind doesn't stay there, because there's so many other things the body can do. It doesn't dwell there, isn't it?
Yeah. That's what Aranvansi says. No, wait till you get blind. Wait till you lose your leg. That's a different entity. So actually, leg is not there to lift. Even though
that's also true. The leg itself is not there. Yeah. But the elderly people are so frustrated because one day it's the leg, next day it's the hand, and other day something else, isn't it? So there are too many things that are now breaking down. The connection between the mental picture and the lifting is breaking down in so many places. Now in middle-aged people, we might have what's that?
They are daily praying, saying, let me die.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I have patients like that. Can you just shoot me? Then you can say that they have understood Dhamma. No, they just don't want to suffer. Oh my goodness.
So actually what happens there, doctor? How the mental picture is drawn, how did that there is a physicality there, isn't it?
The mental picture
how does one explain that in the Dhamma?
Mental picture is drawn, but the physical aspect of it is having a problem. So that itself is the Aranvansi's beautiful question. Who are you? Are you the body? Are you the mind? Because if you are the mind, now mind...
Both are breaking down there, no?
Yeah. Both. Then who is getting angry is the problem. Is the mind getting angry? No, because there are so many things there. The who am I question, because the body, actually that's the thing. When people come and say I'm ready to die, they're actually talking about different entity.
The body. Oh no,
the body.
Both actually.
No, both actually. Yeah, both. Because
both. Because they say that they want to die is a thought, no? Yeah.
Yeah, they sit down and say, "Can you give me a new body, doctor? What's the use of this body now? Give me a new body," right? So we have a laugh. But the thing is, actually, if they get a new body, they would be happy. If there is a way of giving a new body, because there is a person self who is getting some happiness from a new body, right? So new mind, actually, people with PTSD or trauma or some stuff like really unique stuff like
Yeah,
happening
I
in
was
the
about to
mind.
ask you that question. What if the mind is sick, like
Yeah,
Alzheimer's?
they would. Alzheimer's is different. Alzheimer's is different. Alzheimer's is like
Dementia then, yeah.
yeah. No, Alzheimer's dementia is same, but what I'm trying to say is it is slightly different because they can do stuff. They just don't remember the immediate things. I mean, if it's really bad, you might forget everything, even how to brush the teeth. Yeah, as you said, the thought process is this like gone, like going basically fully gone. It is very bad. They don't even know what to whether you should eat even. It's really weird. They don't
Yeah,
eat.
because there are some people, doctor, who have these bouts of or dementia or bouts or like episodes, and then there's in certain instances there is complete clarity in the mind, and then they realize they get very depressed that they know that there is a portion of the mind where they have no control, where it kind of goes a little berserk.
Yes.
But and that then they are trying to say that that's not me. The complete clarity part of the mind is me, and therefore then they can have that same example, like give me a new body. They can say
Yeah.
that if only my mind was back to what it was, like
Yes, that's the sentence. And also, I wish that this thought will never come to me, like trauma thoughts. That part will be erased from this system, which we can't. Because more you try to erase it, is more it appears.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So it is
So
like
you're just
more
going round
you
and
try
round
to
and
forget
round,
about
isn't it?
nirvana,
Yeah.
more you try to forget about nirvana keeps coming back.
Yeah.
Oh my
Actually, yeah. So it's almost as if you're digging and digging. You are trying to get out of the hole, but you are digging deeper, no?
Yeah, and actually speaking, who are you question is actually not any of these things. So that's why Aranwanse is keep telling you, go to the baby, go to the baby, go to the baby, because that vibration story is in the zygote. Arupa is in the zygote level.
Arupa is in the zygote. Arupa is
Before
in the
mind
zygote
starts.
where the mind is not. I mean, at least the mind consciousness, as we call it, the problem child is not a non-entity there. That's where you can touch the tails.
That's where the actual problem, the alive field story is there. Power.
The itta sanyava, no? The itta sanyava is actually the vibration there.
Same.
Because in this Abhinyadeshan, I think I heard him saying this. The vibration itself is the thing that gives the sensation of something being there.
Yes. Something
speed,
here. That
the
here
speed.
word is the itta.
Something here. Yeah, there's
Something
there.
here.
Something there. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is something. That sensation, the notion comes about due to that. And that notion only sets this whole thing off like a something.
Yes. Yes, self, it goes into the direction of the self view, but the start is in that point.
So to get to that, the mind consciousness, the mind has to be zero.
To come to that, moment,
Come to that moment. And to be able to, see through that aspect. You can't do because of the noise of the mind.
Yeah. How, when the mind is thick, it doesn't penetrate. So forget about the Nibbana. So we can say like this, forgetting about the Nibbana. Forgetting about Nibbana. අමතක කරන්න නිර්වාණය අමතක කරන එකත් අමතක කරන්න.
Wow.
Because these are all stacks in subconscious stacks.
Yeah.
So they block the path.
They block it, yeah.
So baby Surangika should come out for a moment.
Yeah.
It was an interesting talk today, actually.
It was funny. All these people lifting legs and arms and gyms and whatnot. Healthy lives. But it's actually, it's a challenge, isn't it? Because some of these aspects I'm just thinking about because, if one ventures into any one of these monasteries
all day
here,
I see
and at
these
least,
things.
Yeah, you of course see all these things. So I'm closeted inside the house here and have from morning to evening staring at the computer and immersed in board papers. That's all I do. But it's actually the life experience of all these things that gives a lesson by itself, isn't it? All these things. Some of it I can hear through when my mother says various things. So yesterday she was saying, I was perfectly healthy all this time. She said, and she said, yeah. I said, really? There's you there? Of course there was me here. This cough is not, where did this cough come from? She's saying, and this is listening to Dhamma for a long time now. I'm like, oh God, kill me now, right? Okay, never mind. So my father also rolls his eyes, and that's the end of it. But sometimes you can actually, so that's the limited exposure I have compared to your patient's doctor. But it's interesting, isn't it, that aspect about the mental picture and the physicality, and then in different aspects,
Where
how they
some
don't get
examples, some examples are there. Mind is not working properly, but the body is really good. So, and even going crazy is the same thing. Mind keeps saying different stuff, not related to this world at all. It is funny.
Right.
This the who are you question. We can't ask it from them anyway. I never asked, but it is very interesting.
Yeah, actually today, sorry, we've just gone past the time, but I'll just mention this. Where was Alan in the evening? I think Mavanella or somewhere. And there was this little child. He was inside a house, and there was a child on the other sofa bouncing around. For the first time for a long time, I actually laughed out quite loud. Fortunately, I was not on the Zoom. So he said, Petio, now he said, පොඩ්ඩකට හරි පොඩ්ඩක් කොහොම ඉඳගෙන ඉන්නවද සීරුවෙන් දැන් මේ පේනවනේ මේ අම්මලා සීරුවෙන් ඉන්නේ මේ මරණ බයට මේ ඔක්කොම නිශ්චලයි පැටිය විතරයි චංචල පොඩ්ඩක් ඉන්නකෝ බලන්න ඒත් දැන් මේ අම්මලා නෙමෙයි නිවන් දකින්නේ පැටිය or something. What he meant was everybody is so transfixed with fear that they are going to die without reaching nirvana, that none of them will ever reach nirvana. Oh dear.
Yeah.
It was so funny. One thing, he has a great sense of humor, isn't it?
Yeah, yes.
All right, I think we'll stop the talk for today. Thank you, Dr.
Yeah,
Pratima.
thank you, Advance. We worship you every day. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dhamma friends, for coming for the discussion. May Triple Gem bless you all.
මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ, pardon me, ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ, if you sit down and consciously make an effort to do the samatha meditation, then doesn't one form a concept of a self-identity there? ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ, yes. When you think, that means you use thoughts. The thought forms a concept of self. Any thought means it is you. මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ, Honorable Sir, I feel that in samatha or in concentration meditation, it is easier to see the thought that comes to our mind than seeing a thought while we do our daily work. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ, no, there is no difference between the day-to-day living and meditation. When you go on living your normal life with the awareness about the pure truth, you automatically become one with the truth. You realize the pure truth. මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ, yes, Honorable Sir. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ, when Ananda Thero became an Arahat, a fully awakened one, he was not in any of the 4 postures that the samatha meditators are instructed to use. Don't you have only 4 bodily positions in which to do the concentration meditation? On the day Anandathero realized Nibbana, he had just finished his walking meditation and he was just about to keep his head on the pillow to sleep when he became enlightened. Anandathero attained the state of Arahat, a fully awakened one. That posture in which he achieved enlightenment was not any of the 4 postures given for a meditator. මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ, yes, ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ, then how did Anandathero realize nirvana? There is no particular posture for the vidarshana meditation. When you experience anything like seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and thoughts from your mind, you have to be mindful that it is only a thought. You have to be aware that the outside you see and the inside you feel is an illusion, and that even the thought is a lie. This is seeing the pure truth in everything we experience. The method to eradicate ignorance and to break the cycle of rebirth. Another reason why we cannot assign a posture of the body for the meditation is because is there a mind? If you think that you can release yourself from the mind, where is the mind? If the mind does not exist anywhere, is there a position in which we can find the mind? No, we cannot assign a position. මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ, I understand, Aryan Mahansa. Another question I have is that when I receive a thought in my mind, I would like to be aware that it is a thought that came from the past, that this thought did not come at this present moment, but from the past. I find it difficult to maintain that awareness at all times. Aryan Mahanse, but why do you want to do that? If you think that you have had a past, that you existed in the past, that will only strengthen your concept of self, your concept of me. That is called drushtiya. It is a false view that you existed now and that you existed in the past. Mehni Mahase, True Honorable Sir, Aryan Mahase, the truth is that there is nothing as a past. At the beginning of the teaching of the Dhamma, we speak about things made up of the four elements, but as the teaching progresses towards the end of the teaching, we use sutras to explain to you how these states of four elements don't exist. Words too are all alive. Even though we talk about the past, there is no such thing. Even now we can use words, but you have to have a deep and clear understanding about the Dhamma when you speak. From what I gather, you believe that the parts exist. Therවන් Sarnai everybody.
Therwan Saranai Aryan answer. We pay homage to Aryan answer. And Therwan Saranai, all the Dhamma friend, all our Dhamma friends. So today also we are discussing about meditation. So basically the main Vansi or the Nan asked about concentration meditation. We discussed this yesterday also, but this is a continuation. So here, as far as concentration meditation is concerned, it needs postures. They basically name four postures, and there is a person who is practicing or doing meditation, and the next thing is they focus. Their main idea is to focus on something and keep on concentration. And all these things are based on their principle, that is on law of action and effect. So this is not Buddhism. In Buddhism, we always emphasize cause and effect philosophy. So the Mehenin Mahansi asks whether she can get any kind of progress by this. So she kept asking how this concentration meditation helps to develop the form of concept, the self identity, and if there is any way of diminishing or dissolve this self identity. So the Arinanse explains that self identity it also a concept. So here in Buddhism we always speak, always explain, to explain all Dhamma friends and other folk to investigate, explore, and understand that there is no self, there is no existence. Non-soul Dhamma is emphasized. So in Buddhism, basically we use 5 aggregates to understand how our faculties work. with form, feelings, perceptions, formation, and mental construct, or how thoughts are. All these are formed with the help of mind consciousness. So ultimately, you feel because of the rapidness, the swiftness, the fast, speedy movement of this vibration. Feel something is outside there, and I am here. The existence is there. That feeling is there. That feel is there. That's right. But that is only in one thought. Then it diminishes there itself. Then another thought will arise. There also it happens. The same thing happens. So there is no any person who is living for a long time. No one is there. But the faculties keep on functioning. Therefore, the people tend to believe the wrong notion that I am, my existence is there, I am there, I am, always the thing, I am here, my existence is there, and I am experiencing outside. This is the wrong notion. This is where the Dhamma starts, and this is non-existence. Non-soul Dhamma is emphasized always. So she asked whether there are postures to meditate this Vidarshana Bhavana or insight Bhavana in Buddhism. So the Aryanas explains that there is no particular posture. You can do meditation anywhere, anytime, wherever you are, whenever you need. For example, when you ride a bicycle or a vehicle, or when you are cooking, even when you are bathing, or when you are studying, whatever you do, it can be a part and parcel of your day-to-day life. So it is easier to do. The principle is given, the law is, the philosophy is given, that the world is an illusion. Your existence is also illusion. So depend on that, we start doing practicing meditation. So why do we practice Vidarshana or insight meditation? To get rid of suffering. So who suffers? Someone is suffering. Someone is suffering. So someone, we want to investigate whether there is someone who is experiencing suffering, the continuous suffering. Actually, there is no one is suffering. We have a belief, a concept that we are suffering. So in order to understand, we always point out that how the mind works, how a thought is generated. So when you realize this, you automatically feel that meditation also easier. So it is easy to do. So concentration, meditation totally emphasizes that there is no one, there is no body, no existence. Non-soul Dhamma is always explained here. Theruvan Saranai. Can anybody contribute? Yes, we see Shani, Theruvan Saranai. Yeah, I mean, Surangika also has joined. Theruvan Saranai, Surangika.
Theruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard, and Theruvan Saranai to all Dhamma friends, and I pay homage to Buddothpado and Mahansa. Just joined about 5 minutes ago. Is it still on meditation and concentration meditation, isn't it, Mr. Bernard?
Yes, that's right. The continuation. Yeah, same thing.
I mean, we talked about it yesterday as well, quite extensively. And I think the last bit that you were speaking of, the importance in Aryan Mahansa's teachings is that he has unveiled the core Buddhist teachings of the Buddha, which has been, as we all know, been hidden for the last 2,500 years, and bringing it to the forefront. Long has it been hidden under the guise of various traditions, whether it is Theravada or Mahayana or different sectors of Buddhism. But in these traditional Buddhist teachings, due to the influences of other practices from other countries, this whole meditation concept has been promulgated. And the foremost type of meditation, as you said, is that concentration meditation that people have a tendency to practice, thinking it is the Buddha's teaching. But what people don't realize, and Aryan Vanse has mentioned this so many times, is that meditation was around at the point when Siddhartha Gautama went in search of the truth. There were so many people, including the teachers, Alara Kala, Uddaka Ramaputta, and so on. And it is, in fact, to those teachers that Siddhartha Gautama first went in search of truth and decided to try out those forms of meditation, isn't it? And so he very keenly practiced those types of meditation and attained various jhanas. In fact, we have heard from the books as well that he has that he attained even the highest jhanas. But in doing so, he realized that once you get out of those states of tranquility and you adopt a normal posture and you get about your daily activities, the defilements are still prevalent. The defilements that are crowding one's mind, desire, ill will, all kinds of skeptical doubt, various types of things keeps crowding one's mind, and there is no relief. So through this practice, despite moving from one teacher to the other, he realized that it was the same form of basically concentration meditation that was being practiced. Those teachers also were in search of the truth, but unfortunately they were also unable to find what was the core reason for the suffering that mankind was experiencing, which is why the Gautama went in search of the truth, and in that point of liberation understood that it was the mind that was the cause of the suffering, and discovered and promulgated the law of cause and effect, as you said, and not the action and effect Dhamma that was action and effect law that was existing in that time as well. So the beauty of the Vidarshana teaching, coming back to Aryan Vahansa's unveiling of the pure truth and the pure Dhamma, is that I think we discussed it yesterday as well, understanding how this mind works, understanding, and this is being now put into the practical program, which is being practiced all over different temples and monasteries in Sri Lanka as well, that in order to understand the mind, there is a program where we've broken it up into different stages, where first we talk about this so-called external reality that has been believed to be true, which is the fundamental tenet of being caught up in this samsaric cycle, that one believes that there are objects and that there's a world outside, and that external world has been taken to be a reality. So one has to break that down and understand how these mind objects occur, how through the vibration, the so-called light and sound, touch, taste and smell consciousnesses combine to form what is called the mind consciousness. And these objects, labels, brands and names that have been given to various objects, persons and so on, are nothing but labels and names given by the mind and the mind consciousness alone. Without the mind consciousness naming the so-called sensation that arises when vibration manifests a particular kind of sensory perception, there won't be any object. There won't be a mother. There won't be a chair. There won't be a world. There won't be my favorite car. There won't be a job. There won't be my, favorite people around me and my children and so on. All these concepts have been coined over the years, and with these names and places, we have created the so-called world, which we then believe to be true. And with that, the duality is formed, and the self-perception also arises on this side. And from that whole sense of duality gets created, the sense of existence gets created, and with that sense of existence, I would even say that the sense of existence and the self-perception are almost two sides of the same coin. When that world becomes real, and then the world with this mother, father, children, car, house, all these things become real, and one feels those things exist. With that existence itself, it's a spin-off, an evolution of that is the whole concept of self or ego, which comes about. And the more one believes through ignorance that illusion is true, not knowing it is an illusion, more one believes that external world is true, that this sense of self-existence that the person is feeling is true, then the ignorance is there, the suffering is there, and that power that underlies that so-called vibration, which is the starting point of this whole process, keeps on getting powerful, keeps on getting strong, and it is that current or the undercurrent that one then actually is the self perception and the egoistic kind of feeling that is there, which is the thing that again gets caused through ignorance. So the Vidarshana teachings, through understanding the true Dhamma philosophy, shines a light on this so-called illusion, how this illusion is formed, and then points out how these so-called mind objects are a fallacy, and that there is nothing in those of substance, and this whole self-perception itself is a fallacy. There was never a self here, and that it is only a misconception. And to understand that, one has to break down the whole process in which the sensory perceptions combine to form this so-called external world, and discover through the penetrative insight that this world itself is not true. And that is the first stage of that practical program that one embarks on. And once that external world is realized to be not true, it is just a thought, and then one turns to the thought and understands that the thought itself is only made up of combinations of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, and so on. So there is nothing of substance there as well. It is a vibration that has happened, that is telepathizing at that moment to cause various impressions to occur, and therefore that there is no substance in that thought as well. And when one realizes that there is still the activity, there is still the walking, the daily activities that has to be gotten about. So the activities are there, but the realization occurs that despite the activities, there is no self-doing. The doer is non-existent. And with that realization comes the whole awakening, or embarking on the path to awakening, which brings out that inner transformation and paves the way to nirvana. So that was a short summary, Mr. Bernard. Maybe someone else can add to that as well. Thiruvan Sarnai.
Thiruvan Sarnai, thank you for sharing those valuable ideas. So anyone else to share? Or so yeah, basically speaking about the concentration meditation and how insight meditation helps the sufferer to get rid of suffering, and ultimately the sufferer will understand there is no sufferer. The sufferer himself will get diminished. So there is no existence. This is non-soul Dhamma. So how this concentration meditation and insight meditation helps a person to get rid of suffering, at the same time to eradicate his ignorance and to break the cycle of birth. This is the main idea, the basic idea we are speaking today.
Thiruvan Saranai. First of all, pay our homage at our Grandmaster's feet. And Thiruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. So as Mr. Angika explained, yes, before listening to True Dhamma, these Buddothpado Dhamma discourses, we were all following this concentration meditation, because actually there was a belief that we should start with samatha bhavana or concentration meditation. In a way, there is a point that even Aryan Mahanse mentions that if you have a kind of scattering mind, because monkey mind, some kind of taming or to have some control over it, it's important. And there are some phrases also coming as Samatha Vidarshana Yugandan. Probably Dr. Kokila will be able to explain on that also, because they were complementing each other kind of thing when it comes to, I think, mindfulness. So, however, as I understand from these sermons also, the difference basically is in concentration meditation also, that we experience kind of tranquility. We experience kind of diminishing of defilements at that very moment. Actually, while during the concentration meditation, the period of kind of when we are in the meditative absorption, of course, we experience perfect relaxation and liberation from thought. But the thing is, the person who experiences that tranquility, the person who experience that relaxation is there. So we cannot kind of get rid of this sense of self. It is temporary. That freedom or that liberation from the suffering is so temporary. With this insight meditation, what happens is we still actually kind of develop some concentration, some samadhi here also. But this samadhi, this meditative absorption it's not temporary. When we kind of get the wisdom or gradually develops this awakening, or that, what do you call this, some awareness of how thoughts occur and how these six sensory organs creates this illusion of non-existent world, then and there, as if a person who knows the strategies behind the magic, how this illusion is created, we naturally, gradually develop some sort of tranquility. That tranquility is actually that comes with the gradual diminishing of defilements. That is, in other words, we do not attribute value to the thoughts that occur. or the self-perception is getting diminished. That once we realize, as Miss Surangika explained, that there is no substance in thought, we definitely uh, kind of experience some tranquility which emerges from within us. Very recently, in one of Aryan Mahanse's sermons, there was a beautiful example to understand this awakening and how how the awakening grows. This is how he explains. If we look at the sky that entire space is like that awareness, and the clouds are like thoughts. This awareness is there, but when the thoughts occur and they move away, they fade away, but this awareness does not get into the cloud. It's some kind of some bigger, the broad thing, the subtle thing. So I have kind of, if I draw an example from in the morning meditation today, I was trying to, because I had an issue in understanding the mind consciousness. So when I got the thought to walk, like a puppet, the body started to move. So first, when the mental image of walking occurs, at once the body comes to work and the movement starts. Then the ear consciousness feels some sound, and the mind recognizes that it is the sound of the rain. And at that very moment, another thought occurred. Of that was one of I remembered one of my friends, and it is a thought. So I realized, and then again the sound of the rain occurs. Then again I felt the hardness of the flow, and then again the thought of that friend. But ignorantly, in previous occasions, I used to believe that there is a thought, persistent thought in the background, and in that layer, mind consciousness was felt like something continuous, because it's the same thought, no, that the memory of that friend. So today I actually personally experienced that mind consciousness, that thought of the friend also, it also arise and cease. The thought of the friend arise, cease, then the sound of the rain, then it ceases, then the hardness of the ground or whatever, then it ceases, then again that same thought may come and go. So what I was trying to explain is, when we understand this personally, when we experience this, that we do not attribute any value to those thoughts, and gradually the sense of self will also dissolve. And then when this gets clearer and clearer, and when it becomes more and more self-evident, even the nuanced or very subtle, when we feel actually even the subtle burnings, I should say, because sometimes there are noticeable things, sometimes certain things are just, they go unnoticed. So when these things are also gets clearer and clearer, we gradually develop samadhi, or some concentration which prevails right throughout the day. This Dhamma becomes our life. That's what Aryan Hanse explains in these sermons as this. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Yes.
So you have to be very careful here.
Yes.
So because if there is no self, then it will be only the sound of the rain that would be there. So if you actually so you have to be very careful in interpreting what you understand. So what you understand is something different to what you experience. So you have to be very careful in interpretation when you say, I experience because when I hear the story, the experience itself could have been different if you were not there, because you were watching this. You were like actually paying attention to what was happening. It's slightly different when we talk about the experience. It's slightly different because if you see that imagine for the sound of rain, if you actually was able to go through that particular stimulus, you could have understood this, but you missed that because you were paying attention to each thought. That's not how it works, because if you keep doing that, there would be a self who is watching the every thought, because then it will be still kind of in the mind. So you have to be very, very careful here. So so imagine that because I don't know, have you ever thought about these 4 steps? So in the first step we talk about, so that is the insight meditation steps that we know, and there is nothing about concentration here. This is about understanding what is happening. So what happened was, we have no experience of outside. We only experience our mind consciousness. And in that mind consciousness, is rain true? Is there anything called rain? Have we ever experienced rain? If you are experiencing rain, you are inside your mind. Just understand that.
Yes. We can't take them as 4 separate steps, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
No, that's not the point I'm telling. That's not the point I'm highlighting here. It's a different point I'm trying to highlight, but not sure whether I'm capable. I'm trying to highlight that we have never experienced rain. That's only a mind consciousness. So if you are experiencing a rain, it's still mind consciousness. It is still mind consciousness. So it will be still the second step. So you have to realize that the importance of the second step. The second step is none of them are true. So then you won't find rain there. Like kind of.
Yes.
But I can't really say that, because actually in the vice versa, like in just in one stimulus, I'm telling, because otherwise you will find rain anyway. But if you still find the rain, it will be still the mind consciousness. If you have to realize that if you're still finding a thought about a friend, it's still in the mind consciousness, because otherwise it's only like a vibration of one sensory organ. Whether it's the ear, in the sound of the rain, it is the ear.
Yes.
So you didn't go that far because you were
true.
concentrating on the mind. So how do you put that? If you are to go beyond mind, is that how I say that? If you are to go beyond mind, you have to understand that the mind is not true, or mind is actually like there's no rain there.
Yes. Rain is
If you
also
still hear
sometimes.
rain, you are still inside the mind, in the sense you are still in mind consciousness. There's no liberation from mind consciousness then. So this is very tricky, and yes, we keep understanding stuff when we do these things, which is true, but don't limit it. Don't limit it to the calmness you experience when you try to do these things. Don't limit yourself, because if you limit yourself, you will be satisfied with what you know already, what you feel already. You'll be like, yeah, this is it. But then you will be still in the mind. You come back to mind anyway, even if you feel this for like once. But it's very important to feel it, because if you go beyond the mind only, you will understand what your vibration is, what your status of sasava is, whether it's high or low, whatever. But how you need to sense it, you need to feel it. You won't feel it if you limit yourself to inside the mind consciousness. I don't know.
It's clear, Dr. Kokila. Thank you very much. Yes, you always explain and you always help us to, clarify these problems and issues we face. It's clear there is nothing as a thought also, because what you are trying to say is that we never experience a rain, we never eat pineapple, we never eat mango. All our thoughts, isn't it? That awareness should be there, whatever we do.
Yeah, so if you keep concentrating on, okay, this one thought came, another thought came, another one happened, another one happened, another one happened, then there will be someone who is doing that.
Doing that, yes.
That this is how not it is. This can't lead to a absence of that, because there will be someone who is doing this throughout. So that won't be the experience and no self experience. There won't be a no self experience. You have to turn it around. To turn it around, we have to get to the point where there's that understanding that there is no rain.
Therwan Sanai, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah.
I think Sudharma, that particular point that she was trying to practice, how we say, and Aryan Mansi also says that, if you're getting confused, we go back to that first step, isn't it? And make sure that we got that first step right. The external world is not a reality. So when Sudharma said she had the misconception or notion that there was always one prevailing thought in the background, and that was what she had been thinking all this time.
That part is really good. That part is really good. That's what
practice
I'm
by
trying
what
to
she
say
did,
is,
yeah,
should not limit yourself to that.
Yes, of course, yes.
Because if you put limitations, that's so beautiful. I understood that. Yeah, there's so more to understand. So more to feel. So I'm just giving you, because Aryan Hanse has given like a massive amount of stuff to, there's so much challenge here. So when we take a small challenge, it's so good. You know, we understand something. Yeah, there's no one thought at one particular time, which was told by Lord Buddha to Angulimala. Like that. Like, yeah, we get the point. But what I'm trying to say is, if we limit ourselves to anything like that, then it is not going to, because that is actually another thought, another understanding which happened, which she didn't pick up. She didn't pick it up because the one who was actually watching this was there. So we have to be careful in doing that. It happens in concentration meditation too. There's always someone trying to, do stuff inside the concentration meditation.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, Miss Surangika. I am compelled to leave and I will listen to the discussion on YouTube later. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Sudharma. Yeah, so that was what I was trying to say, and correctly you said, Suranka, yes, it is really beautiful to keep understanding stuff like that. But actually these 4 steps are very specific and can't be changed. But if you keep changing them, the actual output may not be the same too, because that's why we discourage everyone, like someone who has listened to them for about 4 years, 3-4 years, we discourage them from thinking too much while doing the walking meditation. But that's again a barrier. It's a barrier. It's a big barrier, because you will never go beyond the second one. You can't. So it is very important to understand that we have never experienced rain, we have never experienced pineapple, we have never experienced anything actually. So whatever thoughts we have, whatever words we have, whatever thoughts we have, whatever actions based on our thoughts are actually baseless. So we keep understanding that. That's actually the part of the second step of the 4 steps in the Advances meditation program. It's the second step. It's said easily, but it's a bit difficult to grasp, because it's a wide area, because none of the thoughts or no thought is true. It's all there, but we use them. Even an arahant will keep using them. They will be talking, they will be doing stuff, they will be thinking, but none of them are actually true. They are just constructs. So then only we will understand that the mind consciousness, how we are trapped in mind consciousness, it's very important. Anyone else to add any thoughts?
Yes, Dr. Kokila Thedwansana, it's such a vast area, isn't it? And I mean, we can spend days just on one aspect in
Yes.
order to clarify and clarify. And I'm not sure whether you had the opportunity to listen to Varan Vanse's discourse this morning, the 5 a.m. one. Again, a beautiful rendition of the entire True Dharma philosophy in a matter of 45 minutes or so, I think, including that aspect that you touched on, the Shashava tense and how we have to attack, I mean, not from an active sense, but go to that core of the suffering, the cause, and understand that whole self-perception and how that comes about, and how through understanding this true Dhamma that one gradually weakens that whole sense of underlying power that we give to this ill-conceived egoistic perception. So I think in that also he said it so many times that these labels that we have attached, example, rain and river and pineapple and all these things are just words that, by attaching, by putting them into words, we have attached value to it. We have given them life, isn't it? And through those words, we are finding, or mankind in its ignorance is finding a life or a sensory kind of feeling, experiencing almost that lively feeling through the value attached to words, through ignorance, isn't it?
Yeah, and for a beginner, it is okay for someone to keep thinking about these 4 steps. It's okay, but for a person who has listened to them for a long time, it is not kind of okay, because unless it has become another habit, because it will just let the person to believe that the experiences are in thinking, like in yeah, it's can't be inside the mind consciousness. You can't feel your, like, you know, the self vibration, or the sasava, or whatever the power we have, that which not we have. The old words are so much bias. It's really difficult to use the words. That power which actually is the reason for us to be talking like this today. Like, that's why there is so many organisms, the animals, the whatever the form, the 31 realms. So the humans are just one part of it. So that the reason behind that is not only a thought, but there is a current behind that. How that current is arising is because this, not because of the thought, not because of the thought of rain, because that is taken as real. So that sense of being real is the sense of being me. Sense of, so if there is a thing, you would be automatically, it would be it's a kind of the same thing, like 2 sides of a coin, because you can't differentiate them, you can't really tore them apart, but they are the same kind of. So that is the thing. So it's not actually the problem is not the rain, is not the pineapple. It's actually taking them as real due to ignorance. And listening to Dhamma, this ignorance goes like slowly diminishes, but it will be there until you have this self-vibration.
Yes, and I mean, you touched on a very fine point, because it totally depends on the person one talks to. Because at the very beginner stage, like you mentioned to Sudharma, there is no such thing as rain, there is no such thing as pineapple. And if some mother comes on into the Zoom program and says, oh, you know, my child did this and my child is sick and so on, and then Aryan Mahansa will ask, where is this so-called child? You know, and how did the child become real to you? Is there such a thing called child? Is there such a thing called house or husband or whatever? So at that stage, one deals with that. But then the final point that you raised just now, Dr. Kokila, is, and I think you raised it this morning as well in the other Zoom, is that it's okay to have rain, it's okay to have emotion. It's not the emotion itself that is the problem, it's the feeling underlying that that dissipates or ceases to have power when one understands the true Dhamma, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's a very fine thing that one can only explain to a person on the path who has sufficiently progressed on the path, who is able to at that point understand that very refined point, isn't it?
Yeah, and the noble friend keep telling us every day, 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 7 o'clock. He is actually trying to tell us that and remind us. He has been telling us for like almost 5 years, and it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. He has been telling the same thing, but it comes in different times. It's surfaces because it's the human mind. It's very difficult to, you know, if you keep telling the same thing, people actually might, you know, collapse or get bored, or like, you know, the actual self will not like to hear these things every day. So it's time to time, Aryan Mahansa actually reminds us there's a challenge. And we have to remind ourselves there's a challenge. It's a challenge, but it's a challenge that everyone can take, because we understand this. Not everyone can even listen to these things. Not everyone can even, let alone understanding, even just to listen, you know, like it's difficult because it talks about Shunyata Patis, something like that, like, you know, about non-existence.
Yes.
Yes, it talks about non-existence. So it's not easy, because it's not a topic that we have talked for a long time. We have talked about existence. We have talked about how karma works, and we have talked about how we do bad things happen, good things happen. So we have talked about karma for a long time. It is our passion. It is what we know. It is in our kind of core. But this, the non-existence, is not the core, not the topic, or not the easy thing. We have heard in Lord Buddha's time that once one beautiful sermon Lord Buddha did, some of the monks were like not tolerating it, were kind of vomiting. Like, we have heard stories like that. So what happens is, it is too much sometimes for some, but still there are some good number who actually haven't given up and keep listening and keep trying to understand which is the greatest thing in the world. What is this non-existence? So they keep trying to understand. So they are great. I mean, we are great in that aspect, isn't it? So we have, it is a good thing. But we shouldn't stop there. We shouldn't be like, oh yeah, I understand Dhamma. Yeah, we shouldn't stop there. So the challenge is to feel it too. But the problem is, if you take it as a challenge, the challenge is gone, because everyone takes the challenge as like, you know, I am going to be a millionaire, like that kind of challenge. But this is like slightly different, because for these you have to let go. It becomes quite catchy, you know. So it is catchy. So but with the help of the noble friend, I think it is it's not difficult to be deceived by, you know, a lot of mothers say, a lot of, like everyone says, we feel light, we feel happy, we feel very good about this, you know. It is okay, it is really good, because we can't be burning really hard and trying to understand Dhamma. So everyone listening to this Dhamma will feel that, and it is normal. But then you have to have the insight that there is like non-self experience, which will be very important. And to feel that, you have to understand, you have to let go of all these importance. It's not the thoughts, because when we tell let go, they feel like, oh yeah, I have to forget all the thoughts. No, not that. That's not the point. That's nothing like that. We are trying to let everyone understand there is no actual thing to forget, you know, like there's nothing to hang on to or to hate. There's nothing. Is there anything? So we keep understanding that. More you feel it, more you understand it, more you understand it, more you feel it. It is like Satyajnana and Krutyajnana. It is all together actually. So we'll see whether anyone can have an input. Aryan Vahanse is also there. I don't know whether he is in a position to talk. Is there anyone who would like to input anything, like talk about something?
Yes, Dr. Kokla Tirun Sarnai. So, what we have been experiencing is defilements, attachment and detachment. So we always keep in hold in these two bags and carry them wherever we go. So they are our
That's because there
inseparable.
is a thing to attach or detach. That's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah. So then our inseparable companion has been mind consciousness. We can't get rid of that. That habit is there. So wherever, whenever
No,
we
we
try
don't
to,
get rid of that. So we have to be careful in words.
yeah.
We are
We
not
have to
getting rid of mind
understand that.
consciousness. We are understanding the mind
Yeah.
consciousness, and the value will be gone. That's all what is happening. We don't get rid of the mind consciousness. We can't actually get rid of any
Get rid
consciousness,
of
because
that is a function.
yeah, consciousness will be there until you breathe, until the life is there. The consciousness will be there. That is what is actually life is.
Yeah,
Having
that's
a
right.
consciousness is the life. So that will be there. But what we understand is there's no doer, no actual value to any of these things.
That's right.
So the attachment and the detachment, what you're trying to say, is there because there is a thing. Otherwise, if there's a thing, yes, you have mild attachment or strong attachment, whatever. If there is a thing, there is a problem.
Feel, no? They're saying it. Feel, like feel. Is defilements also. So, I don't know, what's that feel? It's like, it's awareness, awareness. Yeah. It's we are not using the word is awareness. It's normally awareness is something there. But what's that feel? Happiness, feeling. It's super awareness. Why we are talking about everything is there. Everything is there. But no inside pain. No. Not coming pains. So the thought is not problem, no problem. So normally thoughts are coming. It's okay. But don't have the value, no? It's understanding. No? Its tranquility is there because it's no value, meaning is no current is there. The otherwise, same, it's different also. What you think? Okay. It's a feel, it's an experience, no? It's not a thinking.
Yes, sir.
Everybody can experience it. What is this experience? Nibbana. Nibbana, what is that Nibbana? It's no power, it's neutral. It's no defilements. No. That's all. No disattached or attachment. But what is fine. Normally, everything is happening. A secret is there. Many secrets. No, it's not a secret. It's experience. No. Yeah. People want experience. People won't know the truth first. Secondly, people want to experience it. It's a tranquility. How is that experience? Is very important. Non-vibration experience is very important. That one is a Nibbana. Nibbana is only the words, but feel is inside pain. No. No pain, anything. It's not pain. No, any vibration is okay. Same. No? Thoughts are normally, yeah. Everything is normally happening. But not inside. What's that word is used? It's a pain. It's a feel. No.
I don't know, sir.
It's not there, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can explain that. Defilements experience. With fading the defilements, you can experience it. No?
Yeah, it is important to feel it. Even transiently, it is very important to feel it so that you know the difference and you know what is actually going to be reduced in this path. Otherwise, you won't know what vibration we are talking about. What is going to go away. And I heard Arana says morning sermon, which was fabulous. Actually, Arana sir, this all the sermons, recent sermons in morning has been so good, so beautiful, amazing. Actually, Arana sir, it's worship you for that. It's really beautiful. And I actually invite everyone to listen to these sermons.
Yeah, Dr. Pokira, but it's a Sinhala language that Dhamma discusses. No?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
I won't give this English language. It's
Yeah,
not easy.
we can, Narayana. So we can. It's just that the. I mean, I feel it. I can.
Yeah, it's okay. You can do that.
Try.
Everybody won't do this because I won't support because it's very worth the whole world. What is this pain? We are talking about no long period. Deak nono dukkak, deak nono sapatak, deak nono adanak, deak nono igina. It's important last one. These few days ago, I explaining this. I'm trying to explain this. How is studying English? It's very, I think very difficult to explain this experience. English language. How is studying that?
Yes, sir.
If you want to do that, don't try it.
I think you are excelling in that as well, Arena. So you're doing really well.
It's okay. Give me a few period. It's okay. I won't explain this. No, I'm not hurry. It's okay. I'll keep going. I'm doing that. It's okay.
Yeah.
But I know Surageka and the Saroja also here is very nice. And the Kokila, because this experience is very important. Mm, so many guys now now have this experience. It's good. Sometimes Kokila also is surprised. What is this? New what is coming?
I know Saroja
It's okay.
for a long time.
Yeah, she is long time. It's nice, no? Come
She's
again.
not here today, but
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, but it's very nice. Come back.
Yes,
Good.
yes.
Yeah. Nice.
I've heard these voices for a long time, Arena.
Yeah. It's experiences. It's very important, the experience. Because newcomers we won't explain this. We won't give this message newcomers, especially because we have that experience. So, but newcomers, no, they have an experience. That's why they are getting this knowledge, especially. But it's not knowledge; it's happening. One, it's Nibbana is today also open. It's you can experience it. Yeah, that's ending the suffering, it's ending the sadness, and becoming a fairy. It's very nice. This tranquility is the final effect. It's very nice. Final effect is tranquility. It's cool mind, the peace of mind.
Yes.
It's interesting. It's not death of birth. It's very nice. It's very nice. Nice to telling others. Yeah, you can experience this. Where's the death? Where's the birth? It's your mind. What is this? Someone is thinking someone is thinking he have death. He is worried. No.
Yes.
But is understand it's a thought. No worry, no. Only the briefing. The last briefing. The exercising here is suffering. How nice this.
Yes.
We can tell this smile, but I don't know who is getting this.
I think everyone will get it, Arena.
Yeah, it's okay. Understand. But it's not easy. Someone won't understand.
It is not easy,
Yeah. Someone won't understand. The people won't understand the truth. Otherwise, what is the truth is here? What's happened is here? What's this mind? So people won't know.
I think Aranan's understanding
Yeah.
is not the challenge. I think the feeling it is the challenge. So
yeah,
because the Arananse can't do it for anyone. So it should happen.
yeah. It's not only the knowledge. It's internal transformation. Is happening. It's very nice. It is the truth. That is why you can experience. That's why, if I go open eye, this way. Yeah, come and see. Otherwise, where we are, here and now, no, everything is happened this present moment. But this one thought is this present moment. It is not real now. it's you see this? It's very nice.
Yes.
Yeah. It's okay. Okay, I think time is gone.
Yes, Aranaz.
Yeah.
Aranaz.
Yeah,
Namaskar.
everybody. Yeah, Saraswati. Saraswati. Tomorrow we can read the prayer and we can discuss tomorrow. Saraswati.
Everyone survive. Everyone survive.
May Triple Jum bless you all. I think we are doing the English Zoom discussion today. Is Shani presenting a part of the book, Shani? Or is she? Has she not joined it? So we'll start discussing the Shani, can you hear me?
Yes.
Shall we start the reading the book part?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody. Let's continue the book reading. The Two Dhamma Have Awakened, Volume 1, page number 37. Aran Mahanse, the one who has realized the pure truth. Where are you speaking from, Mihinin Mahanse? Mihinin Mahanse, an ordained Buddhist nun. I am from Hodana, Paragas Tota. Aran Mahanse, please speak. Mihinin Mahanse, Aran Mahanse, I feel that meditation is necessary, but I know that we cannot achieve enlightenment or realize the pure truth only by meditation. I feel that we need to apply meditation to our day-to-day practical life too. Aran Mahanse, yes, that is correct. Meditation in your day-to-day living should not be considered as two separate things. In this path to realizing the pure truth, you cannot find meditation as a separate thing. Mihinin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, we look at meditation as a separate thing because of the Samatha Bhavana, also known as concentration meditation. Samatha means tranquility, a state of mind in which the meditator is able to feel calm, tranquil, peace, and happiness. Even during the time of the Buddha, there was samatha, meditation. In our ordinary world, when we talk about meditation, what we mean is to sit cross-legged, keeping the hands on your lap and do the concentration meditation, also known as samatha bhavana. When you listen to ordinary Buddhist sermons, when they mention the word meditation, what they mean is this concentration meditation. The problem with the Samatha meditators is that they meditate with the concept of a self-identity. They think that there is a person who meditates in Sattara Iriya, which means meditating in the four body postures, that is sitting, standing, walking, and lying down. What the Buddha teaches us in the Vidarshana meditation is to see the pure truth in whichever position we are in. That is to see or to be aware that there is no outside, nor is there an inside. Everything we experience as coming from outside is actually only a thought, and that the thought is also a lie. We have to be aware about it while we are seated, standing, walking, or lying down. In the teachings of Paticca also known as the dependent origination, the Buddha explains how we all create our own rebirth and suffering due to ignorance about the pure truth. Vidarshana meditation allows us break the cycle of suffering and rebirth and realize the pure truth. Vidarshana meditation can be done in any position you are in. You need not assign a separate time to practice this meditation. Whenever you receive a thought, if you maintain an awareness and be mindful that what you see outside does not exist, it is only a thought, and that the thought too does not exist, this is called sati sampajanana. This awareness with the understanding of the pure truth is wisdom. It is wisdom that takes you on the path to realize the pure truth. With wisdom, when you realize the pure truth, you are automatically able to maintain Samma Satya. When you have Samma Satya, you are able to see the illusion of every thought you receive and not get affected by it. Wisdom is an awareness beyond the illusion of vijnana or mind consciousness. The wisdom beyond the mind is known as Lokottara Bhumi or the supra-mundane plane. Therwan Sarnai, everybody.
Teruvan Sarnai, Aryan answer, Teruvan Sarnai, all Dhamma friends all around the world. We all welcome you to this forum today. Yes, today as Shani read the portion of this book, so here she mentioned the word meditation. The main Nwanse or the ordained Buddhist nun asked Aryan Nwanse, our noble friend, about the meditation. She thinks that she asks whether meditation is necessary or we cannot achieve enlightenment. And here we heard the two words meditation and enlightenment. Enlightenment is very important to keep in your mind. We will explain it later. So the most of the people all around the world think that if you want to purify your mind, if you want freedom of your mind, just sit cross-legged and you can meditate on something, keep on concentration on something, and then you can achieve this freedom or liberation of our mind. But that has not yet happened in this world, because here the person who meditate is there, and he is not concentration everything that his faculties brings to mind, but he keeps one central idea, not to take any perceptions, without taking, suppressing or repressing the perceptions. That is his aim, that is his sole intention, not to take perception. That is his intention, that is the thing he wants to do. Now here we find the meditator is there, and his purpose is not to take, not to absorb, not to receive, experience any perceptions. So, and ultimately their hope is to achieve enlightenment. So here in Buddhism, these two thoughts are considered wrong. This is not the right way to achieve freedom of mind. So the way to this is called what this nun asked is about samatha bhavana or concentration meditation. They concentrate something. Whenever you heard the word concentrate, so there is an action and there is a doer also. Someone is doing something. Someone is the meditator. Meditator is, what does he do? He is not taking perception and try to get rid of or refrain or suppress these perceptions, which brings into his mind consciousness. But when time passes, he feels that his state of mind will filled with calmness, tranquil, peace, and happiness. But that will last, that will prevail only for a shorter time. When he get up or when he stop his meditation, then again he will be in the same world where he was. So this was not successful so far, even though in Lord Buddha's time this was very popular. This was very popular. So only Lord Buddha said, before you doing meditation, meditation is doing something practical. Before reaching this practical thing, what you have to do is to understand, why do you want to meditate on something? We want to meditate on something to get rid of something. What do you want to get rid of? What do you want? That is the suffering. So we suffer, the people suffer. Why do people suffer? Because they are living in an illusion. What is this illusion? All the faculties that bring you perceptions. These perceptions are not true. So they always think that there is a paddy field, there is the sky, that's the rain, that's the well. They think, they do not see, they label something, they assign a name, they tag a name to the particular thing. So this is how the mind works. So we always emphasize, we always explain how the mind works, how the mind consciousness ultimately bring the thing into your mind, and then and there how the existent feeling also arises, and the power that brings that charge that you are there, and that thought is over. Then another will take
Your line is not clear, Mr. Bernard.
into that place. So it goes on and on and on. So living my existence was can't we explain always. So before vision, we can't meditate. First we have to understand. So illusion, if you don't solve, because there's torrential rain here. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's okay. Now we can hear. The last part,
Outside.
was unclear, but that's fine. Now it's clear.
Yeah. The people suffer due to this illusion. The illusion is always there, but they can't get rid of that. Just like darkness. Darkness spreads every nook and corner at night, you see. So you don't find any light if you are in a dark, thickest jungle. So in the same manner, whatever you feel, whatever experience, you experience only an illusion. So if you don't understand this, we can't meditate. What are we going to practice? Practice is the meditation part. So if you don't practice, you don't reach the liberation of mind. So before that, what we have to do is to understand the right vision. What is the right vision? What is samadhi? Samadhi is the world is an illusion, and you are also an illusion. There is no doer, and this is just what we feel is just manifestation of vibration. So if you don't understand this particular concept, you can't do something there. Why? You are in an illusion and you are practicing something illusory things. Again, a temporary solution might be there, but it won't prevail for long. It don't prevail. So therefore, what we have to do is to understand what this particular meditation. The meditation is vidarshana bhava. We call in Sinhala vidarshana bhava. That is insight meditation. Insight meditation. But insight, you think, you awake your wisdom. And what is this wisdom? The world is an illusion. If you don't understand the illusion, so how are you going to practice and reach liberation of mind? So therefore, it is better to understand what the real Buddhism is. So here, today the people are deceived by the concept bhavana or the meditation that was practiced by Hindus. Hinduism also introduced some kind of meditation, that is samatha bhavana. So in Buddhism, in pure Dhamma, in real Buddhism, you don't find samatha. You hear what you practice is insight meditation. So insight meditation brings you to prepare you to understand the world clearly, the clear picture. You are living in an illusion and you are dreaming and you are a dreamer, and there is no person called I. Existence also a false view, a wrong notion. So without understanding this, you can't do the meditation. So people just start from meditation. So meditation comes later. So before meditation, what we have to do is to understand what is the right philosophy. The right philosophy is the world is an illusion. So if you don't solve that problem, you can't reach the practice part. You can't practice it. That one, Sarnai. So Dr. Kokila, have you got anything to add?
Yeah, actually, I would like to add few things. One thing is actually concentration meditation is like a long-term practice in the world. Insight meditation is actually coming up now. At this moment, it is getting slowly into the population, and have to add that insight meditation actually has concentration part there. It appears because once we understand that there is no so-called reality, there's nothing. It is the illusory kind of the mind, the illusory nature of even the consciousnesses. Then there's nothing much for you to actually lose the concentration. So easily the concentration would be there. So there's no need for you to do the concentration meditation separately. Actually, when you keep understanding that the illusory nature, anyway, the concentration would be part and parcel of this part, because it becomes easier. Because when there are so many things in the life which we take as real, then your concentration is anyway like you're flustered. You can't concentrate on one thing anyway. But here we are not trying to maintain concentration meditation, but insight meditation will have it at the same time. So it will be a part and parcel of both. And the other thing I would like to add is we have to know the truth, as Mr. Bernard correctly mentioned. We have to know the truth. Otherwise, whatever the meditation we are trying to do, even the 4 steps that Aran Mahanse has advised, or Satara Satipatthana taught by Lord Buddha, even if you try to do them as a meditation, you won't be able to actually understand that or actually feel it. The best word is that, actually to feel this non-existence. You need to actually understand Dhamma very well. That is why we have Zoom discussions. That is why we keep discussing these things. We keep discussing these things as much as we can, so that everyone benefit from that, and so the doubts will be gone, and we try to understand what is the meaning of dependent origination. What does that mean? So dependent origination is a must. That is actually what is Dhamma means. When Lord Buddha, someone asked from Lord Buddha, what is Dhamma? But that was the answer. Dependent origination is the Dhamma. What is the meaning of dependent origination? It is how this illusory nature is produced. That is what Lord Buddha explained, how this illusory nature is produced. So it is very important to know how this happened. Otherwise, it will be a magic to us anyway. Magic will be a magic until we get to know how the magic is done. So that's what Lord Buddha said. That's what Lord Buddha actually explained, and that's what Aran Mahanse is trying to explain to us too. That this illusory nature of the mind, illusory nature of the other senses, how the rapidity or the speed occurrence of the vibration in the senses brings us like a sense of alive, like alive feel, or sense of existence. It's a sense of existence. How did this happen? That is what is actually the dependent origination is. So it's very important, and we need to know that how it is met. I think we might have to talk about that one day, like explain it fully. I don't know whether it is the time for that today, because when we start, because it takes a long time to discuss how dependent origination is. I think we have done that before. Initially in these discussions, we have done that before, so we can keep discussing again and again because it's very important, and how this illusory nature has arisen. It's not, no one has done this. It's not, it's just a production of the senses, and the senses are actually a production of the self vibration which telepathized into any other the set that we talk about. So someone else can add to this, I think. Teruvan Sannai. Do you want to add something, Surangika? Or could you?
Teruvan Sannai, Dr. Kokila, and Teruvan Sannai, Dhamma friends. Yes, I think we have discussed, I think, on many an occasion, isn't it, the Paticcasamuppada and the dependent origination aspect of it. But one of the recent things that, and a common misconception in society is about what do you say, one after the other? Is it linear or discrete? Isn't it? You kind of think that the components of the Paticcasamuppada rise one after the other. That is a common misconception. So then they think, so first vibration occurs, and then first there is ignorance, then there is mental formation. After that, the senses happen, and then form and name occurs, and so on. And R.N. Mahanse has taken great pains to point out that you cannot, if everything is happening and occurring in one spark, how can it even be possible to have these things in that sequential kind of fashion? If an object occurs to us like a chair, although we understand and we break it down to understand how the chair got formed, by understanding the Pubbenivasanusati Jnana, or the phenomena of the past minds, when in reality, what we see is we straight away see the chair. So, if the light doesn't come separately, the sound doesn't come separately, the chair comes, the value of the chair, if the chair is of value to you, the value of the chair, the fact that you are there, the feeling that the chair exists, all that is in one shot, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? So how can one then separate that Paticcasamuppada, or the components occurring one after the other? It's impossible. And I think R.N. Mahanse recently also said, how can you differentiate that because it is happening in such a flash? It is simply impossible from the human senses, or I suppose any sensor whatsoever, due to the speed of vibration, that we absolutely, there is no way of to distinguish one element from the other. It simply does not happen. And in that sense, understanding that by itself, it brings a lot of clarity to the insight meditation and the whole thing that we have to do, as Mr. Bernard pointed out earlier, in understanding the workings of the mind and the mind object, how it forms, what are the components of it, that this is all, as you said, Dr. Kokila, the manifestation of the vibration because of its sheer speed, isn't it? If not for the speed, there is no manifestation. With that understanding and the clarity of that understanding comes the awakening, and comes the realization that this so-called world that we have thought to be real is not real. And the most important message of all is that there wasn't a soul here the whole soul concept comes about only because of believing a world to be real, when that itself is an illusion. And that aspect of concentration meditation that we were speaking earlier about is also the problem with that is that there is always an object, isn't it? Some kind of nimitta that is focused on in order to gain some kind of tranquility by people sitting for concentration meditation, whereas the Buddha himself propounded a non-soul Dhamma, which means that how can there be an object if there is no thing at all? The object itself is a fallacy, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, and I think we can add to that beautiful discussion, we can add actually the most, like Karan once said yesterday or day before, the most difficult part is to feel this as well. That's I think the challenge. But I think everyone has taken that challenge from Aranwanse because he has challenged. So he's challenging every day. He's reminding every one of us every day that you have to feel that this vibration is actually is just a mere vibration of the sensory organ, nothing that you are feeling it. So it is something for us to feel it. So in order to do that, in order to understand this, in order to feel this, the initial how this happens, or the dependent origination, understanding how this happened, understanding how this magic happened is the path. I mean, the key or the secret, I would say. Keep understanding how this happened, because sometimes it looks very easy, sometimes it looks very difficult, but this is a challenge that humans took, and it's only taken by, this challenge can't be taken by anyone else. It's only human nature that could realize these things. So, and we all are in that challenge now, and I think it is very important to understand Dhamma and then realize how this self-vibration has persisted, such like in one vibration, like one stimulus, in one stimulus, how this is happening, how because non-vibration has been there already, and there's no chance for non-vibration because of the vibration, the illusory nature, and we always feel everything as real. The only vibration can persist. So it's really interesting actually, but the challenge is there, and I think everyone has understood that there is a challenge, and everyone is actually really doing a great job in taking this not as a lecture, not as like another, like a course, or not like a sermon itself, because this should be felt, and that is what is called sandittika, or what this has to be felt by someone. This has to be experienced by someone, so that that person would never doubt about the dependent origination again, will not doubt about the illusory nature of this self-vibration, or any vibration in that sense. Isn't it? Anyone else who want to add something?
Yes, Dr. Gopal, that was interesting. And the other factor is in Indonesia, they have
Your line is not
something
clear,
called
Mr. Bernard.
meditation, and there is a meditation, and they have a target, an aim. The final target is to
Mr.
enlighten.
Bernard, can you hear me?
Yeah, what they call it meditation is there is a meditation. So here in Buddhism, is it clear? Is it clear?
Now
Hello,
clear.
Kiran
Now
Sarmai.
clear. I didn't hear the first part. Now it is clear.
I have to walk. I have to walk certain areas to find the signal where there are signals. Yeah,
Okay, yeah, now I can.
yeah. In Hinduism, they believe that there is a meditation method which they can, which helps them to reach enlightenment. So ultimately, they believe that when they reach enlightenment, they will become part and parcel of this universe, and they will remain there forever, not having any perceptions. So how does this differ? Yeah, when Buddhism is compared.
Yeah, actually,
What
it's a
is meditation in Buddhism? That is the main problem. In most of the people have that problem. They think the meditation means samatha, that is concentration meditation. So do we have in pure Buddhism, do we have a special method of doing this? Yes, Dharan sir.
actually in concentration meditation and the concept of enlightenment in that is there would be someone who is actually not feeling anything in that particular moment, but the problem here is this is not permanent, or this is not even the when the person comes out of meditation, that person will know by experience that all the problems that they feel, the burning, this suffering would be there, and we know that it is like the self vibration has is persists even in the enlightenment, that what they called as enlightenment. How it differs from Buddhism is actually starting from again the dependent origination, because dependent origination has nothing to do with just concentration meditation, even though we have like heard about it. So that doesn't necessarily mean that we know dependent origination, but understanding dependent origination will be the only path to the real Buddhism. So that is where the trick is, because understanding that self vibration is there only when the stimulus is real, or in a different way, I would like to put in a different ways, that if we take the stimulus as real, there is always the self vibration. That this is like I think the Surangika, that they also told that Pali part, that if this is there, if this is here, this will be there. So that what that means is, if there is that if there is a reality to any of the stimulus, if any part of the stimulus, if you feel that it is existing, definitely the self vibration will be existing. But otherwise, there is nothing actually persisting as a self vibration. If you don't know this reality, that how this happens, that ethically maybe that part, if we don't understand that, I don't think there's any kind of truth in whatever sitting down meditation is. There's no use, because we don't understand what's happening, because we will be under the impression that there is someone, yes, and the experience will be gone, because at the end you won't feel anything, but still the feeling of existence will be there. Even if you go into that stage, even after a long time, there's still the chance of having that vibration happening. So the main important part of Padiccasamuppada, or the dependent origination, is that word that we were talking. This, if this happens, this happens. Or if you have a better way of telling that in English, let me know, because I just made it now. So if we know that if this happens, then it is at the same time the other way around. If this doesn't happen, this doesn't happen. So field of existence is actually just a illusory nature of the rapid vibration. There is a rapid vibration which is happening in the sensory organs, yes, but that's the only thing that is happening, and nothing else. Then only we can see that, okay, if that was the only thing, then we understand that ethically, no way. That part comes because there's nothing, the self vibration is not there. You can't telepathize to self vibration if there is, if the vibration is not taken as real. Then, so this truth, if that is not there from the beginning, it's useless. You can't cultivate that in the middle. You have to start from the beginning. What is the beginning? Is a Satyajnana, or the knowing the truth from the beginning is the most important part. If you miss that part, whatever the tranquility you get from other ways, which are temporary, it will be useless. But if you know the truth, what we try to explain, then there's no problem, because you know how the illusory nature happened, and how the illusory nature gave rise to this self vibration. Then, of course, you keep understanding this slowly and very progressively. You will keep understanding that, because every day we have discussions, we have sermons, we have we try to actually think about that yoniso manasikara, deep thinking about these things. What is the meaning of light? Is there a light, or is it, what is there? It's because every aspect of a field is felt as with a feel that it is happening here. But what actually happens is, it is not happening to a self. It is not happening to a person. It is not happening to anyone in that context. So understanding this is difficult, but still, if you keep understanding how this works, how sankhara or formations work. If it is mental formations, it is mind consciousness. But if it is just formations, it will be the light consciousness or the eye consciousness or the ear consciousness. So any formation is just a formation only because of the like the rapidity of the vibrations, and that's it. Whatever the consciousness is not a thing, is not real. That is the most important part, because a lot of us understand that the chair is not existing, but there's a bit more part of it to feel it too. So the mind consciousness or the eye consciousness or any consciousness in that context, because we have only 6 senses. I think that is lucky, because if we had about like a lot of like number of other senses, we would be having to contemplate all of that, but we have only 6 senses. So we all have to understand that whatever the input we have here is not an input. Actually, we feel it as an input. That is the actual illusory nature. We feel it as something happening from outside. It's actually not happening from outside. It's happening from is it happening from inside? No, it's not even happening from inside. There's nothing like that. But the illusory nature actually gives us a feeling that it is happening like that. So keep understanding this truth makes us it will give you concentration, because the mind has no agitation. Mind will not be restless, because we know it is not true. So when we keep understanding that this illusion, the concentration part will be a part and parcel of this part. It's nothing, we don't have to actually do it. It's nothing, it's not something to be practiced. Some people might say, no, it helps in the initial bit. That is, if someone is really trying to listen to a Dhamma sermon and can't concentrate, maybe that kind of mind might get some benefit from concentration. I'm not sure, maybe. And yeah, because some people can't even have the ability to sit down and listen to something, or sit down and think about something, or think deeply, because this is not randomly thinking. It's a very deep thinking, so that you understand what is happening in one stimulus, because one stimulus seems very simple, chair. So, but that's the stimulus we feel, but it has a few more layers. Like there are so many layers to understand. Is there anyone to add anything anymore? I don't know whether I actually completed the answer, but the Mr. Bernard's question, but I think there is 100% there is a difference. Like there's
that gave us a clear picture of what Buddha. Same time, now here we always feel the feel of existence. So then when we understand the illusion, so then we become a kind of state of mind, non-self existence. with understand the illusion, you become a state of mind called supreme wisdom. You reach the supreme wisdom, not enlightenment as in Buddhism, as in Hinduism. Hinduism,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
always insist on, they enforce, they always like to describe their meditation last progress is enlightenment. Here Buddhism, enlightenment is not encouraged. So here we get supreme wisdom where non-self vibration is experienced. The person is experiencing non-self vibrant state of mind is there always. So there we feel all the faculties usually they work. You feel some kind of happiness, sadness, and other emotions also. There we can call it non-existential happiness or non-existential sadness, sorrow, like that. So, we have never heard that kind of thing in any religion, any religious practices, meditation, as like Buddhism. So this is where the Buddhism is very important, because the person is not there and the world is not there. I am. You don't find a person called I, no existence there. The feeling of existence is no more, because we understand what this illusion is, what this world is, what this thought is, what is the final production of the mental formation, mind consciousness. So then we feel non-vibration. So that is the state we reach. The non-vibration cannot attract vibration. So that person always experience tranquility, peace, happiness, and so on. Isn't that so?
Yeah, and the other part is that that person will be able to appear as normal. They will do the same, like
At the
similar.
same time, yes, that's right.
They will be in this like a person will be cleaning the garden, like similarly to another normal person. But the difference is this is felt in all the postures available to a human, and difference is that they are not anymore in that film. They are awakened from the film. So imagine there is an actor who is acting in a film. Imagine someone is acting in Avatar. So it's like any film. So the actor always know that he's acting, because there would be the crew, the director, the everyone will be around them, and a lot of other actors would be there, and they know that they're acting. But the problem arises when he comes home. He thinks he's not acting and he's in the real life. But what happens with this truth is you are awakened from so-called this real life too, because you know the illusory nature. You know that you have awakened from this dream or the actual film. So you would be doing the same things as before, but still you wouldn't be a part of it. You wouldn't be a part of it, and the basic message is there wouldn't be suffering, because there's no one to suffer here. I think that is the most important part. So because this understanding, or this supreme wisdom, what you said, initially a person listening to this Dhamma will transiently feel this for a moment, but then becoming that supreme wisdom can take time. But still, if someone has felt it transiently, he or she will definitely know that it is definitely illusory, because then no one needs to keep reminding him or her that it is illusory, because he already know that it is illusory. It can be very transient or very like a very fraction of a second, but it will give you some kind of light to the understanding. But then becoming that supreme wisdom will take time. It doesn't matter. But the thing is, this supreme wisdom, you will be acting normal and will be trying to give this Dhamma to everyone, so that the other person's suffering will be gone too. Because that is the only thing that we can do to help every other human being to get rid of the suffering. Because suffering is there when you are there. When you are not there, there is no suffering. How can where is the beholder of the suffering? There is no one to claim the suffering. So the suffering will be not there too. So it's really interesting, really nice. I think someone can join the discussion now. I don't know, Ansi was also there, but
Therwan Saranai Kokila. Therwan Saranai Aryan Mahatsa, can I add something for this discussion? Yes. Yeah. I heard we are talking about every day about the differences between concentration meditation and the Vidarshana meditation. So it is why it is really important to understand about this, because anyone can understand that when we are attached, craving arises, and then from craving comes suffering. It then people try to be free from that suffering, and then begin to do the concentration or samatha meditation or mindfulness. I believe that is the outer layer of this understanding of this Dhamma. That is the outer layer of this, the word for that state. But what harder to understand is this: the world that we are experiencing as a external outer world is actually a projection of our own cognitive illusion. So for someone who truly understands this Dhamma, there is no need to go in a jungle or for a special place or a special posture to do this meditation for a long period in a sitting position or somewhere. Why it is? Because from within us, once we are realized there is nothing of real value to hanging or to greedy from outer world, when the mind doesn't want no longer chase external objects, the path for defilements to arise become weaker and weaker when we realize the true Dhamma. Illusory world. But concentration meditation allow person to find a good place to rebirth, like heaven or Brahma realms. They find a place and they have a place, and they have a place, external and internal, both they have. But who realize and understand this Dhamma mean, who is detached from both external and internal world. They don't seek heaven or Brahma realms or heaven or nothing to go. Nothing, no place for them, because they understand the I believe 31 layers is the mind, are existing in this mind. This is the real difference between concentration meditation and inside the Vipassana meditation, inside meditation or Vipassana meditation. So concentration meditation usually need a single object to focus on. But someone who realized this Dhamma, who doing Vidarshana meditation, they are free from both external and internal world. Also, it can happen only any time. That meditation can happen anytime, any place, anywhere. As example, when we are walking, when we are talking, when we are hearing, and then when we are touching something, it can happen any time, anywhere, in any posture. The Vipassana meditation. That state is from that meditation that's happened across all 4 postures. Once someone reach that state, no need a place, no need posture to do that meditation. That is the difference of concentration meditation and Vidarshana meditation. But in some point, I believe through this Vidarshana meditation, Samatha meditation also occur automatically within us. Both are joined together in this path.
Yes. Thank you for contributing those very, very important ideas. So then what we have another problem here. So does Buddhism always emphasize only meditation to reach this supreme wisdom and get rid of cycle of birth? Oh, we have heard that Darchira and Anglimal also reach the supreme wisdom. So how did this happen? Can anyone contribute?
Can I contribute some idea?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. If we take, if we focus on the Angulimala's Rahatan Wahanse's story, actually he killed lots of peoples. Then how he became to the Arihat state of Arihat. So we can understand he could understand about what is the external world, whether there is existing outside world or inside world. That is the point. I believe he could understood about this Dhamma to release from the suffering. Without understanding about our 5 senses, what is the world is creating through our 5 senses, we are unable to get rid of, we are unable to come out from that cage.
Yeah, actually, but in that case, there are different aspects of Dhamma. That there is only one stimulus at one time, and there's no if someone is in the mind, definitely the space and time, like that's a reality. Like you feel that it is real. But that is the problem. Like we feel that when you go back thinking, I'm the one who killed everyone, I'm the one who ate the breakfast today morning. So there's a way of thinking, and that thinking pattern is arising because of the feel of continuity in this mind. And that is what actually I think is another thing that Swamin Wahanse understood, Angulimala Swamin Wahanse understood, because he had the mind that he did everything in the past and he couldn't get rid of that mindset. But then Lord Buddha tried to reiterate that there is one stimulus at a time. And if that is real, only the self vibration arises. Otherwise, nothing. There's no self who is persisting. And that was a very important message to him, because his point, because there are so many points that people suffer, like a mother would suffer thinking about the kids. Father would suffer thinking that he has to, he has to bring money to the house. President would suffer thinking that he has to look after the whole country. Likewise, Angulimala, Venerable Angulimala was suffering thinking, I did so many stuff to people. I killed people. So that's kind of one thought that kept bothering him. That one particular thought, that's the one stimulus. I killed people. So that stimulus, that one stimulus, when is bothering him. So that what Lord Buddha, because this Dhamma is actually applied to different people in a different way. So to Kisa Gautami, it is applied in a different way. To Patachara, it is applied in a different way. To a king, it is applied in another different way. Like a king was, several princes were like looking for a woman, and then Lord Buddha said, why are you looking for someone else? Why are you not looking, trying to look for yourselves? Like that. So he used the perfect time and perfect, thing. Actually, Aranwan said us that a lot of the time, like he understand the weak point, because we have weaker points. We have the kind of sometimes we might feel, we are not attached to the chair, but we have like a very powerful point where we are attached to. So the noble friend understands that and actually releases that, and that is actually a very great part of the noble friend, because only noble friend will understand what the other person is entangled to, like one particular way of thinking. So Lord Buddha actually released him by reminding him, no, Angulimala, it is not like that. In this mind, this particular moment, you haven't killed anyone. You haven't. This is just another new moment. So that particular message actually went through Angulimala. So he was like, I think must have been mesmerized, like really took it really beautifully, and he could understand the everything about Dhamma then start to pour, because his one attachment, the one particular problem is solved, then it becomes easier. That's why we invite all the like whoever listening to Dhamma to ask. We ask them to come to the Zoom discussions and speak to Aran Wahanse, that because of that. Because you may think that you have understood something. You may think that, yeah, I know this. Like most of the time we feel like, yeah, I know that. Yeah, I already know that part. Yeah, I have heard it like 10 times now. but there is always something that you have missed if you don't feel it. So then, even if you feel it momentarily, like transiently, still there's like a long way to go. So that is what the importance of the noble friend. I think we are running into the other Zoom again. No,
Yeah.
we have 7 minutes more. Yeah. We have 7 minutes more. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Actually, this is a very, a truly profound Dhamma, because Angulimala was someone who had killed many people, no? But once he saw the Dhamma, the reality of how these senses are working, the illusory world, he faced his suffering head on, and then he got free from suffering. Then actually, that's why we are invited to everyone to come and see this Dhamma, to get free from suffering. This is, we can get, that is the big point. We can think about through Angulimala's Rahatan Wanse's story. He didn't just stop. He didn't killing physically. He deeply understood that the thought means I kill.
This Dhamma is. Yesterday also I told this.
Mm-hmm.
This Chakku Nichanga Nichambanti is a Buddha's word. Yeah. This eye is real or no? It's not real.
No, not
so after
real.
Buddha asked the monk, is anybody here? No. The answer is the monk. This is the Dhamma. Nobody's here. So I think your discussion is going to Saviññāna. Someone is here. Why are you not talking about nobody's here?
Yes, sir.
The Dhamma is there. Nobody's here. Everything is happening without you. That's the practical experience. But you, all of them, are not talking about that. Because nobody's here. Who is the suffering? Who have suffering? Nobody is here. Who have suffering? Who have this sadness? No one is here. The meaning is a field. That's the tranquility. System is working. Nobody is here. Every time a spark is happening, it's like a current. It's not Saviññānaka. What's the word is English? It's Aviññānaka. Current is not a living being. It's a non-living being. So that's the experience. So that's systematically everything's happening. Senses also creating. Senses effect is not real. No, senses effect. No. Everything is not real. Is you looking is real? No. Is you hearing something? There's a crow? No. Sound is a sound. What is this? Sense creations. It's not real. It's your senses. It's not real. I think very important this reminding. Nobody's here. Someone understood this Dhamma finally, what's the experience? No, nobody's here now. Doer is not here. Everything is happening. Who is doing? No one doing. System is working. That's all. No? It's very important.
Everyone, Sarnai. So we finally we have come to the end of our today's forum. So what we have to do is to understand the illusion. What is this world? Where am I there? You
It's an illusion.
understand it, your existence.
Illusion is
Is there
someone don't know the
the
truth. That's the illusion.
truth? Yeah, that's
Someone
right.
don't know the truth. That's the illusion.
True.
It's avidya. No?
That's true.
Yeah, someone know the truth. He know. Nobody's here. Someone don't know the truth. He don't know how is happening this. How is this alive feel is coming? How is this existent feel is coming? He don't know. No, but normally people don't know. So that's why they are in illusion. Misconception. No, that's the misconception.
Yes.
Every religion is a programming. No, it's Hindus and Christians and Muslims and Buddha also religion. What's the religion? Meaning is after death, where are you going? But Buddha not told this. Buddha told this present moment only everything is happening. This present moment is someone understood is nothing anything here. So where are you going? Who is going? Nobody's here now. Someone understood this Dharma. Who's going circle of birth? So nobody's here. What's the meaning is this? This someone is thinking he is real. That's the power. Like a wave. That's the power. It's a wave. That's the power. It's a thinking power. How is this power is coming? How is these thoughts are coming? This power, how is it rising? How is this power finally? So I always tell in this. Finally, this power come in the thought. We are using the thought. We are thinking. That's a thinking power. Every thought have a power. Because every thought we are using is existent field. But someone is no, this thought is not real. There is no power. Simple this. Dhamma is very simple. So how is this thought is not real is coming? You want to understand how is this thought is coming. That's the yata bhutam pajanat. It's a Buddha's word. Samudaya is a Buddha's word. Udayapanyana is a Buddha's word. Everything is same. It's a mechanism. It's your eye creations, your sense creations. It's not real. We ask the different name, they ask the power. Negative and positive, the touching, then that's the power. They link, that's the power. Buddha's word is this. It's a spark. What is this spark? Spark is the power. Vibration is that one. That one is the vibration. Eye is vibration. Ear is vibration. Every sensor, vibration is creation. That's a cause and effect Dhamma. Vibration given the light. Vibration given the sound. If it is a sound and light, cause is vibration. That's why power generating system is here. It's not savinyanaka. It's not living being. It's system. It's a power generating system. It's only the power generating system. What is these thoughts? It's power, no? What is this? Everything is this. It's your is your thinking power. How is this? It's a mind power, no? Yeah. Electric power, magnetic power, mind power. What is this? It's a science. That is a Buddha told. Vidya Udapadi. It's right vision. It's nothingness. Chakkum Udapadi. What is this eye is looking the truth is the Chakkum Udapadi. Right vision, eye is creating. That's the Dhamma. Jnana Udapadi is the wisdom eye. Vidya Udapadi is a science eye. Scientist eye. Huge science. Physics, chemistry, biology, everything is one science. It's a vibration science. As huge science. It's a wisdom science. No any other science here. Where's the chemistry? Chemistry is vibration together and missing, and new one is coming. It's the chemistry. What is this vibration? It's the speed. That's the physics. No physics or chemistry. It's one. What is biology? Is same. One science is here. No any other science. Someone know this system. That's the wisdom science. That's a huge science. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. It's a science. That's the how is cycle of birth is creating is system. How is your memory creating? Not anywhere memory. It's a system. It's a telepathy system. It's a same wave, same vibrations. Where's the memory? No memory is here. It's a spark only. No time is here. One spark is here. Where's the time? No time is here. What is this science? It's failed. Material science is failed. No, it's a fail. You want material evidence. But this one can't get in the material because material is not real. It's illusion. You won't get in the evidence material. But material is not real. Evidence is not real. Everything is wrong. New generation, new scientists are going wrong. They don't know where are they going. They can destroy material. They can destroy. I always talking, no? So missile can destroy the material. Missile can't destroy this vibration system. The meaning is missile can destroy the material. Missiles can destroy the material, but what is that? What's that mic? This missile can destroy the material, but missile can't destroy the cycle of birth. Missile can kill in the people, but missile can't stop in the cycle of birth. But this Dhamma is truth. Someone know this truth is your power generating is over. This what is the missiles? Is bomb blast? What's happened? That atom bomb is a destroy. It's a power. There's a power more than power. What is the huge more than power? What is huge power is here? Is nothingness. Is the huge power. Is the Buddha's explaining. His cycle of birth is going. Is is a vibration system, is a waves, is a, I was telling this, that's a system. You know, non-vibration is the base of this power generating system. It's non-vibration. It's the end of this world. You are in the world. You are thinking the world. Whereas the vibration is your thoughts, is your everything, material, everything. But you know, non-vibration, no words, no thoughts, no materials. Because vibration is the everything. Light or sound or anything. Electric power, magnetic power, mind power, everything is vibrations. You know, this non-vibration is the end of this world. You are in the world. What is this Buddha's explain? So no being, no living being, nothing existed. It's non-vibration. It's very nice. Very, very nice this time. It's very important. Yeah, it's okay. Tomorrow we can discuss again. I'm hearing everything. I'm in silence. Because you won't, we won't give the chance to you to is wisdom. What is that wisdom inside? Is inside meditation? What is that inside meditation? Is you want going deep, meanings finding. So that's a chance. So I'm looking everything. I'm hearing. It's okay. No problem. I won't give the right vision and right message. It's very nice. It's okay. Tomorrow we can join again. And Dr. Kokila and the Dr. Ravi and the Saroja, the Suranka, and my friends. Very nice. Our Bernard also. Nice film is going. It's okay. No problem. It's okay. Okay. Everything is worth. It's okay. Everybody, tomorrow we can discuss again. Yes.
Pada namaskar කරනවා.
Yeah.
pages from the Buddothpado. Buddothpado Volume 1 to start the session today. Teruvan Saran.
Everybody. Let's continue the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 34, third paragraph. Then we ask you, now where are you? Are you the body? No. Then aren't you the mind consciousness? Yes, you are. Then there is no point of this body, is there? Then, is there a life form in this mind consciousness? A living thing? Now, this is the point where we all get stuck. Upasikawa, there is no life in the mind consciousness. Aryan Mahanse, when you look at sound and color and realize that they do not exist, then the mind consciousness ceases to exist. Because without sound and color, the mind consciousness ceases to exist. When the mind consciousness ceases, nothing is alive, and you realize that your self-identity is an illusion. All your thoughts cease to exist. All concepts get destroyed. Even the concept of earth get destroyed. Only the empty universal space remains. Upasikawa, only the universal space remains. Aryan Mahanse, the mind